Every day's a beautiful day inside of Chase Field. No matter the triple digits, you will feel at Copper Square, downtown Phoenix, Arizona. You will feel nice, relaxed, and enjoying some of the best baseball in the land. Glad to have you with us. Joey Cohen, Darren Sutton, great scout for Perfect Game. Joey's insights will be welcome to your ears as you meet these best players in the land heading into their senior year of high school. It's day 3 of this Perfect Games National Showcase. We call it two things. It's a preview of the 2026 MLB Draft, there's no denying it, and the 27, 28, and 29 College World Series. Just the best players in the country. Joey, this is fun. I'm glad to have you here with us. This is exciting. We don't do this without you. You scout well. You see these athletes thematically. You've been here scouting the first couple of days. What theme about this class, the 26 class, kind of jumps at you first? If I'm just bumping into you at a coffee shop, I'm saying, Joey, what theme about this class jumps out to you? What are you telling me?
I think this class is unique in a way where you have this really high-level athlete plus skill that you don't really see all the time. Sometimes these classes are like, okay, this is a really highly athletic class. These other classes might have more skill, less athleticism. I think you're seeing a really good combination of both with this 2026 class.
And it's fun that you say that because it feels like we're seeing, with your theme then, more athletes, just pure athletes, choosing baseball as they get older, which is exciting. Some talented players you'll want to get to know on both of these teams. Colors great, numbers of the colors great. These are basically simulated games for the pitchers and for the hitters to see live action. As you look on down, there are some interesting names. Trey Ebel, of course. Dadino Ebel, third base coach for the Dodgers. Brother Brady could be a first-round pick this year. I like the story of Desmond Francis. He's a Notre Dame commit, as a very accomplished musician, a jazz drummer, and Drew Messi is a player we're watching. We'll see Caden get up on the mound and go to work as we go on down these rosters. Caleb Traylor, a talented player, third baseman, but also works behind the plate. And a chance to see on the mound Logan Georges gets ready to go out of Clovis, California. Plays for John Pano's CBA Marucci team, who lately, the last, 12 months, is the hottest travel team on the planet, winning just about every PG event. But what do we know about Logan? What do you know about Logan?
Well, I know Logan was at UBC West a couple weeks ago, where our SoCal and West Coast staff came out and saw him, and he was really, really good for, CBA, and then came out to, WWA Worlds and did his thing out there. So we're excited to see what type of more advanced pitching metrics we can get out of him here, because we have that at our disposal today to see and get a really deep dive eval.
There's a lot there. I mean, this looks like a lot of length. I mean, obviously adding to the velocity, getting down the mound. It's a big pitcher's frame, athletic frame. He's the son of Nicole and Chad. His sis, Brooklyn, is 14 years old, and he likes to watch another tall guy work. And no surprise, he likes watching Jacob deGrom and learning from Jacob deGrom. He talks about his growth has just been, and you can probably see this when it happens, just getting more consistent. That's probably a sophomore, junior, senior thing. And he said, I've felt it. Since January of 2025, Logan makes it clear, I've found consistency.
For sure, when these guys are big giraffes, when they're freshmen and sophomore, they're still learning their bodies. And once they start to add some stability to that frame, some strength to that frame, then everything seems to work out a bit better when they're seniors. So
Jackson Wood is the hitter. He starts things off, and we're going to play, and we're excited to be playing. Wood is from Hoover, Alabama. He's a number 64 player in the land, and he is a Tennessee commit. Elevated fastball, swung on a miss for strike one, and we're underway. Glad to have you with us.
22 inches of induced vertical break there. That's a carry fastball. Get a lot of whiffs today.
Wood's going to play defensively, shortstop, second base, and a little bit of third later in the game as that one paints the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes to count to Jackson Wood. (2022) 14U Select Festival player Jackson, number 1 shortstop in the state of Alabama. As that one heavy, good sinking fastball, dives low and outside.
It looks like he's mixing both 4-seam and 2-seam here.
These games, you can call them simulated games, but if you go down in the dugouts, these guys are just getting to know one another. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Again, good ride fastball elicits a swing and a miss.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to backdoor that 2-seam off the outside, but getting that carry fastball up in the zone to get those whiffs.
That's exactly what you're talking about. It started on that plane up and away and just ran and disappeared. Out of Bassfield, Mississippi, this is EJ Eric Booth Jr. He's at Oak Grove High School, plays for EBC, Easley Baseball Club, and he is a Vanderbilt commit. Good looking changeup. That one dives like a splitter down and away.
So Darren, that was that 0 induced vertical break with 20 inches of fade. He's killing about 20 inches off his fastball.
85 miles an hour, no spin. You can see that low spin rate. Follows it up with a fastball right on the hands in. That's almost unfair to a left-handed hitter.
Very, very unfair. Interested to see if he's going to go back to the changeup here. Old school type sequencing. You want to throw that changeup to the lefties.
Booth, the son of Denise and Eric. Loves watching Ronald Acuna play as he holds that bat away from his body. And on 0-2, it's a slider and a beautiful approach. Left it up out over the plate, a breaking ball, and he took it the other way. Let it travel deep enough in his stance.
No, good piece of hitting there. Sometimes the showcase style format, these pitchers want to show their whole arsenal. I think he did him a favor there. Kind of went a little slider over the plate. Nice little flat stroke from EJ there. Let it get deep, like you said, and punch it into left.
That's that swing you're talking about. We'll meet Trey Ebel now out of Corona High School, as Billy Carlson, his shortstop this year, will go in the first round in the draft. His teammate Ebel will move over and play shortstop for Andy Wise in Corona High School.
Pretty nice when you can just replace Billy with Trey, don't you think?
I think it is. I think it is. And they were roommates on the road. If they traveled to events, if they would travel out of town, Corona, they're roommates. And with Dino Dad, there's the good fortune of learning from the players that Dad coaches. Third base coach for the Dodgers. Ebel told us a story yesterday about being fortunate enough to go take ground balls, Dodgers spring training complex, while Mookie Betts literally sat on the grass and worked with him and talked him through it. I mean, those are wonderful opportunities. And look, it's not lost on him how fortunate he is.
No, for sure.
What kind of baseball player is Ebel?
I'd say Ebel leans into the more advanced skill than the advanced athleticism, but the skill is unique. It's, whether it's with the swing, on the dirt, it's real ability to stick up the middle, I think, with the offensive skill set that probably leans more hit over power right now, but with a frame that can definitely add some more strength.
Shannon and his mom, Brady, going to be a high draft pick, and Sis's destiny. He talks about the routine of Mookie Betts. He said, I've never seen anyone with such a routine. I'm a high schooler, but I try to have that same routine. Good fastball at the knees over the outside corner. 3-2 the count to Trey Ebel.
Let's see if Logan here can throw that breaking ball again, this time burying it or try to get a chase off the plate here.
Instead, it's a fastball, literally split the plate. Throw down is fired a little bit high. Onyx Parson is working now behind the plate. Shake that up there. That's not him. I got the Jax Robinson setting. That's Jax. Stolen base.
So that fastball is, averaging his four seam 20 to 22 inches of induced vertical. When it's holding that plane like that, I'm sure Trey thought that was going to be down the zone, but it just kept on riding.
That explains why you'd watch a pitch like that. Alika Ahu takes a look at a slider. Just a little bit over the outside corner. Just enough anyway. Stanford commit out of Honolulu. Plays for Alpha Prime. Eric Wagle coaches that team. And Hawaii's Gatorade Player of the Year, baseball and basketball, as he fouls it off 0-2.
I think we're seeing some guys in this draft, Darren, out of Hawaii. They're going to go quite high. We have Aloy and Arquette and all these guys out of Hawaii, representing the island well. And we're seeing a good amount of representation here at the PG National too, with Alika, Judah Ota, Kahuna Martinez.
It's so much fun. The passion there. It's a real community event, high school baseball. I mean, cookouts going on around the games, and the tradition. If you go back to even like a Benny Agbayani years ago, who has his own offspring now playing baseball and softball well. But it's a real family event, baseball, softball in Hawaii. This is a big fella, by the way. This isn't just a charming island man we bump into. He's all of 6'4", about 200 pounds.
No, it's a big frame, and it moves quite well at short. It'll probably end up moving over the third when it's all said and done because it's going to add even more strength to the frame that she already has. But he'll be a really solid third baseman at the next level.
1460 SAT score as that one changeup. He held on to that one. A 4.0 GPA, and he honors his grandfather, and he lost him. He said it was challenging, able to say goodbye. A lot of prayers went into that. So when he does something like this, his grandfather in his mind quite a bit. Got on the side of that fastball, 2-2 the count.
You brought up the grades, Darren, with these Stanford kids. Like, they have to have those grades. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, in order to even be recruited by their coaches, you have to be that high level of student.
2-2, runner on second. Slider, nice job putting his nose on it behind the plate, blocking it up by Jax Robinson. You guys watch everything. You'll even notice something like that, correct?
For sure, especially with the catchers. I mean, these guys on the travel ball scene are catching a variety of different pitchers, some in the low mid-eights. Every once in a while, these travel teams will have their ace that throws in the low mid-nines. But seeing all these guys catch these high-level arms gives a more full defensive eval.
Booth had a pretty single. Took it the other way. He swiped a bag. Otherwise, that's a nice inning for Mr. Georges. Fastballs, good command. Got Ebel looking. Got Ahu looking. Got Jackson Woods swinging. Showed a good changeup as well. Ooh, that's that changeup. Just getting going. Downtown Phoenix, Arizona. Get that coffee brewing. Let's watch some baseball all day.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son. On the field and off.
The back and forth for these teams as we take a look at some interesting names looking on down the roster. Deion Cole, we've known him for a long time, a select festival athlete. Trip Hanna, middle infielder, a bit of a riser as well. Jaden Jackson, gotten to know him too. And out of New York, Anaiso Pepe Ortiz, one of our favorite select festival young men. And on down to the bottom, Cody Bochelle, seen him a lot. And the Pacheco family, good baseball family, is big brother helping to pass along baseball on that side as well. Now, Hayden Wechter is a Florida State commit. Top 15 right-handed pitcher, top-tier ruse. His travel team still 17 years old. St. Petersburg, Florida, Tampa Jesuit is where he plays his baseball. So we'll get to watch Caden pitch.
Yeah, this is an arm I circled before the week started, and I'm really excited to see what he shows here today. It's a good frame, starter operation, really easy, low effort, and then pumps out mid upper 90s gas. So let's see what he's got for us, Darren.
Number 9, Isaiah Gallison.
Isaiah Gallison. Wechter plays for Coach Miguel Menendez at Jesuit High School in Tampa. Top tier is his travel team. Andy Fleischacker coaches that team. And again, as you said, that's a big frame. That's big, tall, NBA forward kind of frame out there on the mound. Onyx Parson is his catcher, and there's the elevated fastball, swung on and missed. 0-1 the count.
He'll be just fine if he throws that fastball right there at the top of the zone.
Different look there. One rides, one has a little two-seam arm side run. All we know is the count is 0-2.
Easy mid-90s gas here from Wechter.
Tops a breaking ball, a cutter, and hits it to the other side off the mound. Wechter with a nice play, flips it on over to first.
Really well executed pitch there, right off the outside, getting off the barrel. That's where you want to live against righties with that cutter. And then let's see this outing. He faces any lefties and run it on the hands.
Just a nice, easy, underhanded flip. Ran off and left that breaking ball high and inside. This is Dylan Cheek. He's a number 7 shortstop in the state of Texas. Arkansas awaits his arrival. 5-star Mafia, his travel team. He's at Rockwall High School as he holds his hands high behind his helmet.
Go cross up there. Oof.
It clipped our home plate umpire.
Pretty sure the catcher thought cutter or slider was coming there, and Caden threw a fastball.
And threw a fastball, rode high and inside. Effective, but a little bit scary.
That's why those umpires wear chest protectors, too.
Yeah, they do such a nice job, our PG umpires, at an event like this. A little bit about Cheek. 6 feet tall. We've seen him, you guys have seen him at 29 PG events, so there's some information you've gathered. He ran a 6.7 60 the other day, threw 86 across the infield. Exit velocity down below in the batting cages was 90 miles an hour. All tournament team back a year ago, and last year good stuff, 4 home runs at the 24 PG events. Swing and a miss.
Really executing that slider cutter well right now. Throws it firm. Oof.
Backed up that breaking ball. He set up outside, wanted it, but he split the plate with it. Either way, it was the change in speeds that got the swing and the miss, so Dylan Cheek goes down on strikes.
Got a little bit of buckle there before he ended up swinging. When you're throwing that slider in the mid-upper 80s range, that's like the golden area right there.
Deion Cole's from Woodstock, Georgia, and he is a Georgia Tech commit. Wechter. Doug and Kristen, his parents. Younger sister is Carson. And his guy he likes watching is local. A Dodger at one time prospect, Ryan Pepio, as he deals with Deion Cole. That smiling face there. We've known him for many years.
Good hack there.
Back to the screen it goes. What made it a good hack? What'd you like about it?
He was on it. Felt it right back. I mean, the greatest thing about this event is all these arms are throwing low, mid-9s, and get to see these guys, take at bats against these guys where, sometimes at our tournaments they're facing that mid-upper 80s, and seeing them compete against these high-level arms it's great.
Changed up on him. 1-2 the count to the son of Amanda and Troy, Deion Cole. Ronald Acuna Jr., he's a Georgia guy, and he loves watching Ronald play. Makes the game look easy, and he says, maybe I can grow to that level sometime. High school state champion Cole back in 2024 at the 6A level. As that one stays high and inside. And we saw him twice at the Select Festival, 13 and 14U Select Festival. Alex Parson out with the conversation with Wechter. Couple of outs, 2-2 the count, inning 1. Couple of games today, then a whole new wave of athletes. Good take there.
Let's see Deion get a fastball here and catch it out front. Come on, Deion.
My mind is simple, but I do know 2,500 spin rate on a fastball is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's converting to big movement profiles. Oof.
Belt high, strike 3.
Right at the top of the zone there for the strikeout. I love arms here to start the day.
Yeah, arms are, you're exactly right. They're flexing. Gallison grounded out, but as he's talking about, Joey's making it clear, you've got 3 strikeouts in the top half, and then you've got this electric fastball from Big Wechter. As the ride comes in, talking about that high spin rate, the elevation of the fastball when it gets to the plate, even a slider albeit one that backs up, was effective that inning through 1. This event scouted internally, as like Joey doing a great job and all of his colleagues, but it's scouted externally dramatically too. And there are more and more uncommitted athletes at this event than I've ever seen in my life. And you can see the history beginning back in 2001, the amount that have gone on to college and professional baseball. And of course, the exposure these athletes find as that one rides high and inside to Graham Charbonneau as we're watching this big right-hander, Georges, go back to work. Graham, a Baylor commit from Kingwood, Texas. Top 350 in the rankings. As that one misses outside, 1-1 the count. You're talking about George's 3.5 GPA, coming back from Tommy John surgery last year.
Showing no ill signs there.
It's interesting, too. You think about the mental challenges when an athlete has to deal with it and, you know, the growth that could, not will, but could occur when going through Tommy John surgery. Other parts of your body, your mind. And that fastball electric under the hands and good jump at the end. Swung on and missed. That's strike 3.
Best old school sign of how a fastball is playing if it's getting those in zone whiffs. That fastball is on the inside in the strike zone and still getting past that bat. So it's playing up, Darren.
Really loved getting to know Mr. Trailer through the years as he digs in. He lives in the Bronx, Caleb. Goes after the first pitch. Skies it high up above the infield. Over, under, out. Looking up to that roof. Trapana is the shortstop. Number 10 on that PG jersey. Makes the play for the out. Yeah, he went after that first fastball, K-Trade did. Quick update on who he is. The man who just swung the bat. Salisbury School. Plays a lot of good events with MLB Breakthrough Series and is a Missouri commit. And is quite the singer as well. Although the old guy says singer, I think it's more than just singing. Oof. It's creating, I think it's hip hop, I think it's DJing, I think it's rapping. And by the way, that breaking balls we're talking about.
There you go. I mean, he was a little bit inconsistent with his first couple of breaking balls, and that one was really well executed right off the outside. Another one right there, Darren. He's finding it here.
Yeah, back to Dylan Bowen.
Gets me excited, Darren, that, you know, he flashed that changeup that was, you know, flash plus in the first inning. Now he's laying the breaking ball here, showing a true 3-pitch arsenal. He said, why not? Let's throw another one. Maybe he'll get the chase. Just right off the plate there.
Oklahoma State commit from Indiana, Dylan Bowen, the number 1 shortstop in the state of Indiana, is at Hanover Central High School.
Let's see him ride that fastball up in the zone here. Get a whiff.
Slightly open stance. That one high fly center field. Split the plate with that one. Under that one, putting that away in center field is Ryland Baker. So we get to see one of the top players in Indiana deal with a very talented arm. And really, that talented arm. Quick thoughts on Georges?
Really strong outing there. Through strikes. Show the 3-pitch mix. Changeup, flash plus, fastball plus. Really good slider as well, Darren. Strong outing.
Onward and upward at PG National.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at,
what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Don't forget, as far as Perfect Game is concerned, you can go deep with Crosschecker. You'll see the rankings of all of the athletes. It's not pure science, but it's just about science, taking part in PG events. Go ahead and hit that QR code. Learn more about PG Crosschecker. Find out where you stand amongst the best athletes in the nation. Again, that QR code, it's PG Crosschecker. Go deep. A little more work out there from Wechter. Cody Bochelle. We've been seeing Cody Bochelle for quite some time. That's another familiar name for those of us Select Festival folks who have been lucky enough to call a whole bunch of them. Cody, a Tennessee commit, first baseman, but a good enough athlete to play elsewhere on the field as well, but a good first baseman. As he wags that bat, hands hanging over the plate. That's a hitterish look as he takes up and away.
Hitterish and imposing. Looks like a middle of the order bat, Darren.
Boy, he's all grown up since we saw him in 2020 at the 12U Select Festival, that pandemic Select Festival. As that fastball hits the outside corner. Yeah, go check out his profile. I'll encourage you to do that on the PG page. That baby face is not a baby face anymore. Nice breaking ball. Just nipped the outside corner. 1-2 the count.
It's good to see him execute against the lefty here.
Thus far, the top first base velo through 96 miles an hour. And by the way, with that size, ran a 6.660. Good fastball after the breaking ball. We'll do it again. 1-2 the count.
It's what you want, Darren. You want that combination of physicality plus athleticism. And like you said, that gives him the ability to be a versatile defender too when you're that level of athlete.
And 96 from first through 92 from the outfield. Slightly open stance. Tried to hang in there for that breaking ball, and he fouls it off. That's nothing more to me than just spoiling a good pitch.
Yeah, it's good hitting. Let's boil that one and try to get to a fastball. I really like how Caden's throwing the slider here to the lefty. Executing that backdoor one earlier in that bat. Try to bury that one low and in.
Caden Wechter, the big right-hander. Rocks and fires. Sports a changeup that is low. 2-2 the count.
Good pitch, but better take. Better take there. Get to evaluate a little bit of these guys' swing decisions here. Plate discipline against some really high-level arms. Good take.
Up and away, 3-2 the count. He takes a little walk, a little pep talk to himself. He was really good at 17U WWBA. He had 8 hits. Couple of walks, had a 611 on base percentage. I mean, really good. Pitched well, too, when called upon. Now we'll have a runner out there. By the way, if you're new to a showcase, you're just hopping in for the first time, here's what happens. There's a pinch runner. Mr. Church will take that responsibility. And now it's fastballs only until the at-bat is over.
Church can run a little bit. Let's see if get some base stealing action here, too.
Yeah, Landon deeper in this lineup. Is going to play left and short. Landon Church out there at first. Why not? He takes off, fouls it back to the screen.
It's a great thing about Showcase Baseball, Darren, is it gives the opportunity to the catcher, show off the arm a little bit, that catch throw ability.
And if look, I know if it's him, I'm playing defense if you're Landon Church, in the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. I mean, I'm hitting 16th in the order. Why wouldn't I run?
Exactly. There you go.
Jared Goodwin, one of your bosses, shared a great story with me recently that I didn't know about a player at a PG event that just kept pinch running and pinch running and pinch running. And they thought this player just was getting on a lot. I mean, it gives the impression that he's getting a lot of hits as well when you're always pinch running.
Hey, look, Darren, I mean, speed is one of the 5 tools, right? If you have an ability to go out there and show it off, then do it, especially if it is one of your tools. So.
And the punchline to his story and to your point of the player that Jared said they all were noticing more and more is that Francisco Lindor is now who he is, but pinch ran a ton when he attended this event. Runner on the move, fastball swung right through, and a stolen base.
Well executed fastball there by Caden. Up and away, getting over the barrel.
Catch and throw, what'd you see?
Oh, it's like almost a pitch out there. Well executed pitch and allowed the catcher to get into his feet fast and really good exchange. Throw was right on the money, but some better speed by Churchman there.
So I'm scoring. I got to be honest. I'm giving Cody a walk and a strikeout on that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was really
and I'm
good.
actually having a hard time giving him the strikeout.
For sure.
But I want to give Wechter the strikeout, and I want to give Cody the walk. I got to be honest. That's kind of how I'm feeling with my scoring here.
I think that's very fair.
As we meet Aiden Roman, he sees one right down Broadway. I mean, if you're one of our 2 viewers at home watching, like, aren't you with me? I mean, let's give the pitcher the strikeout. And that ended up happening, but we got to give, a little bit of credit for the walk there, I feel like.
No, there were some really, really good swing decisions in that at-bat that didn't go unnoticed.
Aiden Roman is from Queens, and he's at Archbishop Malloy High School. Chris DeSarno is his coach, and he plays for Breakthrough Series. And he's uncommitted. So many uncommitted players because of the portal, because of the changes, because of JUCO now looking in to really be a big player in college baseball. But Ole Miss, Arizona State, a couple of the places he'd love to go. He's a catcher by trade, by the way. Should have pointed that out. He'll catch later in the game. Aiden Roman. Squares that one up. Hits a high fly ball center field. 94 miles an hour off the bat. Tracking it. Jensen Vettis is there. Makes the play, tagging and heading to third is Church.
Really good swing there, Darren. Besides, you want these guys to get their fastball and barrel it up when they're hitting spin. It's always a thing that doesn't go unnoticed. Gets a cutter there and just misses it. Just misses it.
Jackson Melkonian, son of Alex and Amy. Jackson will play short next inning as he swings right through that good fastball, 93 miles an hour. He'll play short next inning, then he'll play second a little bit later on in the game. From Malvern, PA, Vanderbilt commit. Good fastball again, jumps at the plate, 92.
2 really, really good fastballs from Georges and Caden here to start this game. Really explodes out the hand with plus ride, plus carry through.
Goes into that rock and sails the fastball high. Melkonian, some interesting thoughts. Who does he love to watch play baseball? He'll tell you Rock Chalowski, Anthony Volpe. Chalowski, College Player of the Year at UCLA, shortstop. Volpe, shortstop. Swanson, shortstop. And Jeter, he says, no wasted movements with these athletes. I pay attention to what they do. Now, not every player this age constantly watches the major leagues. We understand that. They might watch clips. I'm always enamored with a player who does watch Major League Baseball and does try to learn. And this is one of them. Way inside. That'll play to run. And kind of clean up the approach for Jackson. Won't have to worry about anybody out there on the base paths. Run scores. Church come on down.
Sometimes you see, Darren, these guys try to muscle up on a fastball, kind of get out of their mechanics. And like you see that sometimes with their shapes too of the pitches. That one didn't have as much carry because I feel like Caden was trying to force some things there. Let's see if he can get back in line with his mechanics, which are great, really easy and repeatable.
3-2. Pulls his hands in, hits it hard, foul. Nice adjustment with the hands there. By the way, we need to point out about Melkonian, this is a 4-year varsity quarterback. 2 times he's been a league champion. all-league football player, 3.53 GPA. These are kind of the things that go on a Vanderbilt resume.
No doubt.
That one is
Nope.
high and inside. That's ball 4.
See?
By the way, Melcody, just to finish the thought, sorry about that, is at Malvern Prep. Malvern Prep is where he goes, and we'll put a pinch runner out there for him. I interrupted you.
You know, he had a good at bat there. He thought he earned that walk. He's like, nope, you still got some swings. You still get to swing it.
Ever so slightly closed with that stance. I mean, ever so slightly.
No, he stays in his legs well and just lets his hands play. Let's see if he can get to it here.
Couldn't get to that fastball. We're going to credit him like we did with Cody. We're going to give him a strikeout for the pitcher, so good inning, and a walk with a patient at bat for Melconian. Wechter, quickly, what'd you think?
Class fastball, Darren. Class fastball. Well executed at the top of the zone with the slider to match. Fastball up and away to Boschel. Whiff. Fastball up and in. Whiff. Plus fastball there.
Lively fastballs. Good stuff. More in a moment.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
Beautiful Chase Field. A couple of years ago, they played a World Series in this ballpark. Diamondbacks and Rangers. David Hinojosa gets the call. It's his opportunity to step onto the big stage. I always think about this as getting a chance at this event. As you can see, some of the important parts about David's journey out of Corona, New York, another Vanderbilt commit. He's a presence, too. Top 125 in the rankings, top 40 as it pertains to being a right-handed pitcher. And just another big-bodied guy, Joey, we're going to look at.
No, excited to get a look here. Great thing about PG National, I live here in Phoenix, get to see these guys from all across the country. I know our Mid-Atlantic, Northeast scouting staff loves this guy. So now I get to see if I love him.
And you will at home as well. He's at Poly Prep, very good school, deep with athletes at Poly Prep. One of my favorite things as part of assisting in building this network, Perfect Game TV, is our streaming partner. Be Live is based in Brooklyn, New York, and we have studios in Brooklyn, New York, and to travel there half dozen times a year and to sit down with New York and a lot of them urban athletes and to learn how they play baseball, the challenges they have, riding the train to practice, and all that goes on to it. There's a certain edge about a New York ball player, and it's a fun edge. Miguel Cime here in a couple of days. A young man who's thrown upwards of 100 miles an hour, maybe a first or second round pick. He's a New Yorker. James Clark digs in and promptly lifts that one foul. Clark, St. John Bosco. He's a Princeton commit. His brother Miles, St. John Bosco, twin. He too is a Princeton commit. St. John Bosco, they slayed the Giant. They're the team that defeated, they play in the Trinity League, which is a devastating baseball league in Southern California, but they beat Corona High School in the CIF playoffs in California. At the time, the #1 team in the land.
No, they saved the Dragon, Darren, that's right. And I talked to the parents and of St. John Bosco players, and they're like, Joey, this happened a year too soon. All these guys that are going to be here this weekend were juniors on the team that just slayed the Dragon, and they're going to be seniors next year on a team that's going to be more experienced, more athletic, stronger, the whole deal. So St. John Bosco will be a favorite to win it in the Southern section again next year.
High fly ball center field. Couple of steps over as we get things going here in the third inning. Ryan Morrell, number 17 on that jersey. Great story. We're going to get to know both the Clark brothers and their journey. And kind of excited to do so as they hit back-to-back. One's a shortstop, one's a center fielder.
Middle defenders, Darren. That's what we like.
And Hinojosa spins a breaking ball. A get me over for strike one. Good old-fashioned drop ball, as we used to call it.
Yeah, get a free strike, right? These hitters are geared up for the fastball. Throw that breaker in there. Steal one. Steal another one. Showing above average spin there at around 2,600. Mid-70s velo.
New York meets California as twin brother in that Clark family gets comfortable. Miles Clark. Clark by trade a center fielder. Brother James a middle infielder. See that St. John Bosco logo proudly on the helmet. A little cut to it. Fastball dives down and away. I don't know if it's a true cutter, but it was nasty.
Yeah, I think I'm sure he's gripping it like a fastball, and it's just the natural supination bias, they call it, of his mechanics, where he's naturally getting on the side of the baseball there to create that movement profile.
And Hinojosa, by the way, 2 2/3 innings at the 17U WWBA, that big event in Georgia. Struck out 5 for wow factor. Breaking ball swung on and missed.
Field to spin, Darren. Landing in zone and off the plate for whiffs here.
Nolan Ramoli.
Sure, that's what Vinny Servino's writing back there on his little computer.
Breaking ball 0-2 the count. A curveball at 75. So we see the cut on the fastball. And then, of course, Ramoli, by the way. Let's say his name correctly. Nolan Ramoli drives that one, Ramoli, toward left center field. Toward the wall it goes. It will roll all the way. A couple of hops. And Nolan Ramoli, who's out of Palos Park, Illinois, goes to Brother Rice Catholic. Leans on that one, the Kentucky commit, with a double.
Really good piece of hitting there, Darren. I think he probably felt that Hinojosa was pitching him backwards. Guessed fastball. Got it up in the zone. Really short, compact swing.
Yes. Just trusted. That was very handsy.
Very handsy.
You got to be strong to do that, though.
Well, he's super strong and super athletic. He was a name I circled after BP yesterday. He was pounding balls into both gaps with relative ease, I'd say.
Nolan Ramoli. Well, that was a fun, aggressive swing.
6.55 runner yesterday. It was 96 from the outfield. We're talking a plus athlete there, Darren.
Massachusetts-based Bradley McCafferty. Here's that little tilt on the fastball. It hits the outside corner at 91 miles an hour. Ramoli, by the way, out there at second base. Andrea and David, his parents. McCafferty holds the bat away from his body. And watches that good-looking curveball parachute in, 0-2.
Let's see if he has the same idea of trying to work backwards here. Sneak the fastball by him.
Outside corner, that's strike 3. It is just a natural cut. You can just see it. It's not like he's efforting a cutter, as you said, and it's just uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable. I'm sure these guys are thinking, this isn't regular four seam, but has that late tilting action to it.
As you were saying, here it is.
Boom. Right off the plate, getting away from the barrel against Clark. Landing it hit there against Ramoli, the breaking ball, but really executing it well to the glove side, which is where that cutter you want it to be.
Chase Field, and it's time to meet Kentucky commit Sammy Swank. And it's no surprise when you take a look at his frame who his favorite pitcher is, because he's kind of built like the Pittsburgh Pirates' Paul Skeens. There's a lot to him. It's a big body. There's a lot of presence. So we're excited to see him work. You guys have him ranked right around 150 amongst right-handed pitchers. This is a big opportunity for the man out of Lafayette, Indiana. Sammy Swank, his name. Jalen Walker, outfielder. Slightly open stance, holds the bat parallel to the ground, and at 91, that's strike one.
Nice little slurvy breaking ball there. Walker, good swing decision there, not to take a hack at that on a good pitch.
And another one outside. We remember Jay back in 2022 when he was a 14U Select Festival player. Number 23 outfielder in the land. Still 17 years old. Plays for Wow Factor, his travel team, as that one jumps right up under his belt.
It's fun seeing Jalen because my Twitter feed the last few years have been filled with my Twitter feed of his bombs at East Cobb or around Texas.
Lets that one travel. Hurries to the bag. Swank gets over there and beats Jalen to the bag. A nice job defensively over there at first base, and just a nice little catch and flip. A nice play.
Yeah, it's nice to see those bigger framed arms get off the mound there.
Now batting number 10.
Bradley McCafferty is the first baseman. He's a catcher by trade. He's like, I'm having fun over here. Let's do it. Walker on a 3-1. Here is Trip Hanna.
Real long, loose arm action here by Swang. Gets arm up early and then really pulls down from that higher slot.
Hanna from Yulee, Florida. 5-star his travel team. Oklahoma State commit. Swing and a miss. That had a little run from batter's box to batter's box.
That one came out a bit different, a bit more firm, a bit more life.
3-1 the count. Annika is Tripp's mom. Jimbo is dad, and his older sis Ansley's 24 years old. 3 times he's been a PG tournament MVP. Works with a 3.75 GPA. As he takes on the outside corner, 3-2.
Seems like there's a lot of intent there to locate that low and away to righties there. Love to see that.
Good take on what would have been a ground ball if he offered. They'll put a pinch runner out there, so that's ball 4. Hanna makes it clear that I want to stick at the position of short. I feel like my glove, my arm are good enough. My mind is growing and getting better. And so I hope that I'm a shortstop for as long as I play baseball. That next stop could be Oklahoma State. We'll test on the catch and throw there. Look at Church out there. I told you.
I know.
He's Lindoring it. He's Lindoring it.
You love to see it, Darren. And the scouts love to see it too. I mean, it's just another eval for them, another note that they can, jot down on their notepad or iPad, wherever they're using.
Johan Castro is working behind the plate. He is the catcher. Castro, as that one is low.
Let's see if Swank can make a little adjustment here. Last couple of fastballs, bit down a bit, too much to the glove side. Maybe the catcher can help him out, set a different visual, or maybe a little different mechanical cue. Get him back in line. There you go.
Good call by you. Good execution and a nice job pulling it back together. We'll give him a walk and a strikeout. Again, we have that same thing. I'm not taking away the walk, even though he struck out. Well, that was a ball until the very end. It would have been a called strike as well.
For sure.
It's a good pitch.
Very good pitch. Now that's his. Some of these pitchers, Darren, they have their consistent lane that they throw, and his seems to be that low and away spot.
Mila and Jason are Swank's parents. As we told you, he loves him some Paul Skeens. He was the area big school player of the year last year, and he's his high school's team captain. As been up to 94. This man who stands 6'4", there's a hammer. That's a good 1-0 pitch.
He threw that one a bit firmer than his others. I'd love to see that. I wonder if he distincts those two shapes, separates those two. Maybe that one's more of a slider than the curveballs that he threw in those first couple batters.
Ryan Morrell sees the count run to 1-2.
There you go.
Ryan's the #1 outfielder in New York and a very important part of MLB's Breakthrough Series team. 18 years old.
They had a good run at WWBA. I think they made semis out there.
And one of the key leaders, I guess you'd call him the GM of the Breakthrough Series team. Del Matthews, important part of Major League Baseball's development in the commissioner's office. We just had a great interview with him on a podcast, Home on the Road podcast. Go find it. I'm promoting it on Perfect Game TV. He talks about Breakthrough Series, a team. I mean, it's kind of cool as that one takes inside. Morrell's one of his players to have that posh job in a New York office for Major League Baseball, but then go out with your travel team and coach. And Del gets to do them both. You know, the right-hand man of Tony Regan's, who's right under the commissioner. They do a good job, that team. Swing and a miss. He's kind of digging himself out of it very nicely. There was a little bit of adversity, but a nice response from Swank.
No, very good response by Swank. I like that the fastball showed a bit more life and carry when he got into trouble. Then he executed a couple of really good breaking balls there, especially against the left-handed hitter, which you love to see.
Mr. Skeens would have loved watching that, Mr. Swank. Well done by you. This is what he's talking about here. The late life on the fastball. You can see he starts it in that other batter's box. The arm side run makes it tantalizing and tough to deal with. The big fella, the Kentucky commit, flexing now.
While you sleep, it's time to raise up, show that even when we don't turn the other cheek. I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Performers, Jacob Lombard shocked us with the 6-1-1. Brady Harris throwing 100. The quarterback who's going to go play QB and baseball, Ponatoski. They call him the seven-finger gunslinger. He threw 101. That's a record across the infield. We talked about Cody B. and Mr. Brown, Mr. Goff, 1.84. Joey Cohen, Darren Sutton, and you, thanks for being with all of us on Perfect Game TV. You know what's fun about a guy like New Yorker Hinojosa and seeing him play for a bit at PG events, you know, back into his youth. We first saw him back in 2022 at a PG event that was up at Minnesota Legacy Park in New York. And he was 6 feet tall by then, so he grew early, 145 pounds. It's fun to watch these young men grow up. Great story here, Desmond Francis. He's a Notre Dame commit. He's out of Indianapolis, plays for that good Indiana Bulls travel team as an accomplished musician, a good drummer. Has performed a lot of concerts, jazz concerts. So here is a well-rounded athlete and human.
I'm really excited to see him in some live at-bats here, Darren. A lean frame, but definitely some impact in that stick.
And a good take. Not a bad idea, 2-0 breaking ball to give him another look, Hinojosa.
3-0 count. Let's see if he gets a fastball to hit here.
He did, right down Broadway, 90 miles an hour. The Vanderbilt commit to the Notre Dame commit. This is kind of like a smart guy flex here, this matchup. High pop-up, back of second base into right center field. Little miscommunication there. This will happen at a showcase on occasion. These guys don't play together, so it finds the turf out there in right field. Just couldn't pull that one together. The center fielder coming together with the right fielder. Morel's in center, Walker's in right.
You love to see that. Still out running out the box hard. Wasn't jogging to first. Still got to second base there. A lot of times these young players, they're upset after that. You know, get a bit on the hands, fly out. But no, he's running out the box hard, so ends up at second base.
So Drew Messi with a chance to turn this into an inning. And we'll watch how Hinojosa deals with working from the stretch, maybe a little bit of adversity, all things you scouts are looking at.
For sure. I'm looking here to see how well that cutter, that natural fastball cutter that he's throwing, plays against the left-handed hitter here.
Spins a breaking ball in there. He loved that curveball, as did I in the last inning.
Oh, he has really good feel for it. Was landing it in the strike zone and for chase off and down in the zone.
Messi from St. Louis. Westminster Christian Academy is a Louisville commit. Dan McDonald loves those Midwestern, Northeast cold weather athletes. Good looking pitch, just a little bit outside. Had good tilt to it. 2-1 the count. Fastball ready for it. Line drive, base hit right field. Messi with the pretty swing. Runners on first and third here in the fourth inning.
Really good swing there. Got a cutter up in the zone. Really clean, slight uphill path while still maintaining a short, quick nature to the path as well.
Now batting number 32, Jensen Veras.
Jensen Veras, we have seen his work already in center field. Now he gets a chance to hit. Runner takes off. Slow chopper right side. That'll play to run. Veras hurries down the line. It's turned into an out that time. Second baseman Isaiah Gallison makes the play. First out of the inning.
Now batting number 2, Johan Castro.
Keep it simple. Do the little things well, and that's what happened there with the second baseman. Johan Castro, the current catcher. Those good-looking Jordan spikes, takes up and away.
Really liked his BP round yesterday, Darren. Both sides of the plate, line drive barrels through the middle of the field. Hopefully we'll get to see some right-handed at-bats this week from him.
He'd love to play at Miami. He's hoping to open their eyes, one of his dream schools. Carlos is his dad. Brenda Santiago is his mom. And he loves watching Yachty and the time that he caught, all the work that Yachty did, this Puerto Rican athlete. And Hinojosa, speaking of athletes, turns into a man in the rundown and turns that and went into an out. You got to have balance to do that as a pitcher and to be able to slow the game down. The throw was maybe a little bit off the mark, but he had some help. It was scooped up very nicely by his third baseman, Dylan Cheek.
And just like good feel for the game, Darren. You know,
yes.
these base runners want to steal bases, right? Just being aware of them, knowing that they want to do that. Why not get a free out?
Johan, a switch hitting catcher. Big swing, lifts that one down the left field line, and we'll do it again. He gets another opportunity.
Let's see if he makes the adjustment here. He gets another fastball a bit late there. Let's get that barrel head out front.
Spun off a breaking ball, so it stayed high and away. Right away, a pinch runner trots out.
So these are the small things, Darren. Obviously, that fastball he missed, fouled it off to the left side. He knows he's getting a fastball now. Let's see if he makes that That swing adjustment, that mental adjustment, knowing the fastball's coming.
2,500 on the spin rate, 2,400. You can see how I handle things if you look at the graphic, folks. I pretty much round up, starting right at 2,400. As that one is rushed to the plate, runner advances, takes another bag.
See if David can make the pitching adjustment here. A couple fastballs, cutters, been left arm side. It's back in line here.
Jordan Ransom is the pinch runner. He got it back in line as he hits the outside corner. He can't throw a fastball straight to save his life, can he? What a gift.
And that's okay.
I know it's hard, but what a gift.
Yeah. No, you want fastballs to move differently, whether that's with plus ride, cutting action, sinking action. You just don't want the generic fastballs. You want things that move differently.
As that one is rolled off to the right side. Johan Castro out of Puerto Rico. His 3 older siblings, Michael, Gene, and Delanis. Wants to be, interestingly enough, an accountant someday. That's what he would like to be. He's the only one of the 300 that I found that aspires to be an accountant.
You couldn't find me wanting to be an accountant, Darren.
Well, here's the thing about that. You can immediately have a job if that's what you want to be, and that's a good thing.
True.
As that one is lined to left field. Diving attempt. It'll get on by and go all the way to the wall. Dion Cole did all he could. Johan hurrying on around. Into third he goes. Now, that's a good-looking single, but that's a great approach as he stands on third.
You got to give that a triple, Darren. It was diving play. You got to give that a triple. Come on, man.
I'll give it a triple.
No, really good adjustment there. I brought up how he felt that.
Good at bat.
Yeah. Taking some really tough pitches and made the adjustment there. Got the barrel a bit more out front. And lined it to left.
That is a really fun at bat. Carmel, California, stand for commit. Big Matthew Maxson, number 31, buckles on that curveball to Matthew Maxson. He's a pitcher by trade. He's going to earn himself an at bat.
Good pitch there.
0-2.
Sometimes, Aaron, you see these pitchers get a bit out of their mechanics, a bit out of their true lanes when they're facing lefties. Now he's back to facing a righty here. You see the execution of his pitches are a bit better. Boom.
Breaking ball. That's strike 3. Good approach. Johan Castro with an at bat. A triple. The catcher from Puerto Rico, and David Hinojosa, his time is done. Thoughts on David?
I think it's a really good arsenal against right-handed hitters. You see the buckles against the right-handed hitters with the curveball in the zone and the cutters off the plate to the glove side. Just really, really interesting stuff, unique stuff from David.
The Hinojosa hammer. That breaking ball, love it.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero. Yo, that's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super micros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Top 10 infield throws we were talking about. Talented man out of Cincinnati, Matty P. There's Trip Hanna, Archer Horn. Keon is a very famous prospect, has been there for a long time, and the quality of the human being is equal. What do you guys learn from velocity? I mean, strictly it's just velocity, okay? I know you're watching footwork, but what do you learn from velocity in that drill?
Well, you're just... Personally, I'm looking at how easy they're getting to that velo.
Okay.
How many steps are they taking to get to that 94, 95, where a lot of those guys on that list were just taking one shuffle to get to that mid-90s velo, right? That's the separator. And when these guys are at our regional showcases, we're identifying them for the national showcase. That's a big part of our eval, right? How fast are they getting out of their glove to the hand to release? And all these guys are doing that at a really exceptional level.
You hear what you're getting, by the way? I mean, we're not even charging you extra for words like eval. I mean, that's insider talk. And please don't change. Please don't change, because that's what we want. I told you before the broadcast, give us the stuff and the speech that you guys have with one another. That word right there, I love that word. You feel like a scout at home, don't you? This is Messina, Dylan Messina. He's from Cortez of Florida. Plays for that great Mark Guthrie-led Florida Burns scout team. He is a Penn commit, as that one is outside.
Mixing the change up there, it's good to see. No, they're only throwing 2 innings here, Darren, so you want them to show their complete arsenal. Good to mix it in no matter what, whether versus lefty or righty.
Swing and a miss on 2-0. Messina maintaining a straight A resume. Why Penn, he says? He says pretty easy choice. The coaching staff, second to none. Athletics, academics, for me, the right fit. Tanya and Joseph, this hitter's parents. Came right back, Swank. Boy, this has been kind of an arise. After he maybe tiptoed into this game, he's stomping now.
Yes, most definitely, Darren. Well executed fastball up in the zone with carry, getting above the barrel there.
Now batting number 20, Jackson Robinson.
Jax Robinson's turn. Takes a breaking ball, nips the inside corner. Boy, that's a pitcher's pitch there, right under the hands.
Most definitely. Like to see him executing against both right-handed and left-handed hitters with that pitch.
Up to change up on him. Breaking ball, change up, 1-1 the count. Jax, number 5 catcher in the state of Texas. Left-handed hitting catcher from Waxahachie High School in Waxahachie, Texas. At a 1.89 pop time, exit velocity of 95 miles an hour. Good curveball, 2-2.
Why not? Why not, Darren? Why not go back to that, huh?
Well, he split the plate with the first one, then just threw a hammer. I mean, literally started it inner half and it disappeared. It looks great, but it's back foot.
He threw 3 of them, and 3 of them had different locations. Threw one inner half, backdoored it, and then for the chase down. Love to see that. Ability to execute that breaking ball in different ways.
Rylan Baker announces his presence with a line drive, and he will take off running. Diving attempt out there in left field, unable to make the play. So Baker hurries on around. E.J. Booth finally gets it back in. Baker to the plate. Baker takes all 4. Inside the park home run, E.J. Booth with a diving attempt. And Rylan Baker, the home run maker.
Really good piece of hitting there. Believe it was an away fastball. Let me take another look. Yep. Just puts the barrel on it. Remember during BP yesterday, I was really enjoying his round. And I was with Kyler Peterson, one of our scouts, and he was like, this is Jared's boy. And whenever Jared likes a hitter, you know, it's a good a good thing. He's a hitting savant. So
Jared Goodwin?
Jared Goodwin.
Yes.
My bad.
That's okay. It's okay. For our viewing audience out there. We love that you're at our cocktail party, but we'll introduce you to everyone. Jaden Jackson is the hitter. By the way, Rylan Baker, the home run maker from Fernandina Beach at the Bulls School, plays for 5-star the Tigers, is a Virginia Commonwealth commit. He just got a tour around the bases, the 4.0 student, as that fastball is an 0-2 count as it zips over the outside corner. Just a quick introduction to who he was. Baker, by the way, a good running back, a good football running back. 3 straight fastballs to Jaden Jackson out of Redondo Beach, California.
This is one of my personal favorite hitters in the West region, Darren. Really, really good swing.
Another Bosco guy.
Another Bosco guy. Another guy who's going to add to that. Ooh.
Pulls the hands in, hits a high fly ball, right center field. That time, communication came together very nicely. Quick hands there for Jaden Jackson. We'll see him go out and play center field in the next inning. But in this inning, we got a chance to see Baker tour around the bases. What do you think about Sammy Swank?
Fastball location, really good against right-handed hitters, and the ability to execute that breaking ball in many different ways. Landing it in the strike zone, landing it down in the zone for chase. Really, really good breaking ball.
Do it, Sammy. The moments when you get a chance to hit and run and you're rewarded. This was fun to watch. Diving attempt out there, and then you get to show your speed. And a moment for Rylan Baker when he ate his breakfast this morning. I bet he didn't have that on his schedule. Onyx Parson, the catcher. We introduce a new pitcher. His name is Carson Reeder. Reeder doing a great job of introducing himself as to who he was as a pitcher. Go ahead.
Sinking fastball there. A ton of movement. A bit different than the fastballs we were been accustomed to the first two innings. A lot of carry fastballs, carry heaters. This one more sinky and runny.
You've got your hands full figuring him out as that breaking ball hits the outside corner to Onyx Parson. Let me tell you who he says he is as we maybe show you that one again. He says sinker, four-seam fastball, cutter, sweeper, curveball, changeup, and split zone. I have advanced feel for my entire repertoire. My ability to sequence pitches keeps hitters off balance and avoids barrels as that one dives down and in. That's who he is. He shared that with us.
That pitch just now is filthy. Getting under the hands there and follows it up with a curveball. Oh, this guy can really spin it too. I'm immediately intrigued.
All right. Carson Reeder, Texas commit.
Woo.
As he sails that one to the backstop. A little bit old-fashioned. He's got kind of the old-fashioned leg kick. Baseball comes out of the glove. McCoy Solis out of Bakersfield, California. McCoy, a pitcher who gets a chance to hit. Puts it on the ground in front of the second base bag. Charging play. And a nice play that time. Coming on across the infield and in time for the out. Dylan Messina's the shortstop this inning.
And good to see those shortstops get a play like that. Get to see him, move, have to throw on the run. Made an accurate throw there to first base.
Jackson Wood for the second time struck out in his first at bat. Jackson's going to go out and play some defense, play shortstop next inning. As he sends a fastball back up over our head, 0-1 the count.
Real simple delivery here. Just works from the stretch. Big leg lift and just works real quick down the mound.
It's unique. It opens up a little bit.
Yep.
Kind of how the bounce. It's almost schoolyard like, where you see the hand come out of the glove. He opens up when he delivers. Doesn't stride directly to home plate. But when you have, to me, a pitcher that takes that time to, he even gave big descriptions of all his pitches. I didn't have time to share that one as he deals with Select Festival alum Jackson Wood.
No, he really rips that torso through. Did he go?
He did not go on that breaking ball.
Breaking ball showing plus spin here. It's been sitting in that 27 to 2800 range. Really big movement profiles, big shape. when it's big shaped like that, that's just, that type of profile that gets those whiffs.
This pitcher from Tomball, Texas, Coach Doug Rush at Tomball High School. This Texas commit. Russell and Courtney, his parents. As that one is high and inside. Lost him there, and a chance to run again.
Like to see Jackson would know how that fastball's been moving. A lot of run, a lot of sink. Let's see if he can match plane with it here.
Another foul ball. Just a fastball. 89 miles an hour right down the middle. Learning about pitching, this man on the mound, he credits watching Greg Maddox videos. I don't watch a lot of games live. I'd rather be out playing than watching games. Ohtani's interesting, he said, but for me, it's watching Greg Maddox videos. Remember, Maddox used to pop his hand out of his glove like that as well, as that one dives down and away. A little late diving arm side run fastball. Kind of a throwback.
A little bit of a throwback there. A lot of pitches. That one was actually more of a four seam than his other sinky two seams. Mixing in a sweeper, mixing in a slurvy breaking ball. When you have that big of an arsenal, allows you to have different options of how to get hitters out.
This is what he's talking about here.
There's the sweeper right there for the caught looking. Little buckle by Parson. Then the four seam actually getting under the barrel because it has a little bit of that natural sinking action.
Stepping to the plate, PJ Morlando.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Perfect Game National Showcase. Joey and Darren, glad to have you back with us. So here's an interesting story. Brand new to PG Eyes is his talented left-hander. Anand Raming is his name. And this man who, in his high school world in North Carolina, hit pretty well this year. Hit .353 and did good things, but then also is there as a left-handed pitcher. Had a 1.68 ERA. In the high school season, 16 2/3 innings, 32 strikeouts. This is his first ever perfect game event.
Love to see it. Love to see it. We never stop evaluating, never stop listening to what coaches are telling us, Darren. No, obviously we have our PG showcases and tournaments, but the high school scene, we're always about that too. Getting out there and trying to see games as well.
Well, somebody must have seen this young man at Grace Christian School at some point do something special, because this is a coveted invite as he fires that one high. Donovan is his dad. Sudia is his mom, talking about the man on the mound. Donovan and Sudia, parents, left-hander from Grace Christian. As that one is high again. 2-0 the count. By the way, the man he's dealing with, Dylan Messina, middle infielder.
Got a great frame here, Darren. 6'3", 180 we have listed here. From the left side, you'd love to see that. Missing up with the fastball right here. Let's see if he can cue himself, maybe get a bit more extension. Set his eyes in a different location. Get back in line.
Ouch. Way inside, trying to find that touch and feel. So, when we tell you it's the first event like this, and even though he's done good things in high school, let's all be human about this and have a little bit of empathy and understanding. I can't imagine what my heartbeat would be doing. Although, very accomplished, he's here for a reason. I'm just telling you, and most of you probably feel this way at home, this would create a ton of good angst, but angst for sure.
No, most definitely. We have about, I'd say, 50 to 75 guys behind home plate, another 10 or so on each side of first base and third base dugout watching open side hitters. A bunch of eyes are on these guys today.
Anand Raming is his name, from Autryville, North Carolina. Messina hit by a pitch. It's the same as a walk. You put a runner out there, and Jackson Melkonian will run. And just trying to find that release point. Everything's been kind of letters or above. A two-way player with impact on his high school team this year. Quick visit, quick conversation, maybe calm some nerves. I believe that's Aiden Roman catching this inning. No, Roman's on the Maroon team. It wouldn't be Aiden Roman catching. I believe it's Bradley McCafferty. There we go. He was playing first last inning. Probably something as simple as, I'm catching it. It's got great life. Let's just change our sights. I'm going to guess it was something very encouraging. Yep, you're here for a reason. Let's work this stuff down. It's good stuff.
Looks like that. Try to change the visual here. Set a glove down. There you go.
I love that visit. I know it's something simple, but he didn't come out there timidly. He came out there with a little presence. They're not teammates. They don't know one another before today, I don't think. That's what a catcher does. That was fun to see. That was a little moment there. I know that might not change your ranking or anything like that, but that's baseball.
That's what you want out of your catcher, right? Obviously, the shortstop's the captain of the infield, but the catcher is the guy guiding the pitcher through each batter, or not through just pitch calling, but visually where to set up, how to attack hitter.
Yeah, Bradley McCafferty with that visit. A couple of pinch runners out there. In a showcase setting, if you have a pitcher or a situation like this, if you don't find your touch and feel, there's a max with regard to batters to keep the game moving along. But we don't want to go to that. Let's hope that he finds that good touch and feel. Still working with Messina, seeing all fastballs. Anand Raming from Autryville, North Carolina. Chance to run, chance to throw. You betcha, McCafferty. He's just kind of becoming the star of this inning. Great visit to the mound, presence, taking over the infield, then firing. Not bad, it says. Not bad. I like that one.
No, you love to see that, Darren. I mean, obviously a couple walks here to start the inning. Catcher can kind of lull himself into lull himself to sleep. But no, actively looking to get outs there, and was very awake on that caught stealing.
Gets a swing and a miss. As he chases down a couple of strikes. Mr. Messina, I know you're going to be hard on yourself, but I'm giving you already 2 walks. Even if you have 1 strikeout, you've got 2 walks in my scorebook. The pen commit from IMG. Fires that one down. That time he stole it. Dylan goes down on strikes.
Now batting number 22.
Last 2 fastballs in the zone with carry, getting above barrels. So when he's locating it, it's got that life, Darren.
JC from Jersey, Arizona State commit, JC Pacheco. Willie Bloomquist earning his commitment from Wayne, New Jersey. Number 12 overall player currently in the state of New Jersey. He's at DePaul Catholic. 17 plus a couple of months years old. Nice loose grip on that bat as he takes it high. Go ahead.
First look at the slider there. Little standard shape, mid-70s slider. Working against the lefty.
Good point. Now I think about it, we maybe should have seen that one earlier. Just changes, right? If there's a breaking ball that you throw, it just changes the release point, changes, getting out up over the leg and the knee. And that may turn out to be a little golden ticket there Great shape you can see in that tight shot there. Physical pitcher. Yeah, it does. The breaking ball kind of seemed to be the key that unlocked the release point.
Yep. When you throw that slider down, you got to stay through it, extend through it a bit more. Maybe that bled into the fastball and realigned him up mechanically.
Landon Church, who has spent the first couple of innings in this game running like crazy, pinch running, showing his athleticism. Now he gets to hit.
If I'm a hitter here, Darren, I got to set my eyes up. Even though he's been missing up, but all the strikes have also been up in the zone as well.
Church swings at that one just off the plate. A little dip and dive. Down and away. Landon, number 3 middle infielder in the state of North Carolina, 18 years old. West Forsyth High School in Clemens, North Carolina. It's pretty good wheels. We were talking about all the pinch running. He ran a 6.3 660 upon his arrival here yesterday. And by the way, through 94 from the outfield. Church had a really good 17U WWBA, had 8 hits, 7 walks, 593 on base. Inside corner. It's a circuitous route, but he struck everyone out. I mean, it was quite a journey. It was fun to watch this talented athlete who's here for a reason get comfortable pitching on a major league mound.
Yeah, fastball played in the zone, Darren. I think 3 or 4 whiffs when it was located in the strike zone. And then you obviously have that slider against the lefty there that was effective as well. So albeit the strike throwing wasn't great, still flashed some really good stuff.
Reeder back to the mound. E.J. Booth Jr. his foe. Booth, who singled and stole a bag back in the first inning. Eric. There's a good sink and dive to that pretty changeup. Gets a swing and a miss.
Oh, showed the breaking stuff last inning. Now he's mixing the changeup here. This is some real pitchability, Darren, from Reeder.
1-2 the count. Swung on and missed. Another changeup that kind of fluttered up and out of the zone. Strike 3.
No, he threw two of them against EJ there that had more depth. That one having a bit more fading action, getting away from the barrel there. Dan, we're talking about 2 different fastballs. Got a 4-seam, a 2-seam that he's shown last inning. Was landing a sweeper and a curveball last inning as well, and now is mixing a changeup. So true 5 pitches.
Trey Ebel struck out looking back in the first inning. He's played second. He'll play short in the next couple of innings as well. The Corona High School rising senior. Good breaking ball.
Really, really good sweeper. Getting 15 inches of sweep there. And it's more 90, 91, 92 right now, but you look at the frame, Darren, like you can see mid-90s there with all those secondaries that are flashing plus.
On the ground, out to third. Vacuumed up, throw is off the mark, but a nice job coming off the bag to make the play. You see Pacheco out there. Patrick Diaz, the first baseman. Diaz, nice footwork.
Very good footwork there. I'm becoming a very big Carson Reeder fan, Darren.
I can feel it happening before my eyes.
It's only two. You only get 2 innings here, Darren, and he's flashing his complete mix.
He's a 3.6 student reader, 1050 SAT. And everything's got a little bit of life. Alika Ahu, one of the top players in Hawaii, struck out looking in his first at bat. Talented Stanford commit. Swing and a miss.
These hitters are not comfortable. Carson's working fast. He wants to go. And none of these hitters know what's going on. Alika's like, please give me some time.
Breaking ball, that's strike 3. As if he's playing in his backyard playing wiffle ball. It had that feel, that comfort. He waited just a minute to let Ahu get comfortable and then basically said, when you're ready, I'm ready, and struck him out. It's almost like he was born to do this. There's a comfort there.
No, there was an insane comfort. I mean, this might have been my favorite outing of the 3 days we've been out here so far. Different breaking ball shapes, a legit changeup, 2 different fastballs, all for strikes. Big, big outing from Reeder.
Look at Carson Reeder.
At first, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Well, that was fun. He reminded, you and I were talking about it, PG All-American Dylan Wood, who is a commit to go to Arizona. There's just a comfort, a little bit of a playfulness to the delivery. And I'm not being disrespectful, but it's like how when we used to play with one another in the backyard.
Yeah, low pulse, fun, poise, and confidence. All those things mixed into one, I'd say.
What a bright future. What an interesting athlete. I mean, intriguing, fun to watch. Like, turn the TV
First,
on, Tim
was just a
Lincecum
team.
unique, that kind of fun
Now
to
I
watch.
can't imagine my life without them.
Full agreement, Darren.
That coach changed our son, on the field
There's something about that
and
kind of
off.
development. So Patrick Diaz, who made a really nice play at first, number 8 on that jersey, wide open stance. He's from the Bronx. He's uncommitted. I love the uncommitteds. I would say all are committed, but I love what this showcase means for an uncommitted athlete.
And it brings out the college coaches, Darren, which brings in a whole different aspect to this event.
Yeah, it used to be. That's funny to your point. It used to be coaches would come to check on their guys.
Yeah.
You know, to see the guys coming to recruit.
Yes. I talked to a couple coaches here the last couple of days, and they're like, hey, Joey, we need to see all these guys, because who knows who will be in the portal the next year.
Funny you think about it, too. If you're a mid-major or a junior college program, why wouldn't you at least watch us? I mean, you may not come. Your budget might not allow you to travel here, but at least watch. Everybody needs a catcher. You know, you find an uncommitted catcher, watch him. You know, find him. See maybe if he fits in your junior college or even your mid-major program.
For sure. Most definitely. Let's see if Diaz can get a good fastball here in the strike zone.
Number 2, third baseman in the state of New York, swings and misses through that one.
So these are the small things, Darren. It's fastball count, obviously, walked first. I saw only fastballs coming, and he still gets the whiff there. He wasn't late. It just got above the barrel, which shows you how that fastball is playing.
When you guys ran him into the cage and put him through the exit velocity, he turned it up to 99. So there's some power in this bat.
Some raw juice. That's why I was like, let's get a fastball in the zone. Let's see how far he can hit it, sort of thing.
Had 5 hits, had a walk 6 times on base at the 17U WWBA for TTS team. As that one's high and inside. A couple of extra base hits at that event as well. This athlete took on the World Showcase in January, a very traditional, old school perfect game event. It's a unique showcase with a rich history. He did well. He earned, you guys had him at a 9.5, made the top prospect list, top prospect team. Patrick Diaz. That showcase this year in Sanford, Florida. It's a January showcase is what makes it unique. It's got a list of a ton of guys that have gone on to the big leagues. Zach Greinke took on that showcase as a shortstop and a catcher years ago. Correa went to that showcase. 3-1. Nipsey inside corner. And no one who lives in this great state of New York complains ever about going to Florida in January.
No.
3-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball high in the zone, about 86 miles an hour.
But it's playing up. Every fastball in the zone that's been up or just above up has gone to whiff, I believe. It's legit carry.
Ahmed Nasser, uncommitted athlete, HR 14, his travel team. Joey and Darren, glad to have you hanging out with us. This showcase has been fun. 2026 is getting a chance in front of a ton of scouts. And the Chase Field air conditioning is really working well this year. It was fighting it last year. It's really working well. It's wildly comfortable this year inside. And it's not comfortable outside. Easy triple digits. You're a resident right around these parts.
Yeah, right around here. I'm only a mile up north from here, from Chase Field.
Nasser takes high and inside.
Talking a legit body with Nasser. Also a 6'6" runner, also 96 from the outfield. Some loud tools here.
It feels like a riser with that in mind. You know, right now you guys have him ranked a little bit outside that number 300 spot. The tools will probably push him up the ranks. Throwing high 90s from the outfield, as you said. Runner takes off. Baseball pops loose. That was a pretty throw. Had it right on top of the bag there. Caleb Traylor just couldn't put a handle on it.
Is that our guy McCaffrey still back there?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still Bradley. Bradley's still catching.
That's 3 really, really good throws to third base. These last 2 innings from him, showing off some catch throw ability.
Swing and a miss over the top of that one. Nasser with those tools is sent back to the dugout. 86 miles an hour that time.
Now batting number 9, Isaiah Gallison.
Isaiah Gallison from Kathleen, Georgia. Want to know the count? Anand Raming on the mound. Gallison, the son of Kenneth and Mitzi. He's an Alex Bregman fan. That's who he loves to watch work. The Georgia Tech commit takes outside. So I asked Gallison this year, 2025, where have you grown the most? It was simply, said my bat. I've always been a hit-first guy, batting .471, .461 in travel ball after that .471 in high school. Then I started to put more time in with my glove. My game started to grow even more. As he flips that one foul, you can see his helmet there. He's managing to take on the role of content creator for us as well.
Now here's one of my winners, I'd say, of the workout yesterday. Ran well, really good round defensively at shortstop. I'd say it was one of the better BP rounds as well. A lot of barrels. Definitely, like, a lot of them to the left center gap, just pounding that alley.
Drew Burris, Georgia Tech star, same hometown, and so choosing Georgia Tech, Burris had a hand in it, certainly. Coach Ramsey at Georgia Tech, the entire Georgia Tech staff really made an impact on this man as he swings and he misses. Again, there were bumps in the road along the way, but when it was all said and done, Anand Raming struck everyone out.
Yeah, a lot of whiffs with the fastball. That's what, you know, I think the coaches have to tell him in the dugout, hey, look, like, when your fastball was in the strike zone, it collected plenty of whiffs. I want to say 8 or 9 whiffs in his 2 innings. Just tons of carry and life through, even in that mid-upper 80s range which he was sitting.
We'll watch him develop. Could be a very interesting future.
If players want to maximize their potential,
they are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Okay, new arm. Joey and Darren. Quinn O'Rourke is the new arm. He's from Charlotte. Pitches at Charlotte Catholic. Eddie Hull is his coach there. Plays for the Charlotte Baseball Academy. And as of the time he shared his bio with us, he's uncommitted. So these 2 innings will mean a lot for his decisions and decisions of others. I love this. I love this chance to see him go to work. And he's ranked 143rd in the land, which means he's highly thought of.
Yes.
Maybe being deliberate and being uncommitted. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it's not a bad thing to be uncommitted right now with the nature of how college baseball is going.
Graham Charbonneau from Kingwood,
Players
Texas,
want to maximize their
foe.
potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Just me
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan
Big
to help them
broad
get to where
shoulders
they
and a
want to be.
good-looking breaking ball, but he was ready for it. Left it out over the plate. Hit on the line. He'll look for an aggressive double play. Nicely out there in the outfield. Big slide. Wraps around that bag. And Graham Charbonneau's got a double.
Good job recognizing breaking ball there, I believe. This gets extended, catches out front. Big intent to the swing. Showing off a bit of impact too. Like 94, 95 easy on that one.
That one's low and outside. He seems to have left some equipment behind on the field out there, Charbonneau. Am I seeing that correctly?
I think you do see that correctly.
He's picking it up now. He's got like gloves. He's still losing gloves. He's got his coffee from this morning out there on the field. He's in your shot down there at the bottom. Rolled toward the hole. He's going to have to leave that equipment on the field. They're going to send him on around. The fire to the plate. Oh, what a throw. from left field. That was a thing of beauty coming up throwing. I believe that was Landon Church, and it was. Great throw by Landon.
Landon, a bit of everything in the small way, stealing bases and showing off defensive skill here, especially the arm talent. Like you said earlier, he was 94 from the outfield yesterday. I would imagine that was around 94 as well. Seed to home.
Caleb Traylor, by the way, base hit in the hole. Good for him. Don't want to lose track of that.
Yeah,
he took
sure.
second base on the throw. Caleb's out there, the New Yorker at second base. Dylan Bowen. Fly to center field first time up. Good loud contact in flying out. He's played short. He'll play third in the next couple of innings. And a breaking ball from O'Rourke spins in there. O'Rourke, Melody, and Tom, his parents. Fastball he shared with us, 91, 93, all top 94 curveball. Lanky build, athletic arm. That's his self-description. Let it travel deep into the stand, so it's rolled to the right side. O'Rourke covers the bag, takes the flip. Runner moves to third, and Traylor.
Now batting number 9, James Clark.
Cody Bochelle, by the way, at first, making that play. Second out of the inning. You're talking about the Clark brothers. Which one was the MVP of the Trinity?
This one right here, James.
How about that?
Where I think I'm not too educated on the Trinity League MVP lineage, but I'm assuming you're going to see a lot of, former, maybe All-Americans. I want to say Roman Martin was a Trinity League MVP. Obviously, he was an All-American 2021. So that's one. I got one for you.
I'm sure there are many that have finished like second and third in that voting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that league is just filled with, MLB alumni or current big leaguers.
Roman Martin won the award in 2022.
2022.
Trent Caraway won the award.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, AI. Thank you, ChatGPT.
Caraway was a PG All-American, right? Yeah.
Yes. James Clark, MVP. Trinity League.
Let's see if you can do something here. Catch a barrel for me, James.
Swing and a miss. Wow, what a hammer that was. Straight down. Like he dropped it down a chimney that time.
Yeah, he works from that high release, high slot, and it's got a ton of power and depth to it. I think that would have got a whiff against just about anyone there.
Best pitch of the inning.
I'd say so.
To our score. If you're into the score, respectfully, we're here to watch the athletes play at Perfect Games National Showcase. Joey and Darren, glad to have you with us. So we have a Wisconsinite in our presence, Tyson Grolkowski. If ever there was a wonderful Wisconsin name, he's from Muskego, Wisconsin, plays for the GRB Sticks his travel team. Muskego High School is where he attends, and he is a South Florida commit. A lot of men there, 6'5", big, broad shoulders, 225. Wes and Kelly, his parents, first team all-conference, and a good student, a 3.9, 3 times a scholar athlete, and now we'll see the stuff on the mound.
Leading off for the Maroon team, number 1, Ethan DeJesus.
Ethan DeJesus will get an opportunity to lead off this inning. From Riverview, Florida, he is a pitcher, right-handed pitcher, but he'll earn an at-bat. This was scripted into the game.
Really good mover for his size. Right here with Tyson. Gets down the mound really well.
Fills up that mound as the lower arm angle zips it over the outside corner. 0-2.
You're right there, a little bit of some low release, low launch. Which is a different look considering his frame. You think he'd, big frame over the top, but no, slings it from the side.
Well, makes it move, as you can see. You can see the life on that baseball as he gets a swing and a miss. It looked like a changeup, like he backed off velo-wise there, and it just floated downward.
Yeah, I got down to 2 inches of induced vertical. Fastball was around 13 to 14. So he's getting that good difference. You want around 10 inches difference between your fastball and your changeup.
1 away, now Dylan Cheek. Cheek struck out back in the first inning. Big right-hander splits the plate at 91 miles an hour. Asking Grokowski about who he is, he says, I'm 6'5", 4-pitch mix, 2 different fastballs, topping 92, 4-seamer and a sinker. Sinker's in the high 80s. There's a
4-seam right there.
Yeah, there's that straight giddy up fastball. He said, my slider's upper 70s, spin about 2,800 when it's right, and I always have a feel for a changeup in the low 80s. Those are his words. Right down the middle, just a nice little hovercraft slider, strike 3.
That's a sweeper there, Darren, at 17 inches of horizontal break. The fastball before that one was really, really good. Gets to that low launch, but still is able to get 17 inches of carry on that as well. Interested to see how much sinking action he gets on his 2-seam sinker. Hopefully he throws it here against Dion. $19 inches of sweep there.
So help me understand, as that one to Dion Cole, kind of a famous prospect in the perfect game world. We have you here. You have the brains to answer this. The difference between a sweeper and a slider is?
So it depends on the characteristics of the pitch. So your standard slider, just from a induced vertical break, horizontal break standpoint, exists between around 5 to 8 inches of horizontal break with sits around 0 inches of vertical break. When you're just thinking about sweepers, that's when you're pushing out to more horizontal action on it, probably in that range of 12 plus. So the one that Tyson threw there a couple pitches ago was up to 20 inches of horizontal break. So when it pushes out towards that number, that's when we label it a sweeper.
Okay. Science has brought us that, really. I mean, if you think about it.
So before we had pitch characteristics, pitch metrics, like there was no way to distinguish between the two. I think you'd say like a slider with sweepy shape. But now that we have the metrics here, we can define the pitches. Why not label them?
There it is right there. That's a pitcher talking about 2,800 spin rate.
So usually the sweepers too, because they have big shape, big horizontal sweep, they're usually high spin pitches as well, where your normal slider sits around that average RPM range.
And you thought you weren't going to learn something today, folks. That's why Joey's here, Dr. Joey. Boy, look at the run on that pitch. A fastball. It literally looked like it went from batter's box to batter's box.
Very, very, very strong first inning there from Tyson, showing some really good sweepers, mixing in 2 different fastballs, even flashing the changeup. I'm very intrigued.
Come on, Wisconsin. Do it, kid. This is what he's intrigued by there. There's the run on the fastball. There's that big sweep on the bender. It'll freeze him.
Back with it around the inside corner.
The cheeser.
Show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. Heard you looking for a hero. Well, look up. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up. If you don't take
Some of the key names, Castro with that triple in the 4th, the catcher, the Puerto Rican native, pretty. Anand Raming was intriguing, never really seen before pitcher who struck out 6. It was a little bit of a wild journey. Ryland Baker had an inside the park homer. Logan George's good stuff as well. Everyone, I mean, the pitchers have really been the story. When you have a 2-2 game with some miscues out there, I mean, it's really been about the pitchers in this one. Nolan Ramley from Palos Park, Illinois. O'Rourke, who ended last inning with just a hammer breaking ball.
Oh, he's showing off here. Got a ton of power and ton of depth to it.
Swing and a miss. And when you throw a breaking ball for a strike, that fastball is even more effective, that last one.
Yeah. I mean, when you're throwing it in the mid-70s and then you throw in a 90-mile-per-hour fastball after that, that 50-mile-per-hour difference, it's tough to adjust.
There's that hammer. What do you do as far as blocking it up? Just spikes into the plate. He'll reach. But the pitch is what we'll be talking about and why they swung and missed.
Yeah, it's at 82 from a high release straight down at 2,900 RPM. So you're talking about plus spin, above average velo for that pitch as well from the release angle. So a lot of different traits there that make that pitch really good.
Bradley McCafferty, the catcher, and a Virginia commit. We enjoyed watching his leadership, his catch and throw, just the presence that he showed a couple of innings ago. Kind of trying to guide Raming in the early stages of his outing, whether it be go out with some strong, encouraging words, maybe putting down a couple of fingers for a breaking ball to get that release point. Did a nice job. He gets some credit for pulling him in.
Most definitely, Darren. Oof. Molly definitely a base stealing threat over there. 6'5" runner. I imagine he's probably going next couple pitches.
0-2 the count. This little high spin rate fastball over 2,500 at 89 miles an hour. You can see it there. Went right back out there. Virtually the same pitch. A little bit more giddy up.
Yeah, executing the fastball a bit better this inning. Left a couple fastballs down in that last inning, which caused a couple barrels. But here he knows his fastball plays best when up and then working that hammer breaking ball down off of it.
See if he goes back out there one more time with that fastball. Yep. It's outside and a stolen bag. And he moves on an errant throw that time. Nolan, who reached on a drop third strike, still moving.
Why not? Show off the speed, Nolan. Remind these scouts you're a 6'5" runner.
Jax Robinson behind the plate. He's doing the grinding right now.
Throw that hammer breaking ball right here, Quinn.
He did. He kind of started at that same spot where he's been throwing the fastball. Didn't get a bite. This is a spinny man as far as the numbers. Even that one, 2,800.
Yeah, big raw spin numbers. Tells one picture of the story. It's really about how you are able to use that spin to maximize your shapes.
Nice job spoiling that pitch. He has really been effective. Be curious if he, I mean, obviously the breaking ball is part of it. Be curious if he have that same feel for coming in with that fastball.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it would win every time. He has really lived out there. They're going to go back out there again. Yeah, stays out. It's effective. Kept hitting his spots. High sky. Cody in foul territory. Just by the first base box makes the play. Des Francis is hitting now.
You're right, Darren, though. You like to see these guys mix in their location a little bit. Let's see if he stays outside to the glove side with the fastball, or if he is comfortable mixing it in.
Desmond takes a breaking ball outside. 1-0 the count to Francis. Park Tudor High School. Courtney Whitehead is high school coach. Ryan Bunnell, his travel coach with the Indiana Bulls. Rodney and Leah, his parents. Francis talking about. Francis saying this year, part of his game that's grown the most, the ability to adapt to different situations and scenarios during the game. I don't lock up. Heavy wind, maybe a bouncing around strike zone. I don't let it get bigger than my skills. 2-1. Hits it hard on a hop out to short. That'll play to run. The great jazz drummer got that one down off the end of the bat just a little bit. And it's turned into an out there. Isaiah Gallison, by the way, is the shortstop.
Now batting number 18, Drew Messi.
And he turned it into an out. Drew Messi singled in his other at bat today. Ooh, there's a pitch in.
Messi had one of the better swings of the day so far. A line drive, like you said. Let's see if he can get that barrel out front again.
He did get the barrel out front. He's got a couple of hits. 87 miles an hour, turned right around. It found the hole. It wasn't firmly struck, but a hit's a hit.
One of those things when you see these hitters feel comfortable against the velo. That first at bat, he seemed very comfortable. And, I felt like he was going to do that again, and he did.
Now batting number 32, Jensen Ferris.
I mean, hard contact is always the dream. I mean, every hitter will tell you hard contact, but above the dream and even higher ranking are hits.
Yeah.
You
can only control how hard you hit it. Sometimes, you just can't control where it goes, per se.
He was comfortable with the velo. Actually ended up far enough out front to get it almost off the end of the bat.
Yep.
That's why it was not, hit firm. 2,900 spin rate on that first pitch.
Well, most of your hits can come out front, Darren. The party is out front.
Late reaction to that breaking ball in. Jensen Vera, 6'6", an outfielder and a Florida State commit from Plantation, Florida.
You're talking unique outlier combo of size athlete. Ran a 6'4'7" at his size is absurd.
Good fastball on 0-2. And again, we saw O'Rourke, a guy who's still deciding where he wants to go to school, kind of ease into the outing, but really show some of the skills you like.
No, I mean, I think the story of his outing was his hammer breaking ball, but the fastball showed really good traits as well. To the glove side, as well with some carry up in the zone too.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when they throwin' the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with the friends new.
There's a lot of reasons that we love hanging out. Here's what's next, by the way. Navy against Orange, which just means, I mean, that should mean nothing to you unless your son is on that team. It just means we're going to see more great players. That's all that it means. And then we have our skills workouts. Reminder, all times are Eastern. Our great voice, Danny Wexelman, a big handle on different time zones, including Europe, Asia. She really is strong in that area. And then, of course, batting practice tonight. What that means, by the way, down at the bottom, that's a whole new wave of great athletes, another 100 or so. Meantime, the Grolk is back out there. He's going to work. We kind of like him. Got to be honest. Tyson from Muskego. Big fella, big presence, but different arm angles, different fastballs. He's dealing with Cody Bochelle. Cody content creating. Look at that helmet. Got a camera out there.
Physical matchup here. Physical arm, physical bat. Let's see who wins, huh?
Good call by you. I like that. This is a couple of dudes here. I'll put it this way, and this is going to be the old dad way to put it. These are a couple of dudes battling here that you don't want to have to pay to feed them, right? I don't want their bill every month to pay to feed these two dudes.
No, I'm sure the post-game meal is something.
Yeah, Grukowski he's another one that looks comfortable like Reeder. It's just meant to pitch. Boy, hands through the zone quickly. And Bochelle is on the move. The big physical presence has got to be thinking 3. He touches 2. On his way to 3rd, like Corbin Carroll does it in this ballpark. It's a triple for Cody Bochelle, 94 off the bat.
Looks like the Grolk left the changeup up in the zone. Saw it up and put a really, really good swing on it. Working short with some lift, some length out front. Able to pound into the right center gap there.
So Cody all the way around. The big fella lumbering. Aiden Roman, the catcher, takes a pitch that's high. He's caught a couple of innings already in this game, and he'll catch the final inning in the 10th inning. Aiden Roman firmly flied out to center field in his first at bat. New Yorker. He drives that one same alley, but it's run down out there. That's a nice play. First step, a good one. It's a sac fly and an RBI. But a really nice first step and a good play out there in right field.
Another good swing by Roman there. I'd say I count his first one as a semi-barrel, but that one was a firm barrel. Line drive to right.
Malconey.
Staying short to it, trusting his quick hands to get the barrel there.
Matthew Maxson making that play. Jackson Malconey, the quarterback, the infielder. Yeah, Aiden's had a good sound off the bat. Did you peek at the number, how hard he hit
I
it?
think it was low 90s, I want to
Okay.
say.
Yeah, that had that good sound. And look at determination on the side shot there as that one's flipped foul.
I want to see Tyson throw that sweeper again. Started off here in this at bat. Want to see one run off the outside, maybe get a chase whiff. See if he can execute it outside the zone. He's been landing it, but I want to see if he can execute it outside the zone here. Oh, went with the fastball.
He did too, and it has that same, it's almost like there's a magnet on the kneecap of the hitter that pulls it that direction.
Yeah, his four seam's got a bit of running ride to it, like you see there. But it maintains plane. From his slot, he doesn't need to get those big vertical break numbers because it's already operating from a lower release height.
And it's interesting too, getting on top of that pitch from maybe a lower arm angle is not easy to do. You've got to be athletic. You've got to give yourself time to get on top of the baseball, and he does a nice job with that.
No, it's really, really, really hard. I've been really impressed with Tyson's ability to land his breaking ball here. Him and Reeder have shown really, really, really advanced feel to land that spin.
Jalen Walker, the hitter. Uncommitted outfielder, inside of 120 in the rankings. Select Festival alum from a couple of years back, as we shared earlier. And he goes outside. Good command on the fastball. So the Grolk was impressive. Tyson Grolkowski out of Wisconsin. And again, there's that big frame. It's a unique arm angle, but it works.
It strikes, it's stuff, it's unique release traits. There's a lot to like here. Fastball sinker down. Effective there. Blowing at by hitters there. And looking into the glove side there. High level arm.
I raise a glass of spotted cow to you, Mr. Grolkowski. What an outing.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Coming up next, a couple of more great rosters flexing their stuff. We'll have it for you. Three the score if you're keeping score. Here's what we're keeping track of. Great arms. Sean Luggy is next. Westfield, New Jersey. Marty Kenny's his coach at Christian Brothers Academy. Plays for Pat Girone's PRD team, and he is a University of Virginia commit. Edward and Kelly, his parents. Connor and Caroline, his siblings. He says, my velocity's made a nice jump now. I can maybe touch mid-90s, allowing my off-speed stuff to play. That's what's happened to me in 2025. Those are his words. We'll watch him pitch.
Leading off for the green team, number 2, Johan Castro.
Whenever you say low mid-90s and 6'6" lefty, I'm already all in, Darren.
Johan Castro, switch hitting catcher, who last time up hit a triple. Great at bat, hit a line drive the other way to left field. Big chance now. This is fun for him to be able to hit from both sides. Right down off the end of the bat, it's trickled foul. Off speed pitch is fouled off.
Nice little short slider there. Getting the hitter a bit off balance, a bit too out front.
Logie says, I'm a tall, lanky lefty. Repeatable mechanics. I love to steal strikes with my mid-80 slider. Try to put him away with the four-seamer. His words. He's got a few more I'll share in a moment. Nice fastball at 93. He wraps up by saying, I've shown changeup a bit, but I lack the confidence and consistency to throw it. I like to throw glove side to get in on righties and away from lefties.
Very honest there, saying that about his changeup.
I love it, man. Self-reflection. Nice sliding play out there in right field. First step is everything, and it was a very good first step. And a nice play made that time. Sliding play. That's Ryan Morrell in right field.
Now batting number 31, Matthew Maxson.
Big Matty Maxson now. Out of Carmel, California. Alpha Prime, his travel team. The Dave Esker Stanford commit.
Back foot breaker there. Oof.
Joey likes it. Joey likes it, folks.
Against right-handed hitters, that's the way he's going to have to execute it. If he wants those chase whiffs. Down and to the back foot. Try to execute again there.
Yeah, started a little bit further up in the zone. Ended up right about the belt inside that time to the right-handed hitter. It's natural in a showcase for a catcher to call for a pitch. He spikes that breaking ball that time. Yeah, he talked about wanting to pitch in. He likes to pitch into righties, but if you're catching in a situation like this, that's not going to be your first inclination. You know what I mean? To come in glove side.
For
so
sure.
It'll be interesting to see if they do get on that page.
100%. I'm liking this arm a lot, Darren. It's real easy and loose with some whip to release.
Side to side, big break, 2-2.
See if he wants to go back to it here. I would go back to it. Why not? Got 2 whiffs already this at bat. Why not a third?
2-2. Bottom falls out of that fastball. That one had a cut look to it. That was 93 with movement.
Yeah, he stays through it really well, which at times can lead into some cutting action.
Now batting number 19, Onyx Parson.
Yeah, gets below the barrel there. 3 whiffs that at bat for him. We like swing and miss stuffs, Darren.
It's to get me over breaking ball for strike 1. That's what he's talking about. He did exactly what he just said right there. He lived out his scouting report. I'll go back and remind you, and remember that strike 1. Big swing and a miss. That one started
like
and
you said,
ran way in.
He likes to work in.
Yes, I like it. So that, by the way, folks, I got to remind you, that was a fastball. That was 90 miles an hour. That was not a breaking ball.
Yeah. Sometimes some guys lean into a little bit of cut accidentally.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just a part of their motor preference for the baseball.
0-2. Right down the middle. Parson hits a high fly ball to center field. Well, there's a lot to like watching this left-hander Logie work. What a bright future.
Projectable lefties who can spin it with confidence, work in and out with the fastball in the low 90s. Oof. I'm in.
This is some of what you're talking about there. That's just a boring fastball, right? But then that's another fastball with that movement. It swings and pitches that are almost hitting batters. When that occurs, that means you're good.
Wow. it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super my pros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Chance to see. We are told Michael Vigil was supposed to work. Let's see if it's Michael Vigil, though. Maybe Julian Cazares who comes out. The Stanford commit. And I think it is Julian. We're supposed to see Vigil. Maybe we'll see him in just a bit. But Julian ready to go. And he will start from the beginning here. Yes? Julian Cazares. So we have time. We have time. Okay, so let's go back a little bit and talk about some things we've seen since we have time. Let's go back recent memory and talk about what we just saw with Loggy. Now, we'll see him a couple of times. It's just that comfort with him, and it's not, you don't want to talk about guys that are outside the box because they're not, but that seems to be a bit of a theme. Movement, fastball movement. Loggy's one of those guys. Has that big moving fastball, as you said, sometimes will cut it, but good command of a breaking ball as well.
Yes, when you have a slider like that that's firm and hard, and he's able to execute it in the regions where it's going to play, down in the zone, back-footing it to righties, that's what we like to see. And obviously the fastball playing both to the arm side, right? Got a couple of whiffs and some taken strikes there, and then he likes to work it in, and we got to see a couple of those as well.
So can I ask you about Carson Reeder next? Okay. What makes him interesting is he's ranked 427th coming in. And there's a backyard baseball comfort. And understand this, folks. There's no disrespect meant. I actually mean that as a compliment. In a world in which you can look a little bit like you're constantly at a baseball lesson on a mound indoors, working on your numbers, he didn't at all look like that. He looked very comfortable, as if he was born to play baseball. So let's talk about the Texas commit and what you saw in Carson Reeder. Well, and he rises in the rankings, by the way, right?
I would, yes, most definitely. And I'd say, to your point, sometimes you're watching a pitcher and you can see them think through their mechanics.
Yeah, there you go.
When Reeder's throwing, you're like, there's not a thought in his mind except for, I'm just going to execute this pitch, whatever pitch that is, which he has 5 or 6 of them, and they're all nasty. So that's the element of it that I see, the relaxedness, the poise, the looseness. He's extremely comfortable out there.
The Wisconsinite Grolkowski, 6'5", big presence. You're thinking, all right, he's going to be throwing high over the top, and it's going to be,
power fastball,
imposing. Instead, and this reminds me, going back even to, and I'm very old, but back to my days pitching in college and professionally, and my father as a Hall of Famer, I had access to good pitching coaches, and when I would learn from like a Marcel Lechman, who was a longtime pitching coach, they would start by saying, play catch with me, not asking anything, not putting you on a mound, and just play catch. And when they'd watch you play catch, or you play catch with them, they would determine your arm angle right then and there. You're comfortable this way, up high, middle. And again, you could change it. What it looks like when we watch Big Grolkowski pitch is he walked out there, played catch with somebody, and said, that's your arm angle.
Yes, I 100% agree. I think the best pitching coaches do what you just said, where they lean into the comfortability of what they do naturally. From a release standpoint, from a lower half standpoint, and he does just that. And even leading into the pitch shapes, he spins it really well. He leans into that. He spins his sweeper, high spin, first strikes. Why not do that at a high rate as well, which he did during his outing, while mixing in obviously a four-seam fastball and a sinking fastball and actually a quality changeup too.
Yeah, it was fun. And by the way, to bring you up to speed, why Cazares is taking a little bit while longer, he came in for another pitcher who was supposed to be pitching and was unable to pitch or was not here. I'm not quite sure the reason. It's irrelevant. he started cold, so he was not warming up in the bullpen. That's why it took a little while longer. He was on the bench enjoying, his launch hydrate. He was getting to know his buddies. They said, hey, you're in now. So we give him all the time he needs. We give him all the time he needs. This is a huge opportunity for him, so now he's ready to go.
Well, Darren, we're going to see a lively fastball. Could be upwards of 96, 97.
Really?
We had him up to 97 at UBC West a couple weeks ago in Irvine. Hopefully we see the same here. It's a really, really, really quick arm.
Stanford commit Julian Casares. Oh, my goodness, if you were ever right. 96 miles an hour. Whoa, baby.
Yeah, it's an electric arm, Darren. And he's an athlete, too. When you combine that athlete on the mound with the arm speed, good things happen.
Another fastball, 96 miles an hour. We're cooking with gas now, folks. This is fun.
This is fun right here, Darren. See if he rips off a breaking ball here.
He did. He's dealing with Trip Hanna, 5-star national, his travel team. Oklahoma State commit Trip Hanna. Hanna walked back in the third inning. Played shortstop and second base in this game. Fastball outside, 95 miles an hour. Los Banos High School in Los Banos, California. Plays for Alpha Prime, his travel team. Swing and a miss at a slider on the outside corner, strike 3.
Super short, tilting action to it. And when you have that short action, you got to throw it firm, and that's what he does. He's going to throw it in the mid-upper 80s. It's going to get a lot of right-handed hitting whiffs.
Now batting number 17, Ryan Morrell.
Ryan Morrell, who has played a solid center field and right field. Made a nice play last half inning in right field. Ryan has to hop out of the way of a changeup at 85 miles an hour.
Really good shape there. 0-18. See if he can execute it.
Julian, 96 miles an hour. Miguel, his dad, and Esther, his mom, talking about this pitcher. Those are his parents. Little extension to the zone. He'll take it. 2-1 the count.
You got to like the tempo of how he's going through his delivery and the extension, like you said, at release.
Rushed that one upstairs. 3 balls and 1 strike the count. Morrell. Cincinnati commit. Top 200 player. He liked what he saw there. Fouls it back at 94 miles an hour. And the other good thing, and he's a Stanford commit, so this won't surprise you, for Casares is at Los Banos High School. He's a 4.33 GPA. Fastball, strike 3, 96 miles an hour.
Yeah, it looks like he's mixing 2 different shapes of fastballs there. That one had up to 16 inches of induced vertical, was throwing a couple sinker, maybe 2 seams at around 10. But when he's locating that thing up, it's going to be really hard to hit at 95, 96.
Charles Messina, the catcher. Takes a slider that's inside. 1-0 the count.
Oof.
Good slider that time. 1-1.
Second whiff is sitting off that slider. Really, really well executed off the plate.
Swing and a miss at a slider. 1-2 the count.
Might be mixing 2 different shapes of slider. That one had a bit more horizontal, up to 9 there.
Brother Dylan's a Penn commit. Charles is a Northwestern commit. As that one's a high fly ball. Messina sends him backtracking, and a nice play made out there.
That was quick.
Yeah, very quick. Ramilly hauls the baseball in. Casares started the inning sitting on the bench, enjoying a launch hydrate. Warmed up quickly and just threw gas.
Yeah, pumping 95, 96, Darren, with the lethal slider and a quality changeup too. Ingredients I like.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swing it. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
Well, the story of the arms in this game, and some unique arms, not coming out of cookie-cutter deliveries, not having cookie-cutter movement, but the effect for a guy like Logie, and we see what he was able to do in his last inning, getting that get-me-over, steal a strike, breaking ball over, coming in when he needs to right-handed hitters, and the Virginia commit out of Westfield, New Jersey, we get to see him for a second inning. And we may see Cazares for a second inning. We'll see what they decide. There's been a lot of fun pitchers in this game.
Unique stuff, Darren. Different in their own ways, different release angles, different movement profiles to the fastball, maybe mixing sinkers, two seams, different slider shapes, a lot of different things to like.
Ask this left-hander, hey, I'm going to give you the next 12 months of your life. What do you hope to accomplish before you graduate? He said one simple sentence: have no regrets in my training and know that I gave it my all my final year. That's about as good as you can get. There's not much more to say. He said in his personal life he'd like to grow more in his faith. Those are the two things he wants to do this year. McCoy Solis from Bakersfield, California. From Bakersfield to Ole Miss. There's that steal a strike breaking ball. Darned if he wasn't honest about himself, right?
There's a lot to like about a pitcher who knows his arsenal and knows how he wants to execute his pitches.
So Lee's a pitcher by trade. Gets a chance to hit. Number 7 right-handed pitcher, as you guys rank him in the state of California, Solis. 17 years old at Bakersfield Christian. Just a handful of PG events in his time. Breaking ball, ground ball. That'll test the infield, and it's a hit. And just kind of snuck on through.
Yeah, left that one up a bit. No, he wants to get that over the plate in the zone early. It's way more effective when he's burying that thing, so still got a weak ground ball. Can't be too disappointed about that.
Church, the shortstop, Pacheco, the third baseman. Really no play to be made there, though.
Yep.
Breaking ball on a line, gets right over the diving outstretched glove and into right field for a base hit.
I think the scouting report's getting down to the dugout that he likes to start off hitters with that slider, Darren.
Dylan Cheek gave it a good effort. I thought for a moment that outstretched glove might get it, and I think the glove and the arm just missed the baseball. That was a good effort. Jordan Ransom with that rocket shot, by the way.
Oh, that's a local boy. Quinn Creek High School won themselves a title last year.
Remember longtime 18-year Major Leaguer Cody Ransom?
Yep.
I believe that's his son.
I think so.
I believe that's his son. We're going to confirm that, of course.
I know there's some bloodlines there. I'm not sure if it's that Ransom.
Let's watch this young man dig out of a hole. Oh, boy, that's a sweepy, big, nice breaking ball. How fun for Jordan Ransom, you know, just to fight his way in, to earn the invite. That is Cody's son.
Yep.
To earn the invite, you know, one of those bubble guys that gets a chance. You get your at bat, you're facing a lefty.
For sure. And
you get a hit, a rocket.
A rocket, exactly. Off his pitch. He wants to execute that slider. He wants to throw it a bunch, and you beat his best pitch. So very, very good hitting there by him. I want to see here if Logie can bury that slider like he did last inning to the back foot.
Jackson Wood, couple of runners out there in front of him. There's exactly what you wanted to see. That is literally exactly what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it's what he wants to do. He wants to get it over the plate early, and then when he's in those 2 strike counts, get it to that back foot.
Number 24, Eric Booth Jr.
E.J. Booth, Eric Booth Jr. now. Fastball over the outside corner, just a tick below 90 miles an hour for strike 1. Eric has an older sister, 25 years old. Little topper off the end of the bat. How many outs will they get? How about 1? And that's all they will get. Nice athletic play, turned and put it right on top of the bag for Church at second base. Runners on first and third as Booth reaches on a fielder's choice. Hey, we'll get to see Trey Ebel hit one more time. That's a treat.
Yeah, this is a good little battle here between high-level hit tool, high-level stuff. Wants to throw us a change up there. I appreciate it, Sean.
Comes back with the breaking ball, stays up and away. 2-0 the count to Trey Ebel.
Let's see if Ebel gets a fastball here. A little hitter's count, be on time, find a barrel. Him and his brother just one of the more simple, easy swings. Try to go to the slider there, 2-0.
He talked about the simplicity of the game. Look, he's able to learn because of his father's job as a major league coach. But he said even Dad just keeps hammering to us, just keep it simple. Do the little things really well, to your point.
Oh, that's not fair. 3-0 slider?
3-0 slider for a strike.
Trey had to walk out the box for a second. Like, why?
Runners on first and third late in this game. Got to put a bow on the morning game. As that one is high, they'll put a runner out there. So Ebel's dad had a long career before the Dodgers as the Angels coach, and was on the Angels coaching staff, Dino Ebel. And during that time, Mike Trout got to know a younger Trey Ebel. Ebel was sharing with us yesterday. And by the way, you have to pull this out of him. He's not walking around name dropping. You have to pull it out of him. But they're text buddies. He has the open opportunity, if there's a struggle, to ask Mike and send him some video and have Mike take a look at it. And he said, I usually hear back very quickly. And 2 things I think of. Number 1, that you have to pull it out of him. He's not walking around, offering that up.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, that a guy like that is glad to give of his time to a friend of the family and then respond back. Pass the game along. Buddy of his son. I'm glad to teach the game. I'm going to guess he loves doing that. What made me think of that was you talking about that 3-0 slider. Dear Mike, why did he throw me a 3-0 slider?
In a showcase game.
Trout's response would have been, that happened to me a lot, actually.
Or it's like, Trey, you're, well-known good player.
That's why, as he drives that one toward left field.
Good swing.
88 off the bat, squared that one up, lifted it into left field. We're gonna do one more half, because why wouldn't we? Brunch and baseball at Chase Field. We might get to see that gifted arm once more. Hang around and let's find out. This gifted arm was fun. Did you like him, by the way?
I liked him a lot. I mean, like executing the slider, low and into righties. The fastball has really good life. So much to like here with Sean.
they'll fill the last half inning with one more arm to give a few more at bats. And Trip Hanna, the talented Oklahoma State shortstop, who I'm guessing has seen some time in high school up on the mound, will get a chance to throw against his teammates, so they can get their at bats. So Hanna gets a shot. Get out there and throw some strikes. This isn't going to be like putting in a position player in the big leagues and having him lob it over. He's going to give it his best go, and the first best go was 90 miles an hour. This is Jax Robinson, the hitter. Another one back-to-back 90.
Hmm.
92.
A little bit of sinking action to that. 17 inches of run.
Nothing will frustrate a pitcher more than to be sitting in the dugout looking out for a sometimes part-time pitcher coming out and just kind of looking into the dugout saying, see how easy it is? Good pitch. That one dives down and away.
Yeah, executing it well. To the arm side, low and away to this lefty right here.
Somebody talked him into a secondary pitch.
Yeah.
Drills later on tonight. One more game earlier today. It's been a good way to start the day. This event runs all the way through Friday. Tomorrow is the challenging day. If you're a scout, that's the best way I know to put it. Otherwise, it's an amazing day if you're a baseball fan. That one down off the end of the bat, lifted into right center field, hangs up for a long time, ends up being kicked away after a diving attempt. All the way around to score. And Wood slides in at third base. Earned that opportunity after drawing a walk. And then when seeing all fastballs, picked up a couple of bases on a hit.
Nothing makes me more happy when you say there's no fastballs coming and they're getting that barrel out front, showing off the impact a little bit.
Rylan Baker's feeling hitterish as he goes after the first one. Fouls it into the catcher's mitt. Baker an inside the park home run. Last time up. And a scalded baseball the other way. As he takes a shot over there again, fouling it off.
Just missed on a couple of fastballs here. Let's see if Tripp goes with an off-speed pitch, maybe the changeup away. Fastball away.
Yeah, he did. Challenged the home run maker that time. Hey, so what's your favorite downtown Phoenix restaurant? You're a Phoenix res.
That's tough.
Or what's your just...
I'll give you my spot. I go to Taco Cello.
Okay.
My spot's right on Roosevelt. I don't know which the cross street is, but that's my spot. It's my taco joint. Might go hit up that joint after today. We'll see.
Taco Cello.
Yeah.
Is that a walk from your spot?
It's basically a walk, yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You're an urban... It's hard to be an urban liver here. You have to, there's only a handful of spots where you can, live in it downtown. It's more of a sprawl city, so the fact that you live in our smaller downtown's pretty darn cool.
Yeah. You don't catch me walking that much during this time of the year, though.
No, I understand. I understand as Jaden Jackson takes outside. 3-0 the count.
I'm going to call a barrel here, Darren. I'm calling a barrel.
Okay.
Mr. Jackson.
On 3-0, here it comes.
Not on this pitch. This at bat.
Okay.
Big believer in this guy. I saw this kid as a 14-year-old before he got into high school and was a big fan, so.
He was looking for that barrel.
Here we go, Jaden.
See that spot behind home plate? That's Greg Saber, senior scouting leader. He's got the lineup for the next game in his hands.
Good pitch there.
Two-seamer that disappeared away.
I jinxed Jaden. That's my fault.
It's okay. I think they're going to tell them all, you done well. You done well, gentlemen. Nice job. Get ready to play the next time you play. These two teams will play again tomorrow, part of the 4 games in one day, and we'll have them all for you. And pitchers to stories, certainly. There were some great barrel moments, but it was fun to watch these pitchers, fun to watch these athletes, and fun to sit with you and talk baseball.
Darren, it was a fun time. First time on the mic for me. You led me through it. You guided me.
This won't be your last. You're going to be sorry. You're already on the payroll. We're going to make you earn some money, create some content. By the way, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back. Hang with us. But again, seeing some great pitchers. Teams like O'Rourke and Logie, Grolkowski, Swank, some special pitchers like Cazares as well. We enjoyed them all, and who can forget about Mr. Reeder, who's going to Texas? We'll be back in a little bit.
With the first pick, he's the #1 pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be #1. You're going to have your #1 pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be #1.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big 4 right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's 2 sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the 3 left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette are probably your main kind of candidates for this #1 spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock #1 pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the #1 overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan is a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented, focused hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level. We'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the 2 picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're #1 and you're #1 for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. You don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield, and there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number 2. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shenawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top 2 in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now, with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular, and when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number 1 as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he led up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged 600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo's a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willits, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willits, excuse me. Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft, but there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willits.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He hit an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 88, 87, 88. Gets a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Pete Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a little bit, but we're not talking about that right now. He's a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who's another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the perfect game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number 1 or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them's still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely. The 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB amateur draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder the year before has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number 1 overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider, that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline, like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop, what a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year and doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year throughout his time at the 17U, National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego's show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, UT-Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, he can run, he plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about Moore. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with Moore. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick. Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win Gold Gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win Gold Gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get in their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostingers guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game All-American. He was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much for it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers. And is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew is coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Game 2025 Mock Draft.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna pick with Vinny next. Was that good? Did you like that, Vinny?
That was great, Darren.
Terrible? That was awful. That was awful. Pick for the Cubs. I had to do it, though. I don't know. By the way, the Cubs last year, they've traded their draft pick away. Cam Smith is an Astro. They've got Kyle Tucker singing Go Cubs Go. Who do you pick on behalf of Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville, and the Cubs fans, Vinny?
Cubs are going to go with College World Series hero Gage Wood. Fresh off a complete game, no-hitter, 19 strikeout performance. He is a guy similar to a Cubs recent first-round pick and recent big leaguer, Cade Horton, in that they really continued to skyrocket as the postseason went on. Wood is a guy who, similar to Liam Doyle, pitches off his fastball a lot of the time and for good reason. It's 96-98 with a ton of ride and carry, induced vertical break, gets a lot of swings and misses. Curveball and slider are pretty good. Changeup is still kind of a work in progress. With the strikes, he fills the zone up and he gets a lot of swing and miss on that fastball.
He threw one complete game in college. It was the one you're talking about, his last start. He only threw 37 innings this year, and he struck out 69. You guys had him 54 on the draft board in late May. Talk about making money in a single day. That's incredible. By the way, my favorite Cubs pick, if I may, Kyle Schwarber, the Schwarbs out of Indiana. He's gone past 300 home runs now. So, Diamondbacks, the studios, right down the street from where Chase Field holds the national showcase. The Arizona Diamondbacks last year, it was Slade Caldwell. They went with Caldwell, high school out of Arkansas, a PG All-American. So that was last year. Years ago, they picked Max Scherzer with a first-round pick. How about that? Did you remember that? Vinny, take over from now. Pick for the D-backs.
Diamondbacks are going to stay with that Arkansas theme we've got going on here, both with last year's pick and pick before just now, and go with Wahiwa Aloy, shortstop out of Arkansas. Really dynamic athlete, took a large step forward this year, both in cutting his chase rate, improving his in-zone rate. You're talking about a shortstop with big power. Hit, I believe, 19 home runs this year. Really good defender at shortstop, too. Has the arm to make all the plays. The question is going to be the hit tool. Like I said, he kind of improved his rate numbers, but there still are some concerns there about the swing and miss. We were talking about a guy who can hit 25 home runs and play the shortstop position, which those guys don't exactly grow on trees.
Hawaiian to Sacramento State, where he was the WAC Freshman of the Year. Then to Arkansas. He kept getting better every year. You're right on those home run totals. 35 all told in his 2 years at Arkansas. Aloy's a fun pick, a really fun pick. Now, the Baltimore Orioles last year out of North Carolina picked Vance Honeycutt. Here's why Honeycutt is fun. For all you youngers out there that may not be playing your freshman or sophomore year of high school, look to Vance Honeycutt. Now, I won't go too long on this, but he played the field his first 2 years of high school, and they DH'd for him. And Vance Honeycutt last year was a first-round pick. That was fun to see. Now, the Orioles go back to work. Please represent them. They kind of surprisingly need some help this year. Who do you pick for Baltimore?
Baltimore's going to go with Brendan Summerhill, outfielder out of Arizona. College performer type category here for a profile. Really hit well on the Cape last year, hit well this year at Arizona. In terms of position, might be left, right, center, kind of not really sure where we're going to play yet, but what we're sure is that the bat's going to play. Can hit to all fields. Some sneaky power to the pull side, might eventually be able to grow into some more. But you're talking about a very polished college bat here with Summerhill.
That's a fun one. As one of the voices of Arizona on ESPN Plus and before with the Pac-12 Network, I watched him grow up, and you're right. The power. I'm glad he jumped into the show. His OPS has gone from 833 to 950 to 1015 over a 3-year span. One of my favorite Oriole picks through the years. How about in 2010? Out of South Florida, Manny Machado. Now a Hall of Famer. That's a pretty good pick, having a Hall of Fame career, to be fair. So now, the Milwaukee Brewers. We were in Braylon Payne's home last year shooting a documentary when the Brewers shocked us and picked him a lot earlier than we thought. So the Brewers go back to work. They're kind of becoming like the Rays. Anytime they pick anyone, the rest of baseball looks, because they seem to be smarter than everyone.
Yeah, and what they're going to do here is pick Gavin Killen out of Tennessee. Killen was probably the most impressive college hitter through the first 8 weeks of the season. Ended up going down with a little bit of a hamstring injury. Came back and DH'd some for Tennessee down the stretch. ended up playing shortstop for Tennessee down the stretch too. The infield configuration there in Knoxville got a little wonky as the season went on, but you're talking about one of the best college bats in the class, and a college bat that has always made contact, has always crushed balls in zone, and now this year has finally developed into more power, hitting balls harder, hitting more home runs to the pull side. Even if this is not a shortstop, which is still kind of to be determined, you're talking about a bat that's going to hit and hit the power, and so you're talking about a very offensive-minded second baseman.
He had that same kind of OPS growth that I was just talking about with Summerhill. This is a fun one. 659, then 952, and then this year 11-12, and I buried the lead just a little bit. I didn't know where Vinny was going to go. That's a Cheeser comes home. He's from Wisconsin. He played for that hitters group where a lot of talented players have come through and played there. So a Wisconsinite comes back home. I like that one. He's a perfect game All-American, killing. First round picks, years gone by, maybe you've heard of a couple of them. Yount, Molitor, Sheffield, those are all Brewers first round picks. The third one I mentioned should be a Hall of Famer someday, let's hope. The Houston Astros last year went with Janik, the catcher, out of Sam Houston State. Walker Janik is his name, and they've had some fun ones through the year like Bregman and Tucker. They were picked in the same first round back in 2015. So who did the Houston Astros go with this year?
The Astros are going to go with Xavier Nyans, high schooler out of Washington. Darren, kind of the common thread you mentioned along those recent Astros first picks, offensive profiles, very offensive profiles, and that's what Xavier has. He walks a lot. He hits for a significant amount of power. Is there some swing and miss? Yes. Is he a shortstop? Maybe not. But what the Astros like is profiles that they can optimize, and Xavier Nyans' peak percentile offensive profile here is a very, very exciting one.
I know it's a good pick when Vinny starts asking himself his own questions. I know Vinny's dialing in when that happens. That's what's going on there. He's an Oregon State commit. According to Vinny, he's not going to make it there. Sorry, all you Beavers fans. You had an incredible year. He did win a state title at Mount Vernon High School, and he played varsity basketball in the winter. So this is a really, really good athlete. We like Xavier Nyans. There's a lot to like about that one. That's a fun pick. The Atlanta Braves picked my neighbor, literally, right down the street, Cam Caminetti. I'm here in Scottsdale. He lives a couple of streets down. He's making his way, he's still 18, making his way to A-ball. So Caminetti was last year. Who did they go with this year? It's kind of out of character to go high school-y pitcher. They're going to develop Caminetti. What did they do this year, though?
The Braves this year are going to go with Tyler Bremner, right-handed pitcher out of UC Santa Barbara. Kind of a top 10 pick, top 5 maybe even coming into the year. Struggled to open the year out of the gate. By the time the halfway point hit it down the stretch, he was right back to being the Bremner of old that everybody had seen before. You're talking about a big, durable, workhorse-like frame. A fastball that averages 95 will touch 97, 98 at times with very good bat missing shape and qualities to it. It's a very, very good changeup. A potential double-plus changeup is his primary weapon in getting guys out. There's also the breaking ball that is pretty solid, but you're talking about a guy who's going to pitch in the big leagues and probably eat a lot of innings should he hit his ceiling.
Look at the Gauchos stepping into the room. By the way, that's a pitching factory with Andrew Checketts. That's a fun pick. It's one of the few programs I've ever heard of. If I get this right, Luke Story, I believe is his name. They actually have a pitcher's strength coach focusing only on the pitchers. That is a pitching factory. By the way, my favorite Braves pick overall, first round, how about Chipper? 1-1 back in 1990. How about a Hall of Famer? How about one of the greatest switch hitters of all time? Kansas City seems to get it right a lot. We watched them pick Bobby Witt a couple of years ago. We watched them pick Zach Greinke, and he's a Hall of Famer, what he did a generation back. Last year they picked Jack Caglione. He's already in the big leagues. They picked him out of Florida. So the Kansas City Royals, before we go to break, are on the clock. Go.
Royals are going to go with Daniel Pierce here, high school shortstop out of Georgia. A guy that has definitely made waves over the last 6 months. Was very good kind of on the circuit last year. Kind of that prototypical body, that athletic profile you look for. Can throw and run, probably a very good shortstop at the next level. Is going to hit for some power too. A guy that can provide power out of the shortstop position is rare, as we have talked about. But definitely a guy who, at this point, is probably the consensus top guy in the state of Georgia. There's a couple other candidates, but Pierce is probably the most likely to go there.
Wow. I know you gave me Pierce Sutter, all the names I'm going to be looking at, and then you're picking them. But when you gave me that name, that's another one I didn't have my bingo card. Last summer, from 210 to 107 to 69 in the rankings last summer. Well, you guys have him inside the top 20 now. Team Elite, his travel team, parents are educators, Houston, Georgia, which is northeast of Atlanta. You got to drive for a little bit and get out of town. Mill Creek High School, that's a fun one. That's a real fun one. That's a surprise. And now we're getting into the point in this show, near the end of that first round, and a couple that don't have picks that we'll pick for them, where we may have more surprises. This is a lot of fun so far. Daniel Pierce, we just made your dreams come true on the mock draft. Vinny, good stuff. More in a moment.
Stuff of dreams if you're talented, and if you've worked hard to get to this, a rising senior in high school. It's Perfect Games National Showcase here at Chase Field. We're at day number 3. A couple of teams with colors, we'll just say that, but what matters are the athletes wearing those colors. That man is going to be the starting quarterback for Kentucky next fall when he heads that way. He is a talented athlete through 101 across the infield. Inside that dugout, a bunch of talented athletes as well. David Ronsley, Darren Sutton, and you, thanks for being with us. This is our plans for the rest of the day, Eastern time, as you're looking at it. We'll get to the skills and drills and batting practice a little bit later on with a new wave of about 100 athletes at Perfect Games National Showcase. These are some of the players on the roster of Team Navy. Colt Springall's out of Vegas, makes his home in Tennessee. And again, on down, Joseph Contreras. You know that name, Contreras, the major league name, Contreras. And, of course, he's a talented pitcher as well. Sean Sullivan, a big arm out of Ohio. We'll see him not in this one today, but we will see him very soon. We will see him today, yes?
Starting pitcher.
All right. Very, very good. And we will see him. Yes, I apologize. Easton Autry. He's a fun name. Excited to get to know him. And on down, these are the names. And I did. I had Sullivan kind of overlooked because I was thinking about this man, Dylan Blomker, who is out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, DB, the nickname. And he's at La Cueva High School. Wow Factor is his travel team. He's an LSU commit. This is a big arm, yes?
Big arm, and he's always been on the radar. He's ranked 110th, and those rankings haven't been redone in the last 2 weeks, or it would be different. He has been absolutely lights out the last 2 weeks at UBC and at 17U. WWBA 17U, 10 innings, 21 strikeouts, has been sitting 94-96 on the fastball. So we're going to see if he replicates that here today. It would not surprise me if he does.
He is the son of Paige and Mike, sisters Jacqueline and Monica, older sisters. He is the younger. He's the baby boy, if you will. Right on top of that plate is Colt Springall as he wags that bat, Select Festival alumni. And he is an athlete who is a Tennessee commit, lives in Tennessee, goes to school in Tennessee. We'll see. He has played also and lived out in Vegas. We'll see where he plays this year, Colt Springall. Exciting to look at his future.
It is interesting to note how close to the plate he stands. And that it's not like that's uncommon, especially among very confident, talented hitters, because they want to be right up there, see the ball better, do that perhaps.
Oh, my goodness, what a beautiful play at short. Are you kidding me? We just got to see that. Jackson DeBose let the ball travel to his backhand and played it like it was barely coming to him. Well, that was pretty.
That was routine. It was casual almost. It was very difficult, however.
Wow. And by the way, there was a lot good in that play. There was heavy velo on the pitch. And that was a great approach by Springall, too.
Oh, it's perfect to pitch when you've got somebody throwing 95 and gets it in there a bit. And perfect barrel. I didn't get the exit velocity, but I'm sure it was well into the 90s.
Canadian Robert O'Meady out of Mississauga in Canada.
I don't know whether you watched batting practice yesterday, Darren.
I did.
But this young man put on a show. And he maybe hit 4 balls out, and some of them were way back in right center field. He really put on a show. He's a strong young man, a Canadian.
Nice breaking ball just under the arms there, O'Meady. St. Martin High School travel team, the Fieldhouse Pirates, Coach Jimmy Richardson. He is a Kentucky commit. Electric fastball at 94.
Yeah, Blomker throws nice and easy. He reminds me of Jeremiah Hirschkorn, who threw in that first group where there's big power, but it's not a lot of effort. And when he gets the effort like that, he loses it up and arm side. He's done that twice now. But when he stays under control, the velocity is going to be there, no doubt.
3-2 the count. We'll get our bug up and running up in the top left here in just a bit. We'll pass along some of the velo numbers until we do.
I like seeing those spin numbers.
Time is called for just a moment. Robert Omida, Kentucky commit. Breaking ball wraps around the outside, just missed that outside corner. Wags that bat behind his helmet.
Yeah, when Omidi closes, starts open with his front side. When he closes, you can see his upper body leaning over the plate a bit, which says first he's looking to pull the ball, head around it, get it to the pull side. And he does the exact opposite. Lines that one to left. Nice running catch there.
Yeah, we're seeing good, confident, let the ball travel approaches. Omidi, Springall before him. That was hard hit. Pennant with a nice play came racing in. Winston Pennant, the left fielder. Tegan Scott now. Scott will catch in the 5th, 6th, and 10th innings of this game. Oregon State commit out of Salem.
Heard a lot of good things this spring about Tegan Scott. He's obviously one of the top players in Oregon, a big performer during the spring.
Plays for that Philly scout team for Coach Nelly, as that slider just missed outside. South Salem High School coach Max Price. Scott, the son of Josh and Marie. Spins him out of there. Fastball at 93 miles an hour. A couple of years back, Scott, part of that 14U Perfect Game Select Festival, was on the 15U USA national team. Funny, David, whenever you talk with these athletes, when they start to get that good fortune to open up to be on a select festival or a USA roster, they always come back to the best part for them was seeing where I stood with everybody else in the country. Like, where am I? How good am I?
Well, just by being on those teams, it gives you a really good clue where you are.
And then they always gauge a little more, right? Like, you know, what does another good shortstop look like? Maybe he's from 5 states over. What does real velo look like that I'm dealing with?
And then, of course, when they get to be this age and they're playing in the same tournaments with the same travel teams and all, they get to see it almost weekly during the summer.
Yeah, good point by you. Pops that one up a long run to the right side. That one's foul off the bat of Tegan Scott. Scott, an all-state competitor. 4 times he's been all-league already, being able to play up in 8th grade. He's kind of on top of that plate as well, like Springall was earlier. Close to the chalk. Sold out on that swing, didn't he?
That wasn't your normal 3-2 swing, but you're not going to get too many at-bats here in Chase Field. You better make the best of them. Now, he did a good job to fight that off. That's one of those that you can end up looking real bad on if you don't get the barrel to it. There we go. Some velos and spin rates up in the upper left-hand corner.
3-2 the count. Just getting going here. A couple of outs. Second game of the day. David and I, glad you're hanging out with us. Breaking ball. Pretty good take. And we'll put a runner out there at first. A pinch runner. A courtesy runner, if you will. Judah Otto will run. All fastballs now for the catcher, Tegan Scott. Right Down the middle, that's strike 3. The man out of New Mexico with the big arm and big stuff, getting to see him introduce himself to the world in this event at the National Showcase.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Getting to meet some of these talented athletes. You've seen Dylan Blomker work as we look on down. These are players from all over the country. Aiden Ruiz is you heard good things about Aiden Ruiz and saw good things, right, on his infield drill?
I don't compare many people to Francisco Lindor, but those hands are awfully close to what Lindor was at the same age.
Kevin Roberts Jr. on that orange roster, but he came in early. He came in early and already has worked out here, but he's on that orange roster. It's a big arm. There's a lot of heat in this big arm. I'm excited. Like I was telling David, I've had him on multiple times on our MLB Network radio show, Sean Sullivan, Sully, from Barbertown, Ohio, Walsh Jesuit High School, Midland Redskins, his travel team. And big red locks underneath that hat there, and he throws hard, doesn't he, David?
He throws hard. He's such a good athlete. I mean, he hits well over 400. He's been athletic since he was young. At the 13U Festival, he threw 84 miles an hour. And so the velocity came early. It comes naturally with all that athleticism. You know, kind of excited to see him here today.
Looks up to Jacob deGrom, committed to Alabama quite a while back as an 8th grader. Select Fest 14U alumni. Gives of his time volunteering at the Akron Canton Food Bank. Marcus Cantu digs in, left side of the plate. A Texas commit. Wow Factor National, his travel team.
Marcus had a nice BP yesterday. Showed a really, really short, quick swing. A lot of barrels. He's going to have to get that barrel out because he's seeing 95, 96 on the first 2 pitches.
From Friendswood, Texas, goes to Lutheran South Academy, Marcus Cantu. Pretty fastball over the inner half. Again, 96, 2-1 the count. Cantu, the son of Marco and Letitia Cantu. He is a big Javi Baez fan, especially Cubs Javi Baez Cantu, as he softly lines that one out to third base. Into the glove it goes for an out. Elliot Lascelles is at third base.
It's interesting. I thought we were going to see the first breaking ball from Sullivan after he shook off the catcher, but he was like, no, I'm just going to keep throwing the heat.
You were speaking of Aiden Ruiz. Here he is, the Vanderbilt commit from Queens, New York. Wow Factor, his travel team.
And Ruiz, a switch hitter. I thought he was much stronger yesterday in BP from the right side. But I talked to one of our scouts, Johnny McAdams, yesterday afterwards and was talking about Ruiz. And he said, yeah, I acknowledge right hand's, much is better, but left hand's pretty good. He's shown his power left-handed. So it's a true switch hitter for the people who've seen him the most. But what I really want to see him do is have to make some plays on defense. I hope the ball finds him in his innings in the middle infield.
He's the #1 player in the state of New York. #1 shortstop, #1 player. He's a top 20 shortstop in the class of 2026. So the Midwest meets the Northeast in this battle. Breaking ball dots the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Ruiz had a good run for wow factor to 17U WWBA. As that one's inside. He had 7 hits. He had 3 walks. He homered. He had a 1310 OPS in the 7 games in which he played. That's a massive tournament if you're not aware of it. Hundreds of teams. Boy, right up on top of that line. He's like Springall was. They're unafraid, some of these hitters, D.
Oh, they are completely. They own the plate, and they're challenging pitchers to throw inside. And someone like Sullivan has already shown that he can work east and west and get that ball to both sides of the plate. So if I were him, Sean, I would be looking to throw inside here.
They spiked that one in there. A slider, firm slider, way in. Aiden took on Jupiter. That means he played up at the WWBA World Championship last fall. Had 3 hits. And a nice little 375 batting average in the 4 games in which he played for Team Elite, the scout team last year. Couple of hops. Out towards second base. Turned into an out quite easily that time. Sammy Kane playing second base.
Kane was impressive himself yesterday in drills, especially for his arm. And he's been up to 93 on the mound, but he went through outfield drills, through 99 from the outfield, and then I believe 95 from the infield. So he'll be one to watch both on the mound and especially when he's on the left side of the infield later in the game. Speaking of arms.
Yeah, he threw 101 during the infield drills yesterday. This man, Matt Ponatoski, and that is a record. This is a historic event with hundreds of major leaguers that have come through this event. He set the record, 101 miles an hour yesterday. As that one's inside at 96.
And it was, and I'm not being critical of this at all. It was on a max effort wind-up throw, which hardly puts him in a different category than the other people who have registered throws like that. But it was took a perfect angle to the ball up the middle, got it early, got on top of the throw, and he was all smiles afterwards. It was fun watching him because, it's up on the board. All his teammates are talking to him, and he was all smiles. He'll remember that for a long time.
He's got a youthful face when you see him up close, and certainly we've seen him as a select festival athlete, but that youthful face is certainly a quiet assassin, and here's why. This is a man who's at Moeller High School, a renowned school in the Cincinnati area, but he was the Gatorade Player of the Year last year, football and baseball.
And when you throw for 56 touchdowns versus 3 interceptions and your team gets to the state finals, that's going to win you some awards and get you some attention.
Smart Tense's travel team, Cam West, coaches that one. He hopes this year to throw 50 or more touchdowns in the fall and throw fewer than 3 interceptions. That's his goal specifically. Matt breaks his bat. It's a one-hopper out to third. They go the short way, and it's flipped on over. Good pitch, good stuff. Sullivan with the electric fastball, easily touching the mid-90s. Comfortable out on the mound. Just getting started, some electric numbers already.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
The Orange team ready to go back to work. Dylan Blomker out of New Mexico. We'll see him work some more.
I might be reading a bit much into it, but I thought Dylan was a little bit wound up in that first inning. I don't think he was throwing. I don't think he was satisfied with his stuff that first inning. He lost a lot of fastballs, up arm side, which means he was rushing. He didn't throw the quality breaking ball that we know he has, and I hope he comes out this inning and is more relaxed and we can really see the way he's been throwing the last couple weeks.
We'll see Easton Austrie at the MLB All-Star game. He's going to get a chance to swing in that high school home run derby, and as simple as I can say it, that's cool.
He hit a monster in BP. He didn't hit a lot of monsters, but he hit one about well over 400 feet just to the right of the pool. That was impressive.
Yeah, he's going to shrink Truist Park. Represent, young man. That is exciting. What an honor to be invited and to hop out there to do the early stages. And then if you survive to the finals, you're hitting in between the stars.
That would be a thrill.
He is a Texas commit. Midland Redskins, his travel team. Autry takes a breaking ball that wraps around the outside corner. You were asking both to show you some breaking balls. There's a good one.
Yeah, between innings we're saying, that both pitchers are throwing 94, 97 and everything, but we haven't seen the good breaking balls, so we haven't seen any strikeouts. We're seeing a lot of barrels for that stuff, but Blomker just threw two really nice backdoor breaking balls there. Autry's still looking for that fastball inner half that he can show his power, and he's going to have to wait till his next at-bat.
Sean Dunlap, Indiana native, Tennessee commit, takes a good-looking fastball. Bottom of the strike zone at 94 miles an hour. Blomker, good student, 3.9 GPA. Volunteering at clothing shelters, at local youth baseball camps, church volunteering as well. He gets a swing and a miss at another good breaking ball.
Another good breaking ball, and he's throwing that curveball hard. It's 82. He's maintaining his arm speed really well. He's that was, up a strike. That might have been an intentional, get a swing and miss outside the zone. He brought it back a little closer there. Nice spin rates on him.
Easy, effortless delivery. Good command for Blomker. Swing and a miss. Hammer, strike three. Dunlap goes down. Back-to-back strikeouts.
That was the same velocity, 82, as the curveballs before. But that had a completely different shape to it. The board defined it as a slider, which is exactly what it resembled. That's that sweeper with 15, 16 inches of horizontal break to it. And that's an awfully tough pitch for a right-handed hitter at any age to lay off. And it's certainly impossible to get a barrel on.
Meet Jacob Webster as he takes a pitch that hits the outside corner at 93 miles an hour. Webster, a UC Santa Barbara commit. He's from Victorville, California. Blomker settling in as a Western Mountains guy, takes on a West Coast guy. Oak Hills High School Webster as he takes right down the middle.
And that's his best fastball of the day, too, not only in velocity, but with his mechanics, with his ease of throwing it, with the location. Yeah, he's feeling much, much better about himself this inning.
Webster, the son of Deidre and Jerry, takes that breaking ball outside. Has three older siblings, Jaron and Janiyah and Jocelyn. This is a great football player as well. Matter of fact, when he shared his goals, he said, look, over the next 12 months, I want to gain muscle, talking about our hitter Webster. Get my infield velo up to 95, exit velo to 100, and to become a 4-star football player.
Wide receiver?
I'm chasing that right now. Swing and a miss. Down he goes that time. Quarterback.
Good for the young man.
I'm going with the quarterback. As a matter of fact, a pretty decorated quarterback. How about this outing? This was an inning, right? This was a statement inning.
Yeah, this was a statement. It was completely different from the first. Very high quality stuff and a lot of confidence, a completely different confidence level than he showed in the first inning. Good job, young man.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Too much shit I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
There to David at the Perfect Game National Showcase. You were talking about Sean Sullivan. We're introducing a lot of athletes. We'll do that throughout these shows, but Sullivan touched 97 on the mound, yeah?
A number of times. Yeah, he just like Blomker, he didn't have any feel for the breaking ball the first inning, but the power in the fastball was outstanding, and he gets to that. I mean, you see some energy there, but it's not like relieverish energy. It's not like something that's going to hurt his command. He's coming over the top so much that he does have to get his upper body out of the way a bit, but that velocity comes pretty easy.
Miles Young takes a fastball at 95.
Miles Young's such an impressive athlete, ranked 30th in the rankings. You see a little slider there, cutter. But 6'3", 220 pounds, runs a 6'4", 60. Looked really comfortable even at that size in the middle infield during drills.
Wow factor his travel team is that fastball's just a tick below. There's one that's 97, that last pitch. There's a little bit behind those good-looking clear frames. The specs, Miles Young. Buckles him. Gets an awkward swing and a miss. That was a heck of a pitch. Again, you were asking for breaking balls.
Well, pitchers will go out in the first inning, especially when they know they only have two, and say, okay, first inning, I'm going to bring it. My arm's fresh. You know, I'm out here I'm going to bring it, show them my best velocity. In the second inning, they go and say, okay, let me mix it up. Let me throw breaking ball. Let me throw a changeup. Let me throw a cutter like Sullivan threw earlier. There's a changeup.
South Carolina commit. He is home here in Scottsdale, Arizona. Alain Gomez-Gudino is the hitter. He's at Saguaro High School in Scottsdale. Wow Factor National, his travel team.
He had a great day yesterday and a great start to Wednesday as well, as he lines that one into right center field for a base hit, our first base hit of the contest.
Sabercats in the house. Saguaro High School representing. Pretty swing there, David.
Very pretty swing, but those are the swings he took in BP yesterday. He had a really good catching drill, popped a 185, which was our best pop time. We even got to hear Mike Farron give a long dissertation on the nature of the saguaro cactus.
Okay.
So
it
was informative too when we were watching him.
I like that Mike Farron. Listen to him driving into work today on MLB Network Radio. Ezekiel Lara is out of Cerritos, California. He's a Georgia Tech commit. When all you're going to get from me out of Saguaro High School is that Cam Caminetti, first-round pick of the Braves, went to Saguaro High School. I couldn't tell you anything about the cactus. I'm not as well read as Mikey.
You've seen him around here, though.
Plenty. The man out of Saguaro grabs a bag. Alain Gomez-Godino with a smile on his face.
Well, if we're going to throw well and move well behind the plate and swing the left-handed bat well, we might as well run well, too.
You betcha. .88 miles an hour, good life on that cutter, diving down and in. Right back to the screen it goes. There's a really good article as Laura hits about Godino. Go check it out online in the Arizona Republic. From Venezuela. He was just a 16-year-old sophomore. He and his 11-year-old sister moving here to Arizona. Just got a piece of it and fouls it off. They tell the stories about Godino out there at second base about learning how to catch Cam Caminetti, being comfortable catching as a sophomore, mid-90s, 96, 97. They tell the story about one time Caminetti breaking the young man's catcher's mitt. Hugging the line, fair ball, nice play. Sullivan to the bag, and he beat him there. Nice job beating Laura. Not an easy play. Wilk made it look easy, though, with a nice feed.
Yeah, Laura got his bat around real well and pulled that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. No, nothing will teach you how to catch better than trying to catch mid-90s out on a Wednesday afternoon practice or something like that.
We'll watch Sterling Coaxum go to work. He is a Clemson commit. Breaking ball dips right into the strike zone.
Coaxum was our fastest runner yesterday with a 6.1560.
Crazy.
And you watch him run, and it passes the eye test because he is very, very quick twitch.
Got a commitment on that breaking ball. That hard slider diving down and away. That's an 89-mile-an-hour slider.
Yeah, the board's calling that a cutter. I think a cutter's got to be a little he's throwing 95, 97. A cutter's not going to be 88. You know, that's more slider. It certainly has enough size to it to call it a slider.
Big fastball at 96 miles an hour. Coaxum, top 20 outfielder in the country. Pete 27 Academy is where he goes to school. About 17 and a half years old. Pulls his hands in and rolls it out to short. That was a good old-fashioned curveball, and Sullivan kind of claps his hands inside of his glove. Happy with his work.
Happy with his work. 4-2-1, by the way, Coaxum home to first. But, yeah, Sullivan showed the whole kitchen sink. He changeup, curveball, slider, cutter, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Worked them all in there and threw strikes and really had a good day here in Chase Field.
Cooper Webb getting ready to deal with the Navy team. This right-handed pitcher out of Spicewood, Texas, a Texas commit. He's from Lake Travis High School, Wow Factor National, his travel team. What do we know about Cooper Webb, D?
Cooper Webb ranked, 145th in the country. Has been 91, 93 this summer. Throws both a curveball, slider, and a changeup. And throws a lot of strikes. One of the first things I look at when I look at the stats on the PG website is what the strike percentage for a pitcher is. And Webb's been at 61 and 63% the last year, and you always want to see a number over 60 for a young arm. And when you couple that with quality stuff and 4 pitches, really looking forward to this.
Elliot Lascelles, Toronto native. Takes the first pitch, diving down and in. This is the number 6 overall player in Ontario. Number 2 shortstop, Toronto Mets, his travel team. And is a Yale commit, so kudos in the classroom. Pulls his hands in, kudos on the ball field too. That's down, he's looking extra bases, trying to hustle it into a double with the slide and the throw, not in time. Nice effort out there in right field by Winston Pennant to hurry it back in.
That was an outstanding throw. In fact, I think the shortstop was a little shocked that that he was called safe. In fact, the umpire was not being critical of the umpire, since I know very little about umpiring, but it occurs to me the umpire was on the wrong side of that play.
Right back to the screen. Elliott with a double. Evan McIlvain, he will catch again later in the game. Caught the first couple of innings for the Navy team in this one. Catching Sullivan working behind the plate. Breaking ball and a good one. Oh my.
That was a nice pitch. Power, spin, depth.
Webb out there working on the mound, the son of Aaron and Michelle.
Scouting catchers is hard because you tend to forget about them. They have all the equipment on. You're watching pitchers, you're watching hitters. But I'm glad you pointed out that he caught the first 2 innings, because Sullivan's throwing 5 different pitches. They're nasty. He's burying some breaking balls with intent. And McIlvain was pretty flawless back there.
Yeah.
I'd have to look pitch by pitch, but I don't remember anything that would cause any concern. And that was obviously nasty stuff that he was receiving. Of course, he's caught his brothers probably since they were, since he was a kid.
Yeah, but this is where you flex, David. If you've got it, you flaunt it. And if you're a good catcher and can handle pitchers, you do it here. And think about it, too. This is a guy who's, still deciding where he wants to play. I love that. I love that he's worked himself into that position. Breaking ball and a dandy. That's strike 3.
I think we've discovered what Cooper Webb's go-to pitch is. Now, he will, same thing as it indicated in some reports from past events. That was a slider at 84. He's thrown the bigger one at 80, 82. So he's got feel for changing the shape. He really, really maintains that arm speed well on both pitches. There's a changeup. Board calls it a sinker. It was a little firm at 89 miles an hour, but it's effectively a changeup.
Judah Oda out of Honolulu, Arkansas commit. This little pipeline from the islands to Arkansas. Rolled out toward short, charging, fielding, firing, unable to scoop it out that time over at first base. Aiden Ruiz making that play that time. First baseman Logan Weidman.
Now batting number 8, Sammy King.
And the run scores. So Otta's on. Infield single. Rewarded for making contact, really. Sammy Kane, second baseman, shortstop. Just played a couple of innings at second base right on top of that plate. That's tough to block up. Beating him up back there. Runner moves up. John Dolan grinding back behind the plate. We see you working, John.
Yeah. That was a near impossible pitch to block there with the power and the where it bounced, and especially, and you always have to remember that in virtually every situation, this is the catcher's first time ever catching these pitchers.
Yeah.
Which, you know, if you've been catching them on your travel team, your high school, maybe for 2 years, you know his stuff. You know which way things are going to bounce. You know where he tends to miss. But this is all fresh stuff.
Breaking ball popped up. Back of second base. Long run. Leaving his feet. Holding on to that baseball. Wow, what a play. That's Marcus Cantu. Goodness.
Very athletic play, and you always worry about the communication at the showcase between second baseman and center fielder, but just by the actions, you could tell Cantu was calling that. The center fielder got out of the way. Great glove work there.
They get Sammy Kane, by the way, real talented player, Kane, on that CBA team. John Pano coached a baseball team that seems to be winning everything lately. Fastball. Good heat to it at 92 miles an hour.
Almost 20 inches of vertical on that. Really rode up in the strike zone, which is why got the hitter to swing underneath.
Easton Cantura is out of Vernon, British Columbia. The Canadian athlete is a Miami commit. 0-2, right back in there at 92.
Cantura has a beautiful swing. He had one of the most visually appealing swings yesterday in batting practice. He still isn't strong. He's obviously got the frame to put on a lot of strength, but when he does, this could be really special because it's just a beautiful swing.
Talk about a pretty swing. It eats up Ruiz at short. He hit it hard the other way. Let a ball travel. I tell you, David, he made you look good only because he's protecting with 2 strikes and still managed to do that.
Barrel it up, hit it hard off a 92 fastball, 93 mile an hour fastball, and I think they're going to call that on 5 hitters there and roll the inning. But nice piece of hitting by Cantura. We saw great stuff from Webb. We saw great fielding from Cantu. Some great hitting from Cantura.
That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super Smart Pro, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
The entire production team is agreeing we're now cooktop, the flat top, Loco cooker kind of people, just making life easier. Just thought I'd throw that out there. When I introduce Eli Hurst, remember this. Seattle, Washington, Seattle Academy, Trotsky Brewers scout team. Our good friend Abe Ruiz is his travel coach, and he is a Vanderbilt commit who enjoyed every moment of the recruiting process. Got a chance to go take on big football games in places like Oregon, places like Vanderbilt. He was on his Vandy recruiting trip when they beat Alabama. So he enjoyed the process and committed to Vandy. David, we're going to watch him pitch.
Well, I took a look out there at the mound when he walked out, and I'm like, well, we have another 6'7", 6'8" guy, and Hurst is only listed at 6'5". You know, looks a little taller to me. Throws very easy. He's had a real nice summer on the circuits. It was 89, 93 with a mid-70s curveball, a nice changeup at the UBC. Throwing 67% strikes this summer.
This is a climber for sure. Raymond Giannis out of Sefner, Florida. Going to climb out of that spot of 256 in the rankings, and that will help. He dumps that one into center field, down off the end of the bat, took a changeup and turned it around.
If you're going to hit a changeup, that's the location to hit one. Just left that one up in the zone, his first one, just right in the hitting area.
Wearing that O-Stingers helmet. Love that O-Stingers travel team. Jimmy Osting does such a great job developing athletes. So Raymond is on. Johnny D, we were introducing him a moment ago. The catcher, John Dolan, swings through the fastball at 89 miles an hour for strike one.
Dolan just looks like a hitter to me with those strong lower half, and hit the ball hard yesterday in batting practice.
Hurst dots the outside corner. How about going on your recruiting trip, seeing Vandy beat Bama, then you go on another recruiting trip to Oregon and you see them beat Ohio State?
Oh, Jiminy.
I mean, if you're if you're a school out there, you're recruiting him just to have an upset, as that one's into center field. And a stolen base. Giannis all the way in with a slide to third. You talk about this man on the mound. Why did he eventually choose Vanderbilt? It wasn't because of football games. I'm sure that helped. He said, dream school of mine since watching Leiter and Rocker dominate there. And he goes, it checked all the boxes for me as a high academic school as well. Swings through that changeup into the catcher's mitt. Go actually foul tipped it into the catcher's mitt. Dolan goes down on strikes.
I've known families and young men who've gone to Seattle Academy, and that is a very academically demanding high school, and it goes pretty much in hand that someone like Eli Hurst has been exposed to that, would want to stay on that same track and get the best baseball possible at the same time.
Hurst loves watching Brian Wu of the Mariners pitch. Now, he's a Seattle guy. He's a Mariners fan. All you people on the East Coast that go to bed before the Mariners play, he's really good. Like, go look him up.
I thought he was going to be on the All-Star team, as a matter of fact, but...
I love it, David. I love that you didn't show that East Coast bias. It makes me so happy. The 0-2. Oh, yikes.
Where'd that pitch go?
How about the run on that one? So that one started, it was middle in, but in the end, just really in on the knuckles it took off running.
15 inches of horizontal run on that pitch.
Breaking ball, good take. Winston Pennant, Ole Miss commit. That's another O-Stingers player. He's out of Riverview, Florida. That's a great baseball name, Pennant. Winston Pennant.
Win Pennant.
Win the pennant. Big swing back to the screen it goes. And by the way, I mean, we need to pass along that he is Winston Pennant III. Mom is Audra. Younger brother is Tyson. Right in on the knuckles. Slow roller, turned into an out. That's a changeup. You were saying earlier what you want to do with the changeup. He didn't want to do that one with the changeup that time. Good pitch.
That had 16 inches of run on it, and that's what you want to see. If both his fastball and his changeup are running that hard, he's going to get in on a lot of right-handed hitters' fists.
So that means when you commit to the swing, it's not where you thought it would be, right? When you make contact.
Exactly. And now you've got a 6'6" hitter and Logan Weideman at the plate. And the natural thought there is to try to get the ball inside to Weideman as well and take advantage of the fact that he's, has long levers and is going to, take a little longer to get that barrel into the zone.
Logan plays for Danny Pralco and the boys, 6'4", 3 DP, good travel team. Swing and a miss that time. He's Makes his home in Marietta, Walton High School, all around the heartbeat of perfect game near East Cobb there in Atlanta, Georgia area. Tom and Whitney, his parents. That one popped up and will end up in the seats behind home plate. So this calendar year, including some travel ball in high school, this big fella's keeping track as much as he can. He's got 17 home runs this calendar year.
17
calendar year.
He barely fits in that batter's box with that spread stance. His back foot's on the back line. His front foot's almost on the front line. He has a no stride approach, just using that leverage from his height. But he takes up that whole batter's box.
Yeah, Georgia state champions, Walton 6A state champions this year. This is a first-team all-state competitor.
Well, you figure a lot of those 17 home runs were at Walton this spring.
I loved getting to know him. I had a great interview with him earlier this year on our Sirius XM radio show. Selfishly sneaky for me. That's I love meeting athletes that way.
Oh, you use that show as a way to get to know the kids.
You bet.
Yeah.
You bet. No pressure. We're recording it. It's relaxed. We got 15 minutes or so.
And the kids, I have to believe, love it. So, go tell their buddies, I'm going to be on national radio here next week.
And one friend said to the other when one friend said that, what's radio? And he went and asked his dad, and he found out. So tell me a little bit about what we saw from this man.
We saw that the thing that stands out is the movement on the fastball and the changeup. It's a good, fresh, young arm, but so much movement. A little slower slot there to create that movement.
I got you on the What's Radio line.
I was following you.
Shots between innings, kind of our break filler. Royce Lewis is a PG All-American. You can see Quinn Priester, who's made his way to the big leagues with impact with Milwaukee.
With impact.
I love that kid. I really do. Was going to go play football at TCU, Midwestern dude. Anyway, let's get back to the men here.
Just trying to figure out who all those guys are is like putting together a puzzle.
I know, it's fun. Frank Gerhardt's from Chandler. Rough Riders National, his travel team. Chandler, like here in Arizona. And he's a Cal State Northridge commit. This is a presence. This is a big fella, 6'5", 6'6", in the box, about 225.
And stands right up on the plate. That seems to be a theme amongst young hitters nowadays.
Nice little changeup.
The changeup disappeared. Doubled up on the changeup, in fact. That's nice because Webb showed those two different breaking balls in the first inning, fastball up to 94. Now breaking out that changeup to the left-handed hitter. Little slide piece right there. Very good location.
Given name Francis. Frank Gerhardt goes to Hamilton High School. Coach Mike Woods does a great job with that juggernaut baseball program. As that one dives low. His goal this year, talking about Frank, is to win that 6A championship. Tom and Leslie, his parents. Inside corner, that's strike 3 with some giddy up at 92 miles an hour. Webb with a backwards K.
At that point, Gerhardt didn't know what pitch was coming. He'd seen 3 changeups. He'd seen a very well-placed slider. He's probably looking for one of those again. He gets 92 on the black.
It's fun for Gerhardt as he heads back. That ties into a place like Hamilton where he's buddies with Rock Chalowski, who's one of the best players in the country, UCLA, but he played a little bit with him in high school. Those are great experiences. Johnny Badala. What did we learn? You learned yesterday it's Johnny Bad?
Johnny Bad. One of the 2 top nicknames so far that you and your profiles have enlightened us on. That and Party Marty.
I love Marty Party Marty. I love it. I can't wait to get back to Gerhardt because he has a family tradition. You're just going to have to wait. It is the best. The best. It'll win all family traditions. We'll get to it.
We'll get to it
when he hits later. Got to talk about Johnny Bad, though. Tony is his dad. April is his mom. Anthony and Frank, his brothers, and Ava, sis. Johnny Bads out of Sarasota, Florida. Cardinal Mooney is where he goes to school. Plays for Coach Nelly for the FTB team. Breaking ball, good one. That's a nice 2-1 hitter ahead in the count breaking ball.
Yeah, it's you can't say it's just a get me over breaking ball because it's 81 miles an hour with quality spin, 2,600 spin, but it's thrown under control.
And it set up the next pitch beautifully, didn't it?
Yeah. And that's the highlight of this inning is that Webb has used the secondary pitches, the breaking ball, the changeup to get ahead in the count, and then use that exact fastball twice for the strikeout. Is that pitching backwards? Yes, but you know what? That's what happens in the big leagues today. Pitching backwards used to have some sort of negative connotation to it, and now it's just the de facto approach to getting hitters out.
Bouncing ball, Kahanu Martinez, the Hawaiian, plays for the Hawaii Elite team and is an Oregon commit. That time he's turned into an out, and that time it was really, really good work for Webb. His couple of innings, especially this last inning, what a statement.
Yeah, got 3 outs with fastballs, but relied on that secondary stuff, and the command really stood out because he's throwing quality location on almost all his pitches. Those fastballs, you could lay them right over each other, and they've been the same pitch.
Take a peek at some of the top 10 big bats. 108, Sheelar, Marty Party, Bass on down. Exit Philo, a lot of triple digits. And again, when you're generating those numbers, that's off a tee.
Yeah, and that's not a primary number that we look at in making evaluations. It's a secondary thing. But to me, the significance of Sheelar's 108 is that it stands out by so much. It's in a completely different category. It's like somebody throwing 100 in the next.
Is that the record? That feels like that could be a record, maybe 108 off a tee.
It's got to be up. Some of those, big left-handed hitting first basemen can really crank those up too. But so I don't even know whether we keep a record for that. Because it's a drill that's done at literally every single showcase we do.
Right.
But but it's well above average. I can confidently say that.
Broke that bat. It's rolled out to second. That is Colt Springall charging in. Made that one look easy. Number 2 on that jersey for Colton. Those blonde locks slip out from underneath the hat. Select Festival alum with a smile. He's a good baseball player. He's, through his father's work, his dad Eamon, in the clothing industry, he's gotten to know some interesting people. One of those who's given him of his time to Colton is another guy from Vegas, because Springall's from Vegas, is Bryce Harper. It was fun to learn from him.
That's such a young face, too. Young body, young
so
face,
youthful.
but very athletic.
He's always been a little bit ahead of the class, meaning he's earned big opportunities. Finishing the thought on Colt out there at second base, but you can see that body taking shape now. And he's just better because he's played against great players the whole time. There he is.
Eli Hurst is kind of putting on a pitching exhibition right here.
I would agree.
He's got into two right-handed hitters deep into their kitchen. He broke a left-handed hitter's bat. He's spotting up everything at the bottom of the zone.
Tyler Canast races up the line. The Texas Tech commit is on. I'm sorry, Tyler Canest. My apologies. Let's get that correct. Tyler Canest is on out of Winter Springs, Florida. Texas Tech commit. Canest is the son of James and Jennifer. Tyler Canest. Luke Manderson now. 0-1.
Manderson was number 2 on that exit velocity list that we just showed at 102. 6 foot 185, but obviously has a lot of strength there. I don't think Canest will be going, but being a big first baseman. But he is a good athlete, a 6'8" runner, and a lot of young men say, oh, "This is my chance to shine on the bases. My coach won't let me steal. I'm going to do it here." They said everybody's got the green light, and that applies to me.
Luke Manderson from Jacksonville plays for the Atlanta Braves. Scout Smart Tents to Show travel team. Cameron West, the coach there. He's an Iowa commit, this hitter. Fights it off. Nice play on a hop. Let's see if they can turn that one into an out. I don't know if they need to.
I don't think.
Do they? Let's count outs. We already had. No. Yeah. Okay.
Something just happened and they're running off the field. So.
Yeah. Wait. In the end, we'll just call it a double play.
I think that's what it was.
If you're scoring at home with us, you need to get out more.
Wow. Oh, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody's just like, bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super Smart Pro, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Landon Schutte will get a chance to go to work. Excited to see that. He's out of Oakdale, California, Oakdale High School. Joey Machado is his head coach there. Plays for Wow Factor National. Coach Evan Einhart does a wonderful job with that program. He is a Georgia commit, so good for Georgia in earning that commitment. This is a 4.0 GPA student. He went on trips to Arizona, Oklahoma, LSU, Texas A&M, and then Georgia. And he said, quite frankly, it was Georgia that I fell in love with right away. Gut feeling told me this was the place. The son of Nick and Heather Schutte.
Schutte, one of the 32 14U Select Festival, 2022 Select Festival. Players here at this national also played in that Select Festival.
I love that. You've done some great research on it. I know Danny shared it on the air. That was awesome what you unearthed, David.
It would be 33 if Alex Harrington, who's one of the top players in the class, wasn't injured and was able to participate here. You tell me that Alex is going to be here today.
I'm going to put him to work. Like, if you can't play, you can be our intern. So that's my plan. So actually, you wanted a Diet Coke, and I called Alex, elite player, by the way, and said, are you here yet at the ballpark? Well, I'm coming a little later on today. I tried to get Alex to get you that Diet Coke.
Well, maybe we can get him to take an inning or two in my seat so I can go down and get it.
He may just do that. He may just do that. Swings right through that one.
That looked like a heavy fastball down there at the bottom of the zone at 94. Board calls it a sinker, and that definitely looked like a sinker. Yep, right under the barrel, power bore on it. $80, 2,800 plus on an 86-mile-an-hour slider. That's a quality pitch right there. We better talk about Schutte quickly because he doesn't plan on being out there too long by the looks of it.
He's the big brother, I can tell you that. Charlotte, Bryce, and Carolina are his younger siblings, 11, 8, and 6. So he looks like an old man in that house. Got lots of youngsters. Played a lot of basketball, not a surprise. Soccer, too. Were those enough facts? Were those enough facts while he quickly struck him out?
You've got 3 more pitches is the way I figure it. In fact, I have in my notes here that it's a true 3-pitch mix with a changeup and an 11-5 curveball. We've seen the mid-80s slider. We haven't seen the changeup or the curveball. So he might have a few more pitches to show us.
Luis Bermudez is the left fielder in the next inning defensively. He'll play right as well in this game. Hat flies off and the fastball is outside.
94.7. We're calling that 95, aren't we?
Yes, we always round up. We learned that the other day. You have to round up 99.9 to 100. That one fouled off. 1-1 the count. Yeah, Schutte's a 3.97 GPA. Really good student. Luis on one hop out to short. Couple of shuffles, and that one pops free at first base. And so we will play along, unable to dig it out that time over at first. Tyler Knest was playing first. Strong arm quarterback and shortstop. Had that throw, Matty P, just a little bit low. Panatoski.
I think Panatoski and Knest were both surprised at that, but just looking at their body language, probably Knest more so than Panatoski.
Meantime, Colt Springall says, hot dog, I get to hit again. I'll take another shot. He's proud of his sister Shelby, dental orthodontist medical program at Utah. Mom is Jesse, dad is Eamon. On the inside corner, 2-2 the count. He's gotten the chance, along with learning from Harper, to meet a guy like Bryson Stott. Used to hit with him at UNLV. Kind of like a big brother to him, Springall says, as that one's inside. They won a state championship in Tennessee. Had Lipscomb Academy team captain on that team. 4.0 student the entire way. And that one's lifted foul. Breaking ball, just in. Just in. That's a heck of a take.
Yeah, I think he took it because he knew he had no chance to get to it. But that's when you don't know the umpire's rhythm and calling strikes. It's like, is it? No. And now we will see all fastballs from Landon Schutte.
It's flipped foul off to the right side. Springall, two-time Select Festival athlete. Both times he was the top fundraiser for local charities in town, partnering with children's hospitals. Great causes, and he did a lot of good work fundraising. Bouncing ball to the right side. Is he going to win that race to the bag? He did. You betcha. Hey, you don't take those for granted. You sniff that out the moment it's out front. You're racing a pitcher to the bag.
And Schutte was a little bit slow getting off the mark there.
Now batting number 17, Robert
I believe the base is loaded. Yep, just beat him to the bag. He knows he's safe.
Canadian Robert O'Meady.
So
0-1.
Strange outfield alignment for a left-handed power hitter with a pull approach. There's a huge gap in right center field. The center fielder's playing over, shaded to left. The right fielder's playing a little tight on the line. If he hits a ball up the gap, it's going to roll a long way.
Something tells me the wonderful coaches that are a part of this event aren't poring over spray charts before this at bat.
No. Well, they did watch BP, and he put 4 into the right center field seats.
All those nailers, all those talented nailer brothers that are either in the major leagues or the minor leagues, they're from Mississauga in Ontario. Josh Naylor plays first base in this ballpark for the Diamondbacks.
At least for a few more weeks.
Oh, you have him being moved?
There's certainly that potential from what you read.
Yeah.
I did see a change up there from Landon Schutte, the pitch before that.
Working from the first base side of the rubber. There's a good-looking breaking ball. That swung on and missed.
We had to wait a few pitches to see the curveball and the changeup, but we saw them there. And good first inning of work there, getting out of that jam.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
A new name to ponder. A new arm to get to know. Number 12 on the back of that jersey says Collins. He is from Kelso, Washington, an Ole Miss commit. His name is Bryce Collins. Top 350 or so in the rankings. Excited to see him work. Love the great Northwest and the arms that have come from there.
Oh, we just saw Eli Hurst from Seattle. Get to see another Washington product here. Bryce Collins. I love his numbers from 2025 in PG play. 10.2 innings, 2 walks, 17 strikeouts. Was outstanding at the UBC Championship West a few weeks ago, up to 93 on the fastball, 80 slider, 87 change. I also saw there was a tournament. Perfect Game has added so many events. And he threw a few weeks before that in early June at the 18U Oregon State Tournament.
Awesome.
That has to be the first tournament we have ever held in the state of Oregon, and I'm happy for it.
Continuing to grow and expand. Collins plays for Baum Northwest. Nick Lubicic does a really good job with that program. Trinity and Ryan, his parents, his brother's name is Reese, and the Dodgers' former pitcher, I believe he's close to retirement now, Joe Kelly. He loves watching him. And Bryce Miller, of course, who does his work for the Mariners. Warren Gravely IV steps in, the Notre Dame commit, USA Prime travel team man out of Rancho Santa Margarita. That's kind of up in the hills in Orange County, California. Ready for that one. Line drive, base hit, left field. Warren is on. A catcher. Caught the first couple of innings of this game. He'll catch the 9th as well.
Almost looked like he knew what pitch was coming on that. He was all over it.
Francisco Rivero out of Tucson, Arizona. Canyon Del Oro High School. That one's popped foul. Plays for Michael Garcia Parra's GBG national travel team. He's 17 years old. He must have done something well along the way. As he is jumping in and trying to climb the rankings. David explained to me, I love this. Here's a player who's amongst all catchers, ranked 428, yet he's here.
I was just looking that up too. And it should solve itself here. He's also wearing by far the highest number on the Orange team, which indicates it was a late jersey.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we can delve out of this profile on the Perfect Game website.
Francisco wags that bat, spread out in the box, close to the plate. And takes that breaking ball very comfortably.
I'm going to take a flyer here, and it's out of absolutely no disrespect to Mr. Rivero, who's only appeared in one Perfect Game event the last 2 years. But I'm betting as the runner goes.
Oh, strike him out, throw him out.
Beautiful throw. I wish I'd had that on the watch. We haven't had a lot of caught stealings.
That's Tegan Scott with that throw.
That does not surprise me.
Tegan Scott with the good one. You were going down a path, though. Yes,
Francisco Rivera, I'm betting that we had a catcher on the Orange team that was a late dropout, and that they called some coaches, local coaches, to say, hey, we need a catcher who can come in to Chase Field and catch for the Orange team, blah, blah, blah. And one of the coaches thought highly enough of Rivero as one of his players that he said, hey, I got a guy for you. He lives in Tucson. He's very willing to come up. Bingo.
Love it.
That happens most frequently with pitchers. When you're short a pitcher or two at a major showcase, really any showcase, you'll call local travel team coaches and say, hey, we need a guy.
Yeah, well, if you trust the words of Michael Garcia Parra, too, if he catches for one of the better programs in the country.
Yeah,
So.
and it's something, you've got Tyler Henniger and Joey Cohen down there who live in this area, who know all the coaches and scouts and players scouting for PG, and they got the word probably earlier this week, and bingo, young man gets a tremendous experience.
Well, his dad, Francisco, speaking of Rivero, who's no longer hitting, Marcus Cantu is hitting now. But just to finish the thought on the catcher, Rivero. His dad pitched in the Brewers organization. His dad, Francisco, his mom, Lauren Donna, they both attended Cochise College. And he really is a good high school player. I mean, he's pretty heavily decorated, Rivero. So good for him, earning this opportunity. And to play in a couple of games, to do some catching. We talked about it.
Bryce Collins just threw one of those pitches you don't see too often. That is the changeup with the sub 1,000 spin rate on it. Cantu just barely got a piece of it as dove under his bat. He did not get a piece of that high riding fastball for strike 3.
But that's a perfect follow-up pitch to the changeup.
Exactly. And that's what Collins was doing that whole inning, was spotting pitches at 90, 91, touching 92. It wasn't power stuff, but it was so well executed and located.
There you go.
Right there at the bottom of the zone, out of the zone, out of the zone, and get swing and misses on all those out of the zone pitches.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Sixth inning, David and Darren, glad to have you back on Perfect Game TV and all places streaming this event. Perfect Game Social as well. At the National Showcase, Landon Schutte, Select Festival athlete, finishes up his warm-up tosses. We're talking about it earlier. The Diamondbacks' wonderful hosts here for this event. Chase Field is a perfect facility for an all-day, all-night event, especially when they went to that really good-looking turf, synthetic grass down below. The field holds up nicely. And the AC has been top drawer this year. Deacon Scott leads it off. Give it a go again, D.
Well, shoot.
There you are. There you are.
Schutte in the first inning, he had those first two hitters so effectively, and then he ran into a little trouble and ended up getting the third out with the bases loaded. But when he was just power fastball, power slider was when he was most effective.
Scott with a breaking ball that dives down and away.
And one thing I did notice, when he had to go to the stretch, he didn't have quite as much quality, especially on his fastball. So that's something that he's going to have to work on as he continues to move up the ladder in baseball.
Scott looks at another one from Schutte outside. 2-1 the count. Adley Rutschman, that's his guy. If you're an Oregonian, why wouldn't you look up to him, especially if you're a catcher? And he's watched Adley very closely. He spun off and left that breaking ball behind, so they'll put a runner out there at first. And it's all fastballs now going forward. catcher, really good, talented catcher, an Oregon State commit. Again, inside. This guy really feels like his bat has made the biggest jumps this year. He feels like catching has always been something that he has been a little bit ahead of the class, but he really feels like his bat has joined that now. 1-2. I came up with something. Sorry, David, to interrupt you. That if there is a walk and you put a courtesy runner, I always will give now in unofficial scoring the hitter a walk and the pitcher a strikeout. Should there be a strikeout? Because I can't just give the hitter only a strikeout. You already walked.
Yeah, I agree.
Is that fair?
Oh yes, it's very fair. It's something that especially when the scouts were keeping score themselves was always like, well, how should we handle that? I hate, a guy throwing 9 pitches to get a strikeout, and I've got to give him a strikeout. It's not a strikeout, but so it's just one of those little subtopics that is always just under the surface that people are very aware of.
Teagan spoils a good fastball on the outer half. And that way everybody gets a trophy, right? The pitcher gets a strikeout, the hitter gets a walk. That's the way I feel about it.
The ghost runner gets a stolen base.
Yes. He'd love to make a run at being the Arizona Gatorade Player of the Year. That's one of his dreams for this upcoming year. Nice play defensively, running away from the bag. That's Matt Ponatoski turning that one into an out. He was not able to really get positioned at all for any sort of a quality throw, but he hit Johnson DeBose as he covered the bag at second.
Yeah, the most important thing on that play for Ponatoski or any shortstop, young shortstop out there who's listening, is make an accurate throw. If you don't make that accurate throw, the ball goes into right field. You got runners on second and third, and you have a real problem. If you're late, you're late to second base. You're not going to get the runner at first when the ball's hit there at that speed. So just make an accurate throw to second and be it what may on the result.
Corsicana, Texas is where Easton Autry hails from. His dad, Heath, is his coach at Corsicana High School. This Texas commit, we told you, will flex at the MLB All-Star Games Home Run Derby. He gives that one a ride, dying in right field now, up against the line.
That would be a double play now, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. He held on to that baseball.
No one's treating it like it would be a double play. That was definitely on the exchange where a right fielder dropped that. Now, we would need another hitter, I believe, because that would have been a ghost runner that was doubled up.
Sterling coaxed him out there in right field.
Now batting number 10, Sean Dunlap.
Are they calling it okay, what are they calling it? Well, we're clearing the bases. So they called that a double play, and there's only been 2 hitters. So
okay,
that's what's going on here. We get to see this again. Coaxum makes the catch and is definitely going on the exchange to throw that.
Yeah, we need a third hitter, right?
So Sean Dunlap will be the beneficiary. He steps in.
Right in on the hands. Boy, what a heck of a pitch. This is not an easy play. And he made it, racing across. Goodness gracious. That's Aiden Ruiz.
Ruiz, get to see him at third base flash his defensive skills. Nice to see.
Collins continuing to toss out there on the mound. He's awaiting his catcher. Get a little help for just a moment. Sean Dunlap said, I'll come out and help you out. Now he gets his catcher out there. Bryce, the given name, nickname Bruce. Name Bryce, nickname Bruce. The Ole Miss commit. First team All-League freshman year. And by the way, first team linebacker, sophomore and junior year. This is a linebacker as well.
That doesn't look like a linebacker, but I haven't watched any high school football in Washington lately. But that is a testament to Bryce's athleticism.
I'm going to share a scouting report, David. Ready? Here we go.
Okay.
6'2", 190. Attacks hitters, 90 to 93, topping 94 my fastball. A lot of life and carry. Mid to high 80s changeup tumbles off the table late. Low 80s splitter that he mixes in. Off speed is my low 80s slider. Moves more horizontal than vertical. Yeah, I use my fastball in every count. I'm very mobile and athletic on the mound. Those are his words.
That 952 spin changeup must have been that splitter then.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yes.
And following the time-honored tradition in baseball, the player who makes a good play on the final out gets to lead off the next inning.
That's a thing still, is it? I thought they retired that rule.
It's still happening. Somebody thinks it's still a rule.
Aiden Ruiz, by the way, made you look good with that defensive play. That was outstanding.
And there's that changeup again, barely over 1,000, 83. So it's a very firm split finger.
That was another one of them. It slipped through his fingertips. That's why he's looking, because his fastball's a little more firm than 85. Aiden, #1 player in New York. You see what he did last year. Vanderbilt commit. He gets into his legs in that stance, boy.
Actually, Ruiz started off as a catcher. And I imagine that with his athleticism and lower half twitch, and I imagine he's an outstanding catcher, but I'll take him as middle infielder. He's also a both-handed pitcher.
How about that?
And I don't know what the details of that are, what he throws or anything, but he lists himself as a secondary both-hand pitcher.
Anthony Sigler, who just got to the big leagues with the Brewers, was one of those, a both-handed pitcher.
Oh, I was thrilled when he got to the big leagues. There's that split again, 900 spin, 84 in the dirt, diving hard. That's the featured pitch this inning for Bryce Collins.
And a nice job keeping it out front with a smile. That's fun to call for that pitch and block it up back behind the plate. Nice job. Tegan Scott doing the catching.
Tegan's putting on a show behind the plate between throwing out a runner easily and, showing his blocking skills. And just, you said he feels he's always been a natural catcher and has that, and that's how he carries himself back there. You can see him setting up in different stances, getting low and flexible.
Matt Ponatoski is the hitter. And it was on July 6th, just the other day, that he committed, as we told you earlier, to Kentucky. Both football and baseball on the same day. Elite quarterback, player of the year, Mr. Ohio football and baseball last year. He was talking about the feeling of having a lineman who weighs about 250 break free and have you as his target. He said, it's quite a feeling, like being on a roller coaster. He said, the best feeling, though, is popping right back up. He said, that sends a message. He said, I've been hit. And he said, I've been hit plenty. It looked like he went around. No, he didn't. He said, I've been hit plenty, and the best feeling when you can get back up, which I'm lucky that I do most of the time. He goes, that he didn't. He said, that sends a message to the other team. Just has such a youthful face. Imagine him out there handling an offense. 4-star quarterback. We produced a feature, David, with him. I talked in depth yesterday. I just honestly found myself getting lost in football, just listening to him talk football.
I don't think you've ever recounted your experiences announcing football. I could list about 7 or 8 sports, but you've never mentioned you've ever done a football game.
I did a full season when Fox Sports 1, the network, launched. I did the entire season. They did a high school game of the week all over the country, including in Hawaii. A game of the week, traveled all over the place, and I've done multiple on Fox college football games, never the NFL.
All right. I'll keep an eye out for that next fall.
Inside corner, that is strike 3. Backwards K. Couple of Ks to start this inning.
And I think Collins and Scott are making a really good team here because Scott is setting, Scott gives such a low target. He's setting the target. Collins is hitting the target pretty consistently, throwing all his pitches with confidence.
Miles Young takes a breaking ball that dives outside.
And just even on that, you've got a 80-mile-an-hour slider there, and Scott reaches out. It's obviously a ball. There's nobody on base. Just reaches out and flicks the glove at it and catches it cleanly. Does it again. Two hitters count here.
Three 3-0. Couple of outs.
Bryce Collins, I just noticed, is using about as small a glove as you can put on your hand. In fact, when he takes the ball out, right there, he's almost showing it, but that's such a small glove.
Dumped into right center field, down off the end of the bat. Young strong enough to take that one down near the end and still fight it off for a single. It's rare. That's more of an infielder's glove.
Yeah, that looks like a 9.5-inch glove.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. Could you go out to the mound wearing a first baseman's mitt?
First baseman's? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the rules with that. Catcher's glove? No, you wouldn't want a catcher's glove.
Mm-mm. I mean, that's a beautiful Rawlings. That's a beautiful glove. Just a little smaller, as you said, than you're used to seeing. 1-0 the count. Udino talking about the young man from Venezuela who has come here to play and with his family is here in Arizona, plays at Saguaro High School.
I'm always thrilled to hear about young Venezuelan families who after what's happened in Venezuela the last 2 decades and continues to happen there, and all the controversy in the world right now to get to the United States from Venezuela, build yourself a base, have your sons be successful, your daughters be successful. I love to see it because I have such a deep background with that country.
That's a long way to go to make that play, and that's a nice play. That's Robert O'Meady, the Canadian shortstop, drifting back. Yeah, great story. And Gomez Godino, and looking forward to continuing to watch him develop as a baseball player. One more time, taking a peek at the work of Collins, David.
Yeah, there's a lot of location there. That the changeup, and he described like 4 or 5 different pitches, but that split change and then locating the fastball down in the zone seemed to be his strengths.
Infield here in Phoenix, Arizona opens its doors to Cedric Henderson as he moves to the mound. He's out of the Bay Area in Richmond, California. Goes to Berkeley High School. Coach Matt Cord is his leader there on the baseball field, and he plays for the respected and successful MLB Breakthrough Series program. Luke Collier is his head coach. And so we'll get to watch the son of Cedric and Kimberly go to work. I know I've been excited after hearing about him a couple of times. He was part of the Breakthrough Series Invitational. First team All-League as a freshman. A couple of times got invited to area codes. What do you have for us on Hendu here?
Very notably, he's still 16 years old.
Oh, boy.
16 years, 10 months. So
young.
One of the younger players here. And he has taken a jump in the last year just with the talent level. He showed up at a little tiny, NorCal showcase in late May, and our scouts were just effusive in their praise. They say it might take a while with this guy. He's young, he's physically young, along with his birth date, but he's just oozing with potential all over the field, and just a great athlete, 6'3", 185, and so projectable. Has been, upper 80s and stuff, but you can see there's so much more there. But just a great athlete, too. Through 96 from the outfield.
He's dealing with Jacob Webster right now, the UC Santa Barbara commit. He dips that fastball over the outside corner at 87 miles an hour.
And we have any number of players here, and I really haven't, bared down a lot on the ages yet. But we have plenty of players who are 18, early 18s.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like putting a 2027 out here, and letting him compete, and you just dream about what he's going to be like next year.
Webster will be 18 years old on August 21st as he fouls that one off at home plate. His dad, Jerry, played college baseball at Ohio State. Speaking about the hitter, his mom, Deidre, her sport was softball when she was younger. Nice block on the breaking ball down into the dirt that time. John Dolan is back behind the plate again. Wants to see a fastball over the outer half. He gets it there on a hop, sneaks into center field. Didn't square that one up, but had perfect eyes as it slid right on through.
Got his barrel up to the pitch high in the zone and got on top of it well. Miles Young out at shortstop.
Elliot Lascelles wags that bat, hovers over the plate. 1-0 the count as the hitter jumps ahead.
Lascelles lined a ball down the right field line for a double his first time up.
Henderson gets a low call of a strike. Henderson on his own, his evaluation said I throw a four-seamer, it has life, it runs. Four-seamer is a good one for me. Two-seamer has sink and run, talking about his self-scouting report. Runner on the move, and it's fouled off. He wraps it up by saying, my changeup also has sink and run, but it drops off the table last second. My slider is sharp and hard. Those are the words of Mr. Henderson on the mound. Cedric Henderson. Change up. That's a good one.
That was a good full arm speed on that. I always tell the arms, I can usually see a changeup before it gets to the catcher and identify it, especially looking at this angle and you see arm speed and release. I didn't recognize that one until I looked at the velocity on the scoreboard.
Spoils a fastball on the outer half. just enough of that breaking ball. That's a good spot for that pitch.
Yeah, he's thrown to his spots. That's for sure. He threw both the changeup and the fastball right off the outside corner where he was looking to. Got that one under the bat inside. Let's see what he's going to go to this 1-2 pitch.
'87 up and away with the fastball. Runner goes, pretty good pitch, and that one is a stolen bag. Not a bad pitch there a minute ago, by the way. Webster's out there at second base. 2-2 the count. The Yale commit. Ouch.
Changeup at least.
Yeah.
Although I can't imagine what a 79-mile-an-hour changeup would feel like hitting my leg, but didn't bother to sell it Lascelles at all.
All right, so Seti, as they call him, will try and work his way out of this one. It's going to be a bunch of fastballs now.
We already picked up one ghost runner from the hit by pitch. I think they're going to leave it at that for now.
Pulls his hands in on that fastball and rips it foul.
But this is about pitch 10 of this at bat.
Got him again.
Now we're going to get another runner and load the bases.
So Lascelles will attempt to walk it off now. Elliot Lascelles out of Toronto, Upper Canada College, has been hit a couple of times. The Yale commit.
Looked like he felt that one a little more than the first one, or maybe it was just the same spot.
Lascelles hoping to have the opportunity to be a top performer on the Canadian junior national team. Leaks out front, fastball, tops it to the right side, a little step to the bag, and turned into an out at first base by Logan Weidman.
That Canadian national junior team annually is one of the most scouted teams around. They take a spring trip down to Florida. They take a spring trip to Arizona, and scouts just flock every year, even if there isn't a premium name, which there usually is.
Yeah, Lascelles one of those names. Shortstop, starting shortstop on the Canadian junior national team when he was not even old enough to qualify for the team per se. Got a chance to play up in Lascelles. Varsity soccer player, elite athlete, as Evan McIlvaine takes over that spot now. Runners on second and third, one out. Dipped over the outside corner with the breaking ball. 0-2. McIlvaine from Thompson Station, Tennessee, Nolensville High School, FTB National. Will Haney's his coach. He's excited to figure out his spot, his commitment. Chris and Rachel, his parents. Good 0-2 pitch, just in and off the plate. talks about his big brother's journey, his brother who pitched at Vanderbilt. He said, that's when I really learned how to catch. As he shoots that one into center field, Evan drives in one. Big aggressive turn, nice throw to the plate. They'll stop it right there. Yeah, he used to catch his big bro Vanderbilt arm when he was a 6th grader during COVID. Now he's all grown up. And David, that was a grown-up swing.
That was. It was a mature swing, 2 strikes, didn't try to do too much with it. I thought for sure 2 runs were going to score there, but only 1 got in. A strong throw from Ezekiel Lara in center field.
Judah Otta from Honolulu. A stolen bag. They pinch ran for McIlvain out there. Yano Martinez, who's been playing shortstop, second base in this game.
There's another player who I mentioned before with Katura, who just last night in batting practice just showed a really, really aesthetically pleasing swing. That classic left-handed swing that's smooth and extended. And again, despite the size, 6'5", 210, he's not strong yet. He's not physically mature, but you can just see him when he gets stronger, really developing quickly because it's pretty mechanics. And having watched him run and carry himself, it's a very athletic package.
And a strong single mom at home in Paula. The 2 of them taking on the world together as that one's inside. He said about his mom, when I asked him who inspires him, he said, that one's simple. My mom, no matter the circumstances, she's never given up, and she's the reason I'm here now. Coaches talk about his attitude, his effort, his determination, physicality. I love his answer, the Hawaiian David. I asked him, what brings you joy? He said a bunch of things, but let me go with this list. Catching fish, cooking steak, barreling balls, catching waves, and skiing. That's a great list, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad he got a baseball reference in there with all that other fun stuff.
He snuck it in there. Yeah, he's been a favorite. I've enjoyed getting to know him at this event.
He also sports the nicest headgear here, nicest headband.
He's found himself more getting comfortable in the weight room. There's a lot of gifts that were bestowed upon him, but he talks about the weight room has really been a big part of his year this year. He weighed about 185. Now he's a little bit over 200, 205. Power has increased. That's given him more confidence. And one skips away and far enough away to score a run. Have to do more research. Ulua, I want to be respectful and get it right for all of you that are out there on the ocean, on the water. Ulua, he said one of his goals this year is to catch an ulua. As that one is up and away. And then he said the rest of it is to spend time with mom, Oma and Papa, his grandparents, and then his mom.
Okay, spell that fish for me.
ULUA.
That's simple as it sounds.
David's got that Google machine working over there.
Oh, yeah, I already have it up on.
3-1 the count. Judah Otta. I've enjoyed that his at-bat has gone on. He's an interesting man to learn about. We're going to flip sides. We're going to think about uluas while we're taking a quick break. PG National. David's going to let us know if it's good eating.
That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody is just like bump, bump, bump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Super Mario Bros, no better way to go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
That's Trenton Ramsey out there. He is a Miami commit. He's a young man out of North Marion High School in Ocala, Florida. Plays for Power Baseball, Marucci Blue Jays scout team, and is the number 6, currently anyway, the number 6 left-handed pitcher in the rankings amongst all Florida Southpaws.
He had a nice workout yesterday. Throwing from the outfield through 95, was very athletic in his outfield action, swung the bat very well during BP, and kind of announced his presence. And he's only been up to 89 this summer on the mound, but he definitely showed more arm strength yesterday in the outfield, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a little more from him on the mound in his outing today.
He'll throw a couple of innings. He was great at that great event, the 17U WWBA, playing for Power. As a hitter, he had 7 hits. He had 3 walks. That's a .611 on base percentage in that challenging event. As a pitcher, 4 1/3, 8 strikeouts. So just kind of flexing as he takes on Ezekiel Lara. You go to that event, you go Shohei at that event, you've done something. Let alone just hitting well, you know? Lara, Georgia Tech commit. David and I were marveling about how some of those schools in the great state of Georgia doing a nice job bringing Californians to the South. Pretty approach. Line drive, base hit for Ezekiel.
Nice simple swing, starts spread and low and stays short. And that's what that swing is designed for right there. Ramsey hitting .407 with a 1404 OPS this summer in PG play. 3 homers. Maybe they'll let him swing the bat later too. I hope so.
This is such an important summer for athletes. I know your senior year, David, makes a big difference and you could do something, but this is it. Big jump. Swipe that bag.
Very quick release, 194 on the pop time, but the key there is on the wrong side of the bag. If that throw had been on the proper side of the bag, that would have been a caught stealing.
It's funny, the drill pop times, you'll find people on discussions out on social media get upset about those lower numbers. And I think for those of you that feel that way, just pause for a second and understand that people who evaluate like David, they understand that it's in an actual drill, that it's not in a game. David just gave you a 194 game pop time. And so I know it's funny, people will take those leaderboards as that one's fired down to third and get upset. Looked like it skipped up and got him as he slid. Let's hope he's okay.
It got him pretty solid. It's not the first time.
Kind of in the jaw? Like did it get him up in the jaw, D?
I hope not.
Lara's struggling to get up. Yeah, they'll come check on him. We'll take a quick break. Let's see if we can rally him back. Nah, he's all right. We don't need to go anywhere just yet. He's like, I'm all right.
So he got hit somewhere upper body, shaking his head. And you know that's what the trainer is asking him. Yeah, if he's got a little blood there, he's going to
Yeah,
leave the
let's
game.
get a runner out there for him. And got him just it did get him up. I thought it maybe was in the cheek or the nose. That's tough luck too. All you're doing is sliding. That's all you're doing.
We saw one earlier in the National Showcase at second base where a runner got squared up. But we've got Aiden Ruiz now at third base. We're continuing on the thought of pop times. As a matter of policy myself, I do not put the drill pop time in any report.
Okay.
I mean, it's there listed. It's one of the standard stat lines from the workouts. I do not put that number in the report. If I have a game pop time that's good and solid, that will definitely go in the report. And most of the PG scouts follow that same sort of guidelines because, as you said, we know it's a drill. You know, it's measuring your drill pop time, and of course, how you throw in a game is rarely as quick. But when somebody throws a 194, okay, that's notable even if the throw wasn't accurate. Who do we have behind the plate? Is that McIlvain behind the plate?
Let's double check, David. I'm here to take a look for you.
It's Evan McIlvain.
Yes, it is. It is Ev. He's going to catch the next 2 innings. Hoaxum chases that one up and away from the left-hander Ramsey. That one 91 miles an hour. 91. Raymond Giannis now. He's singled back in the third inning. I guess I just brought it up because I find myself, I'll be honest, wondering why people get upset about that.
Because it's social media and they can get upset.
I don't get it. It's in a drill. We all know it's in a drill. No one's comparing it to major leaguers in a game. Let's find some context.
Well, the same thing happened, and the Twitterverse exploded when Michael Gupton ran a 5.95, and they're saying that'd be a world record. That can't be right. The time must be wrong. Well, it's a little different set of conditions as we've got a base running play out here.
Nice job defensively, David. Kind of a double steal attempt and a nice job defensively. Again, for players that don't play together on the same team, it's just being baseball-y in your actions.
Well, yeah, that's what you've been coached up to do. I believe that Sammy Kane at shortstop for the Navy team did a textbook job of cutting in front, and then most importantly made a perfectly accurate throw to McIlvain at the plate. That's the way they draw it up in practices around the United States, around Latin America, and around Asia, around the world. Anyway, when Gupton ran that, it was just like a storm. That couldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened. It's like you're standing up. It's laser timed. It's not. There's 20 different differences between running it at a track meet and running it on the turf in the outfield at a baseball showcase.
2-2 the count. Oh, nice job. He flagged that one. He wasn't sure if he had it or not, but he did.
Yeah, breaking ball, you're never sure exactly how it's going to bounce, whether it's going to bounce back. But if you catch a lot, and McIlvain's out, obviously caught left-handers with his brothers all his life. You probably get a little more used to that left-handed breaking ball spin.
A walk will send a runner out. Ken 2 will go run. Trenton Ramsey, North Marion High School. Jonathan and Aaron, his parents. Inside, 2-2 the count. Ramsey loves Pete Crow Armstrong. That's his favorite player to watch. Lefty like him. He said, he showed me that you don't need to be a giant to be successful.
I'm curious how many people in baseball who saw Pete Crow Armstrong at this event back before his senior year, who saw him in the All-American Classic, saw him in high school, thought that he was going to be a 30-30 guy which he's surely going to this year.
Yeah.
At any point in his career, let alone this early in his career, that power has just exploded. And when Corbin Carroll started hitting with power with a lot of the same physical profile, even a little smaller, it surprised nobody because Carroll had already always shown that, even dating back to when he was 16 years old. But that wasn't a part of Crow Armstrong's game then. Now, the fact that he's a Gold Glove level center fielder surprised absolutely no one. But it's really the bat and the power that's opened up people's eyes on that. When you hit with power when you're, 24, it's not going to go away.
Pulls his hands in and rolls it to the right side. Giannis gloved up and turned into an out there at second base. It's Colt Springall making that play. We roll along to the 8th inning. Day number 3, game number 2, Perfect Games National Showcase.
Wow, it feels brand new. That's crazy. I feel no pain, nothing. That's like crazy. Zero pain, zero.
That's crazy, dude.
Like, I can't feel my traps anymore because they've been going and they're super loose now. But my legs, it almost feels like somebody is just like, pump, pump, pump. It feels like you're getting a massage, free massage.
Supermark Pros, no matter where you go.
The weather is warm and it's the perfect time of year to cook outside. Loco Smart Temp griddles provide precise and controllable griddle surface temperatures ranging from 250 degrees all the way up to a sear setting. The cooking temperature always stays exactly where you set it, so your meal always comes out just right. Cultivating great experiences is part of our DNA, and everyone has a seat at our table, so pull up a chair. Cook faster and party longer with Loco cookers.
Hey there, Elliot Lassell. You can see what he did in the 3rd inning. Bryce Collins, good stuff. Couple of innings, 4 strikeouts. Team Orange. Blumker was fun early. He kind of arose. There was maybe some timid steps initially, but then he was strong.
Yeah, struck out the side in the 2nd. Used all his pitches. Very impressive. And let's not forget Sean Sullivan, who opened up the game for 2 innings, throwing 95, 97.
Sully, the flamethrower. Like him a lot. They turned it over last inning, so Otto was hitting, so he'll get to finish his approach.
Does that mean I can talk about Alua?
Yes, the fish. We were asking you because he wants to catch one this year, so what do we know about
I'm looking at the pictures of Alua, and young Mr. Oda is going to have to lift a lot more weights to be able to get Alua on the boat, because they are some big fish, like 80-kilogram fish.
Really?
So over 100 pounds, and these look even bigger than that. They are huge.
Well, he said he's been in the weight room a lot more. He said that's been part of his evolution in 2025. I love that that's a challenge of his. I love how the world is so different for so many of these athletes. You know, you have an athlete like this who lives in Honolulu. You have a kid from New York, a kid from Texas, a kid from Oregon. I love that.
Got to remember, his 1 and 2 on his list, though, were catching a fish and cooking a steak.
Yes.
A young man who's he's got his priorities right there. I should look up Alua recipes, so maybe he can cook an Alua steak.
Well, if you're to describe it, it seems like you could eat for days if you catch one.
Feed an extended family.
2-1 the count to Judah Otta, Arkansas commit, Hawaiian native.
Not surprisingly, YouTube is full of videos on cooking Alua.
Just a little bit low and over the inner half. To finish the thought earlier we had on Pete Crow Armstrong, there's every chance in the world that the man who was at this event, seemed like yesterday, could be the National League's MVP this year, the way he has played. Steal that award from Shohei Ohtani. Good life on that pitch. Diving at home play, a little two-seam fastball, 86 miles an hour. Cedric Henderson, Richmond, California, Berkeley High School. Number 11th ranked right-handed pitcher in the state of California. Induces a ground ball to the right side. Jog to the bag, quickly turned into an out. Logan Weidman's out there.
So important for a young pitcher if you've struggled one inning to get the first hitter out in the next. And Henderson did that with a nice sinker there.
Sammy Kane, middle infielder. Ready for that one. On top of it, this is a long throw. How about that arm? Oh my goodness, from deep in the hole. Took a couple of steps back, set himself, and just zipped it across the diamond. Boy, that was pretty by Miles Young.
Yeah, when you said he gets on top of the throw, that's what he did. And that's so nice to see, because if you take a different route to that, and he had to go back because it was fairly hard hit, but look at him get on top of that. Outstanding throw. Young threw 93 in infield drills, and that might have been 93 right there.
Mr. Henderson said settling down, and this is a nice little inning. Let's see if he can push his way through. He gets the inside corner, 1-1 the count to Easton Cantura. Couture, the son of Nicole and Greg. Sister Malika, a little bit older, 19 years old. Got him out front with a good pitch, a changeup, about 10 miles an hour below that fastball velo. Couture of Ukrainian descent. Every Christmas they get together, have a big Ukrainian Christmas meal. On the ground, diving attempt. It's a base hit for Easton.
He's picked up a couple of those seeing eye barrel hits where you don't necessarily drive the ball hard, but you get the barrel on it and get it just to the right place. That sort of matches what I talked about his batting practice was. You know, soft barrels, beautiful swing, just a matter of getting stronger.
So I got to point out as Frank Gerhardt steps in that Couture, and I've got to get to this because it does matter. He was the MVP, David, of two teams this year. His basketball team, as there he goes, running out to second. We're speaking about you, young man. Not only was he the MVP of his basketball team, he was also the MVP of his curling team.
Curling, outstanding. Well, he's from Alberta. It was going to be hockey or curling.
He was second team all-league hockey player.
Of course.
Come on now. Curling. How beautiful is that?
Okay, you owe me a Frank Gerhardt family tradition story. I've been waiting for like 3 or 4 innings for him to come back in the lineup, so let's not miss it.
Okay, hold on. Good story. Frank Gerhardt, Hamilton High School. 1-1 the count. 1-2. Frank Gerhardt's family tradition, it's called Big Sandwich Night. Once a month, ham, salami, turkey, roast beef, tomatoes, lettuce, avocado, artichoke hearts, pickles, multiple cheeses, bread, and chips. We make the biggest sandwich possible. We watch a ball game or a movie. We inhale our sandwiches together as a family. The Gerhardts celebrate huge sandwich night.
And that's how you get to be 6'5", 225 at 17 years old.
The Gerhardts, I love that tradition. I live here in Arizona. Invite me to your big sandwich night, please. Hey, by the way, nice job by Mr. Cedric Henderson putting it back together.
Nice job making a comeback inning. He can leave with a smile on his face.
I believe this is where it all began.
And here comes the pitch.
And this is the sweetest sound in the world.
Of course, to be able to swing a bat quick, you're going to have to be strong.
I believe you gotta rise before you can shine. That there is no agony worse than defeat.
The question is, does he have the bat speed? Does he have what it takes?
And an angel watches over me.
And swinging. Just keep swinging. Just keep swinging.
I believe this will all be worth it.
And the next pick in the 2024 draft is...
We used to call those Dagwood sandwiches. We were talking about them after the cartoon character. I've aged most of you out by saying that, I understand. The left-hander Trenton Ramsey will go back to work. David and Darren at Perfect Games National Showcase, the best 300-plus in the country in the class of 2026. And an entire wave. Mike Farron, by the way, he's over there warming up in the bullpen. I see him. He's ready to be here. He'll take you on through the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening with all the workouts. Johnny D's going to hit. John Dolan. And he's in the hole 0-1. Dolan. Huffman, Texas. Wow Factor National. Couple of quick strikes from the left arm of Ramsey.
We're hoping for the same sort of comeback inning. Ramsey had a struggle with the command a bit that first inning. He certainly didn't there to the first hitter. Strikes out Dolan on the fastball up.
Yeah, asking you shall receive. By the way, John Dolan's dream school is Columbia. He'd love to. He has those kind of grades. There's that fastball elevated after a secondary pitch down in the zone. It played up.
I'm gonna have to go and count the number of Ivy League schools that we already have commitments from here, because it's not an insignificant number.
Winston Pettit picks on a breaking ball, lifts it a long way high in the sky, but it's up on top of the dugout. Didn't mean to, but he did. An in-between swing, and Winston goes down on strikes. Winston just a couple of years removed from playing football, basketball, and baseball his freshman year. He's setting up that fastball nicely, isn't he?
Yes, and when you get that kind of life on it, the huge left-handed tail, it's going to be that much more effective.
Goodness gracious.
Some weak hacks this inning.
He didn't even have to set that one up. It was 20 inches, though, a vertical break, D. Back up there again. 19 inches, 89 miles an hour.
Let's see whether he tries to make it 3 for 3.
Way inside. Evan called for it. Before he called for it, he kind of, with his body language, said, why not? Do it again. Kind of a why not when he called for the fastball. Oh, a sweeping. You asked for a bounce back inning?
Wow, that was pretty spectacular, Mr. Ramsey. Fastball, sliders, located all of them. Nice work.
You got to smile, don't you?
Yep. I always love seeing the kids leave the mound with a smile.
This is what D's talking about here. That vertical break on the fastball, and then the breaking ball, a dandy.
Players want to maximize their potential.
They are chasing the wrong thing.
Being better is personal.
What works for one player doesn't work for all players.
Players need to be told what they're good at, what they're not good at, and what they need to work on.
They need to be given a personalized plan to help them get to where they want to be.
That's how players get better.
That's how they maximize their potential.
That's how they become great.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us as we build the future of intelligent players.
Out of American Heritage High School, it's Brady Snow from North Palm Beach in Florida. Matza is head coach at American Heritage, plays for Coach Einhardt with Wow Factor. And as he decides where he's going to pitch collegiately, he will make that commitment at some point. In all likelihood, a man who's going to be talked about in the draft, the son of Robert and Jennifer. His name is Brady Snow. Those are a few of the things we can say. What do you know about Brady, D?
Brady's got a strong arm. He's been up to 95 this summer. That was almost 2 months ago. He's also a strike thrower. He's only walked 2 and thrown well over 60% strikes this summer. So it's a combination of really good stuff, elite stuff, and the ability to throw strikes.
So Snow, ready to go to work. We'll see him for a couple of innings as we near the latter portion of this game. Johnny Badala has played every outfield position in this game, left, center, and right. And he looks at a fastball, 95 miles an hour. And by the way, an easy 95 for strike one.
Trackman's calling it a 96.
Yeah, just flipped off his fingertips. There's a for sure 96. He's not falling all over the place. This is not a max effort high 90s or mid to high 90s. It's just kind of flipping it in there. It looks easy for him. 94.
Yeah, that's what stands out. He's not working hard for that velocity at all. That's probably why he can throw strikes. Is it's low effort, it's clean and simple mechanics. Turn, lift, plant.
Gives it a go with the breaking ball. Big spin at almost 2,900, but spikes it into the dirt. On one hop, it came in 94. It was hit 94. Not a bad approach. Just hit it right at the second baseman.
Mr. Ruiz at second base. The ball has found him this game. I said that before the game started. I hope the ball finds him, and it has. That was probably his easiest chance of the game, however.
Keanu Martinez. Had a two-seamer. That was 93. Didn't have the shape of his four-seamer. That wasn't a changeup. Too hard.
I was wondering what happened to have it bounce back so hard to the pitcher.
Yeah.
You're right. I think with the different profiles, movement profiles on those two pitches, he's definitely four-seaming and two-seaming it. There's the four-seamer.
Right back, shoulder high. He squares it up long enough to make the play. Canas, the first baseman, received that one.
Now batting number 19.
Field your position. That's what they always tell you. I think that was more self-defense than fielding your position, but he was in good position to field it. That's the thing. You see his windup. It's a fairly short stride, and he lands balanced. That's part of the ease of his delivery, but it also puts him in good position to field his position.
Rides right in under the kneecaps of Ethan Rathman. As he rolls that one foul. Olympia High School coach Kyle Blum. Miami said they established a great relationship with me and my family when I was younger. I enjoy the energy and emotion that I felt when I visited. The U just felt like home. Jim and Stephanie, his parents. One and two. Good breaking ball.
The curveball does have a rather abrupt break to it. He hasn't really found a perfect location yet for it, but it sure spins. There's the swing and miss breaking ball just down out of the zone. 2,900 plus RPMs, and Brady Snow making that look pretty easy, Darren.
Little wry smile for Snow as he heads off the diamond, getting the talented Ethan Rathman. A fastball right at the knees, very good command, and there's the breaking ball like it was dropped down an elevator shaft.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no else, I gotta get a no call to quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I gotta go, dawg. I'm riding a road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Too much that I've been through, so I put it all in that rear view. Clean money in a black whip. Got old problems with a friends new.
Hi there, David and Darren. We roll into a couple of more innings of this one, and then it's skills and drills the rest of the day. We'd like to introduce you to Declan Fitzgerald. He's from Fullerton, California. He's at Fullerton Union High School. Sean Hill is his coach there. Willie Bloomquist is the head coach at ASU. He has earned the commitment of Declan Fitzgerald, and he will get to see the son of James and Rachel go to work.
I don't know much about Fitzgerald. Perfect game record. He's only been to one event, and that was last year. He was up to 91. I strongly suspect his invitation is the work of our group of fine Southern California PG scouts who go to games all spring and certainly know the area as well, if not better than any of the team's area scouts, I think, because they're at games every day. Steve Doherty, Scott Rankin, Steve Fiorindo.
So Cal Steve, he's very famous. Johnson DuBose, I should say, from Atlanta, Georgia. Indiana commit. Has to deal with Declan as Declan runs that fastball in on the hands. I'll tell you what Declan says about himself. Fastball 88 to 93, slider 77 to 80, changeup 79 to 84, and a curveball 74 to 77. Those are his words. There's a few more thoughts I'll share in a moment. 2-2 the count. David, he wraps up his own scouting report by saying high RPMs. I can get up to 2,900 on my slider. Strike thrower, heavy slider usage, not afraid to come in with my fastball. Those are his words.
Heavy slider usage.
Not afraid to come in. He also said that. He talks about growing as a student as they'll send a runner out there to pinch run. Kentu will head out. Declan, talking about Declan, the pitcher. He said, my sophomore year, boy, I put myself in a challenge. I took a handful of AP classes and honors classes. I passed them all. I learned how to deal with the workload, but it was hard. It was a hard off-the-field challenge. Back to the screen it goes. He talked about the energy that he felt around the Sun Devils, the ASU program, the culture, the coaches, the pitcher, as it rolled foul third base line. Yeah, fun little change in the state of Arizona where both of those schools that for generations, plural, have played in the PAC, 8, 10, 12, now playing in the Big 12. It's just a different feel.
Completely different. I was talking to Mike Farron about that yesterday. We're talking about Stanford. Of course, I grew up almost on the Stanford campus. And
Yeah.
the idea of Stanford being in the ACC just does not work. I mean, that's wrong. I don't know what the Arizona State people feel about that, but now and then I just think about, these teams having to fly across the country for a weekend series and stuff. That just has to add a layer of difficulty on to everything you do in every sport.
DuBois dealing with a 1-2 count.
Excuse me, college sports, certainly baseball is evolving so quickly as DuBois rockets that one to the middle field, gets into center. Runner will go to third. That was 94 off the bat.
He hit it hard.
Yeah, that just one of those balls that just gets past the shortstop just on the velocity of it.
Tyler Kennist. Oh, and 1 the count, 91 miles an hour over the inner half. Declan Fitzgerald on the first base side of the rubber. Little topper breaking ball. They swipe right across the bag and turn it into a double play. That's a nifty little play out there.
That was some nice footwork.
That was LaSalle, wasn't it?
That was LaSalle, and I was wondering the whole time since the ball was hit, is he going to be able to control himself to make that easy tag to second, make it a very routine double play, and he was able to get the foot down.
Luke Manderson checks his swing on a pitch that dives down and in. Nice play by LaSalle. Didn't mean to, but he checked his swing and fouls it off. 1-1 the count.
That's that inside going into right-handed hitters that Fitzgerald talked about in his self-scouting report.
Slider dives low. Manderson this year wants to learn Muay Thai and also wants to learn how to surf. He wants to do both those things this year. Said, I also want to become more patient, walk more at the plate when it's presented. Ouch. I should have told Fitzgerald it was walk more. He didn't mean to be hit by more pitches. He wants to walk more this year. I think he's okay. Wrist hand area, I think. Hopefully he's okay.
He was smiling at the catcher and the umpire, and don't think we have anything to worry about there.
Right after him, fastball. The rule applies right after you hit a batter. It's fastballs after that, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. All fastballs. You see the runner down at first base. Same thing as a walk.
He came right at him. So he reached by being hit by a pitch and then struck out. Both part of his approach. Luke Manderson goes down on strikes. Declan, the ASU commit, brings some pretty big stuff to the mound. Farron, Mr. Snow, back out to work on the mound. 5-1. If you're into the score, it's more about the athletes than it is to score, but we'll keep it for you anyway. An entire wave of athletes come in. You're going to hang right here. Mike Farron, the great voice of Major League Baseball, TV, radio, is going to come in and take you on home.
Leading off for the Navy team, number 29, Chase Wilk.
Speaking of athletes here, I don't think we had a chance to really talk about Brady Snow enough. He had such a quick and efficient 1-2-3 inning, but that's almost just about as pure of quality stuff as we have seen in the first 3 days of this national showcase. I mean, just sitting, 95, 96, 2,900 spin rate, hammer, low 80 breaking ball. And that was just really good stuff.
Incredibly quick work. You're exactly right. Vegas raised Chase Wilk.
It's Snow down a mile or two this inning, but that's not surprising, but it's still so low effort and easy.
Wilk rolls that one third base side. It hugs the line and it trickles foul. So we'll get a chance to see the Bishop Gorman High School star Chase Wilk once more.
I was kind of hoping Johnson Dubon would make a play on that. See something spectacular. Or Johnson Dubose, excuse me.
Wilk, a big goal of his this year is to keep that 4.0 GPA his senior year. That would make it 4 years straight of a 4.0. Son of Richard and Laura Wilk. Elevated fastball, 92, swung on and missed. Down he goes.
I have to believe that velocity, whether it's 92 or 96, is playing up because of that ease of release. Now, he's not getting away down the mound. He's not going to pick up velocity by getting farther down the mound and closer to release because he's got that short stride out front. Again, that's just a good old-fashioned sharp curveball.
Luis Bermudez takes a pitch that he has fouled off to the right side. That last one, 94 miles an hour for the native of Puerto Rico to deal with. Ouch. Did it nick him? Yeah, just got a piece. Came way up and in. Yeah, got him in the, say, my protector right there on the elbow. Auto a run. '94, 2,500 spin.
And there are teams now, scouting departments, the one that still have an open mind to high school pitchers who are their profiles, the metrics on spin rates and velocity and different aspects of the TrackMan measurements that we never see. The Rapsodo, the TrackMan measurements is that's lifted high in the air. Shallow right center field. The center fielder's under it. But it all gets plugged into that algorithm and plan that they have. And I have to believe that Snow matches that very well right now for a lot of the teams that model pitchers to that degree.
It's interesting. Snow's available, and this is a guy who's still figuring out where he wants to go, right? I mean, he was initially committed to Central Florida. Now he'll make his decision. Snow gives a lot of credit to watching Brian Wu pitch, enjoys watching him work. Colt Springall gets the call, hurrying up the line. Nice play defensively. That's how you play some shortstop right there. And turned into an out.
Cantu's made a couple nice plays. Made a beautiful catch at second base going back into the outfield. Very under control, and that you knew it was going to be an accurate throw just because how his footwork and how under control he was. Didn't rush it.
So they're going to give a chance for Ponatoski to pitch. So let's love on Snow for a minute. He's done.
Yeah, that was as strong an outing as I've seen in 3 days. Here, yeah, we've seen a few higher spin rates. We've seen a few higher ticks up on the fastball. But when you combine the two, the ease of delivery, that ranks right with the top guys that we've had so far, in my opinion, the first 3 days.
At Ponatoski, the elite quarterback, Archbishop Moeller High School in Cincinnati, the Kentucky commit for both sports, who threw 101 miles an hour in the infield drills yesterday, will essentially, I would imagine, throw an inning.
Yeah, this is something that's a regular at national showcases in particular, because there's so many talented arms, and you don't want to go out and play 12 innings or 11, 12 innings. It's a chance to give Ponatoski, and I believe Sammy Kane is doing the same thing after the bottom of the 10th. Just come out, throw 10 pitches or what have you, not a full inning, and basically show your stuff. And I certainly don't expect Ponatoski to throw 101 from the mound. I think he's been up to 93 before, however, and obvious arm talent.
Purple, white, red, and royal head to the third base entrance to the field to be ready to take the field for your workout when this game is finished. Once again, purple, white.
Ponatoski was talking about Savion Sims the other day throwing 100 miles an hour, and he said just what you said. He said, I could never do that from the mound.
Not many people can, and when they're 18 years old like Sims, the number becomes even smaller.
Drops that one in there for strike one. And they'll let him turn one loose here. 94 miles an hour. It's a fly ball center field. Robert Omidi, the Canadian, squared that one up, and it dropped right into the glove of Winston Pennant.
Now batting number 20, Tegan Scott.
And now catcher Tegan Scott.
A hard barrel from Scott right now would just be sort of an icing on the cake thing, because he's been so good defensively, has that reputation defensively, and
.95. Yeah, he's had a good day today.
He's getting up over 2,900 on the spin. And you could tell he torqued that one as hard as he could. That was going to be the nastiest curveball ever. Well, that's what he was trying to do.
Another fastball, 95 miles an hour.
Okay. Check your heart rate.
He got out of the way of that one.
He almost ran into it. That was so far behind him.
Funny, Ponatoski was talking about give and take, right? Football, baseball, baseball, football. He said, I'm a better quarterback because I play shortstop. I really am. The actions at short help me with my footwork. He said, I have a better arm at shortstop because I play quarterback, because I throw a football. And then he also said, when I get flushed out of the pocket sometimes as a quarterback and I'm under pressure, because I have to throw different arm angles in baseball, I'm more comfortable football. So it's interesting the give and take for this man who's pitching for show right now, but he's a shortstop. Good pitch, fastball over the inside corner.
My thought went right to, okay, which quarterback in the NFL, is we're going to switch it up, throws from the most arm angles? Well, it's Mahomes. He throws from every arm angle and the known to man. And of course, he played middle infield in high
Baseball
school
player.
and was a pitcher and played baseball. And his dad was a big leaguer.
Declan Fitzgerald one more time. The ASU commit, tall right-hander. Started to, in the latter half of his inning, really find the comfort out there on the mound.
Sort of reminds me physically and with his present stuff of Bryce Collins, who we saw earlier in the game.
Yeah.
It's good command down in the zone. It's still low 90s, but you can see big projection in the body. Some feel for spinning the ball. We haven't quite seen the changeup from Fitzgerald that we saw from Collins, but maybe we'll see it this inning.
Warren Gravely's going to hit. Warren already picked up a hit in this one, so another opportunity for the man out of Rancho Santa Margarita, California.
That was kind of, it wasn't funny, but it was amusing. A throw down to second base. Tegan Scott's behind the plate. Completely overmatched the middle infielder with the velocity on the throw. I don't think whether it's a second baseman or shortstop receiving the throw was expecting to see mid 80s on a throw down between innings, because he just got completely crossed up on it.
89 miles an hour, and it's strike one to Warren Gravely from Declan. Warren Gravely the fourth. Breaking ball on a tee, hit it right to the third baseman and right into the glove of Robert O'Meady. Swung at it like he was ready for it. 94 miles an hour off the bat. You're talking about Rivero getting this opportunity to play here and getting the invite, as you mentioned, David, and another at bat. This has got to be fun. He had the one. He was probably hoping to get another one. Tucson-based Canyon Del Oro. Francisco hits a high fly ball left field, 91 off the bat, just shy of the track. And it's hauled in out there as he hustles on around by Luis Bermudez playing left.
One last thing about Rivero.
Yeah.
You said he's gotten some Player of the Year awards and stuff. He hit .484 with 8 bombs, 14 doubles, and 40 RBIs for Canyon Del Oro High School this year.
How about that? He was recently selected the 5A Sonoran, I should say, Player of the Year.
In short, he deserves to be here.
Yeah, that's great. No matter how it came together, as you said, that's great that he has had this opportunity. Yeah, 5A Sonoran Player of the Year. He had a run at the end of April, just to finish the thought, as Cantu hits, in which he went 18 for 29 in high school games. They couldn't get him out. I'm going to guess Chip Hale keeps an eye on him, head coach at Arizona. 2-2 the count on Marcus Cantu. Inches of induced vertical break that time. Couldn't get a bite, though, in the upper tier of the strike zone. Lost that one on 3-2 as it runs away. All fastballs now. David, you started a rumor there may be another pitcher that throws.
I saw who I believe to be Sammy Kane warming up in the left field bullpen about 5 minutes ago. And now we will confirm, since coach is out there saying, nope, stay on the field. There's Sammy Kane.
All right, tell us about ASU commit Declan Fitzgerald.
Said it's very comparable to Bryce Collins. It's still in the projection stage. There's a lot of life to the fastball. He mentioned in his own self-scouting report that he's slider heavy, and he really was more fastball heavy this outing.
Okay.
But the slider's obviously a weapon that he uses. And I said Bryce Collins, they could be very, very similar watching them develop next year and then in their college careers. Sammy Kane working from basically the stretch. Just like Ponatoski. No, he's not going to throw 101. Kane's not going to throw 99 like he threw in the outfield. But there's obvious arm strength there, and wanted a chance to pitch in this biggest of all big high school stages. Oh, sinker right there, change up. I haven't looked up how often he, you never know. These might be Kane specifically might throw 50, 60 innings a year in high school. I don't know. Maybe he threw 10 innings this year and was just a shortstop who got some relief. So different things happen at different high schools with different athletes.
Well, he did throw at the 17U WWBA 3 2/3 innings. And they helped because his team won it all. CBA Marucci, he helped as a hitter with 10 hits and a 581 on base. So he kind of Shohei'd it just a little bit. That zipped in there at 92, D.
With 19 inches of run to it. You see that lower slot? Yeah, he's going to be creating big life. 19 again on that. Some heavy sinker action.
Threw 92 at a PG event last year. Breaking ball, slider, beautiful approach. That's Aiden Ruiz. Exactly what you're supposed to do with that pitch. Beautiful. Now that was pretty.
Yes, that was. We remarked during his first at bat that he looks better from the right side. Even the scouts say, yeah, he's solid from the right side, but he's still good from the left side. And that we just saw the good from the left side swing and approach.
Wait, here's Matt again. Ponatoski's everywhere. He just got done pitching.
You've got another game tomorrow, Matt. Come on.
Pretty soon they're going to be calling for him to get to football practice. He took his team all the way to the state championship game. Beautiful Hall of Fame stadium, Canton, Ohio, and They came up just short, finishing runner-up for the state title as a quarterback, as the quarterback. Went over the 50 touchdown mark. As that one is low. I asked him, he's got some fun nicknames. We told you one of them, Seven-Finger Gunslinger, because one of his fingers had an accident when he was younger. He lost part of it. The Polish Pistol is another one. He said, for some reason, I garner a lot of nicknames. I'm like, that's all right. You play a lot of sports. Hits it hard on the ground into center field, 93 off the bat. Big aggressive turn. He follows the throw. He'll take another turn and head on to third. And into third he goes. Well, D, that's a wrap.
We've seen our extra pitchers. We've seen 10 innings of quality baseball. We've seen some pretty good arms.
Yeah, Sullivan was good. We saw Sullivan, Hurst, Collins, Ramsey, and Fitzgerald. Blomker, Webb, Schutte was good. Henderson and Snow. Those are the big names.
Some pitchers with great futures in that group. We saw some great defense, too, particularly from Marcus Cantu, but others as well. Tegan Scott stood out defensively.
Another 100 athletes will take the field, and they'll do so right away and come out, and they will show their stuff. They'll run the 60. They will throw from the outfield, infield, from behind home plate, and they'll show who they are with bats in their hands during batting practice. We're excited to have Mike Farron come in here, the voice of MLB Network Radio, and take us to the finish line. David's going to be here as long as he wants to be here because he's the veteran and he's royal status. And either way, you're going to hang out with us. Our production team is amazing, led by Steve Banta. Not quite sure how Houdini does what he does in that room next door, but it's an honor to work with Stevie as we roll along, and we'll see you soon.
With the first pick, he's the number one pick in the draft.
In advance of July's MLB amateur draft, it's time to celebrate the athletes and look ahead. It's the edition that we most covet. It's the mock draft, the 2025 amateur draft. Alongside scouting director Vinny Servito, my name is Darren Sutton. Glad to have you with us. Vinny, we love doing this show every year. We come into your office with all of your scouts, and then we give you the decision-making ability. I know it's a labor, but is it a labor of love for you, this mock draft?
Absolutely, Darren. You know, I'm happy to be here. This is kind of one of the consequences of the new date of the draft, is that it runs into kind of scouting that next crop of athletes and players that we've seen for so long. But I absolutely love doing this. This is one of my favorite events, one of my favorite pieces of content we push out a year, and I'm ready to dive in with the Nationals.
So here's what I'd like to do before we go to the Nationals. Give me 3 or 4 candidates to be number one. You're going to have your number one pick, but give me 3 or 4 candidates that you've heard through the grapevine could be number one.
I think if you're looking kind of at a big four right now, I think it probably starts with Ethan Holiday on the high school side. Obviously, the younger brother of Jackson, who was the 1-1 pick a couple of years ago. Matt Holiday's two sons. And when you go on to the college side, I think kind of the main candidates there are probably the three left-handed pitchers. Cade Anderson at LSU, Jamie Arnold at Florida State, and Liam Doyle at Tennessee. All of those guys are kind of still in the mix. As of this recording, we're still probably about a month out, so things are going to get a little more whispery, a little more buzzy as we get closer to that draft date. But I would say those guys, and then maybe Oregon State's Iva Arquette are probably your main kind of candidates for this number one spot right now.
Oh, look at Arquette jumping into the room. That was a great accidental mention by you. Well done. All right, the Washington Nationals have been waiting a long, long time. Please represent the nation's capital on the baseball side and make the mock number one pick.
So in this draft, the Nationals are going to select Ethan Holiday with the number one overall pick. Kind of the consensus top prospect on the board right now. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the younger brother of Jackson with the Orioles, the son of Matt, the legendary outfielder for the Rockies, Cardinals, Yankees, among others. Ethan's a very different prospect than his brother Jackson, more of a power-oriented focus hitter. Similar levels of plate discipline, walkability. Plays shortstop right now, just won a Rollins Gold Glove actually for a high school shortstop. Might be a third baseman at the next level, we'll kind of see, but the bat is going to be the carrying part of the profile here.
So that's a high school player. Last year it was Seaver King out of Wake Forest and Caleb Lomavita out of Cal. Those were the two picks for the Washington Nationals. Back to Holiday, if you don't mind. When you're number one and you're number one for a long, long time, what did he do on the high school field at Stillwater High School this spring that kind of cemented your decision?
He kind of did everything that was asked of him, to be honest with you, Darren. He hit it at a high rate. He's always walked, even when he was a 14-year-old. And you don't see a lot of 14-year-olds really show that plate discipline, that ability to take walks. A lot of younger kids might find that boring, but he's always walked at a consistently high clip and power. When you're talking about the power with Holiday, you're talking about a potential 35 to 40 home run hitter at a premium defensive position on the left side of the infield. And there's just not a lot of players in this draft specifically, that can offer that kind of upside.
His high school OPS was 2,000. I don't know why anybody pitched to him, and when they did, he Barry Bonds-like hit 16 high school home runs at Stillwater High School. All right, Holiday. Now let's go to number two. The Angels are in that spot. Here's what's funny about the Angels and unique. Christian Moore last year. Before him, when you look at Shanawell and then Neto, that's basically the infield. They all go right to the big leagues with the Angels. They draft them, they go right to the big leagues. They do have a minor league system. So pick for the Angels, because whoever you pick may be in the big leagues pretty soon.
Yeah, so I don't think this would be I think this might be a guy who might be in the big leagues sooner rather than later, as you had mentioned, but this is going to be Cade Anderson from LSU. The lefty has been kind of fantastic down the stretch throughout their run to the College World Series final. He's shown that he has kind of that top two in the rotation upside. The main kind of draws that the Angels have been looking for kind of in these discussions, as you had mentioned, Darren, they're looking for fast movers, guys that can kind of impact the big league ball club right away. That's why I think kind of those upper echelon college players are kind of who the Angels are targeting right now.
He played his travel ball years ago for the East Coast Sox. He was special. And obviously LSU is where he did his developing. The 21-year-old thing, you have to be 21 by the draft, right? When you think about that, because he's only a 2-year player. He turns 21 on July 6th, just in time to jump into that draft. This is a fun one. With only a couple of years of college time, this is a fresh arm. This is kind of fun.
Yeah, he's been, he was their midweek starter last year, put up very good numbers, was a freshman All-American in that regard, and then took that kind of step forward to the Friday night role at a program at LSU that has all kinds of expectations now, with Jay Johnson leading the helm there. He's been nothing short of spectacular. And when you kind of compare him to the other top guys in this area, he's shown a willingness to not only show off his stuff, but also go deep into ball games. The 140-pitch complete game against Oklahoma early in the season is one that comes to memory. Through 7 or 8 innings against Arkansas here in the College World Series, he's been very, very good down the stretch, and is, like I kind of mentioned at the top of the show, is absolutely a candidate to go number one as well.
High school infielder, college pitcher. You previewed that when you talked about the candidates. And by the way, Mike Trout, 25th overall. That's an interesting first-round pick back in 2009 of the Angels. We now pass the buck to the Mariners, who in 87 spent a couple $100,000 on a kid out of Moeller High School in Cincinnati by the name of Ken Griffey Jr. That was a first-round pick that they talk about a lot. I will give you the floor. Please pick on behalf of the Seattle Mariners at 3.
The Mariners at number 3 are going to go with Corona High School righty Seth Hernandez. The consensus top high school right-handed pitcher in the draft, arguably the top right-handed pitcher in the draft since Hunter Green in 2017. You can have those discussions, those debates, but Seth has been nothing short of fantastic this season for Corona. I believe he let up only 2 earned runs over the course of the entire year. Gatorade National Player of the Year, up to 100 at times, sits comfortably in the upper 90s with 4 pitches. Changeup is his best pitch. It's a potential plus offering. Curveball could be a plus offering. Slider's a good pitch too. He's got checks all the boxes that you would for a high school righty. The only thing kind of holding him down from being potentially the number 1 pick is that a high school righty has never gone number 1. But I didn't mention his name. He's still a candidate at this point to go number 1 as well, and I think that could be kind of out of the box pick if that happens.
He can hit too. He's a really good all-around athlete. Had big numbers with a bat in his hand. Slugged .600 as a high school hitter. Hit a grand slam at last year's Prime Perfect Game 17 UWWBA. That's a gauntlet event if you don't know about it. He was dominating in that event, the MVP of that event. He pitched, he hit a grand slam. What a fun pick that is. We've been able to spend a lot of time with them this year. All right, so you got 2 PG All-Americans. You got a left-handed pitcher out of LSU. And now Tulo, Helton, Story, all fun first-round picks of the Colorado Rockies. At number 4, who do the Rockies go for this year?
The Rockies are going to go with Oregon State shortstop Iva Arquette. And it's funny you mentioned Tulo, Darren, because Tulo is a name that comes up a lot in terms of comparisons to a guy like Arquette. He really is the consensus top college position player on the board as of this time. You're talking about a guy who could stick at shortstop at the next level potentially. He might end up getting too big. That's something we can kind of figure out later. But looking at his kind of 99th percentile outcome, you're talking about a guy who can hit 30-plus home runs at the shortstop position, which is not something you find every day. And for the Rockies, would probably elicit memories of a guy like Troy Tulowitzki.
He's Hawaiian. He went to Washington, went to obviously Oregon State, where this year he had a huge year with 19 home runs, was big in the Cape. And a couple of years back, 3 years back, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Hawaii for basketball. That's the kind of athlete he is. Really excited. That's a fun pick. Now at 5, the St. Louis Cardinals. How about this one? Perfect Game All-American Jack Flaherty, world champ, was selected. First-round pick, Cardinals back in 2014. I give you the opportunity to represent Flo, Randy Flores, their scouting director, and pick for St. Louis.
The Cardinals with number 5 are going to go with Eli Willis, shortstop out of Oklahoma. He is the son of Oklahoma associate head coach and former big leaguer Reggie Willis, Jackson is his brother who plays shortstop at Oklahoma. Eli is a very, very talented prospect. He reclassed from the 2026 class, up to 2025. He runs really well. He's a plus runner. He hits. There's a projected plus hit tools profile here. The question with Eli is going to be how much power does he eventually grow into? He is a skinny kid. He is one of the youngest players in this draft. He will be only 17 and a half at time of draft. But there's very good contact skill. There's very good bat to ball. The hit tool and run tool really shine. And some scouts think he can play anywhere up the middle, from shortstop to center field. But there are a lot of fans of Eli Willis.
On July 1st of last year, Perfect Games National Showcase at Chase Field. Most everyone had gone home. It was really late. He had an inside-the-park grand slam. No one homers in that event, let alone hits an inside the park. He was looking like Corbin Carroll as a Diamondback running around the bases. Willits is a fun one. By the way, Select Festival athlete, so that's exciting. You have Select Festival and All-American. Man, we've gone a bunch of All-Americans into this draft already. That's 3 that have been selected. And so now Connor Griffin last year goes to the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's a PG darling, certainly. And now the Pirates, they need to do good work. They need to maybe match what they did with a guy like Garrett Cole back in 2011. I give you the floor. Pittsburgh Pirates, pick somebody good.
The Pirates are going to go with Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold here. One of the more talented college pitchers remaining on the board. Arnold was very, very good for Florida State this year. Ran the fastball up to 97, 98 at times. Comfortably sits mid-90s from kind of a unicorn, low three-quarter, almost from his hip slot. Low launch fastball. It gets a lot of riding life and gets on top of bats. You're talking about a potential double-plus slider here, up to 87, 88. It's a lot of sweeping action, swing and miss. The changeup's a very good pitch, too. He also developed a cutter this year. Has a history of strike throwing. It's a very unique slot, but he's another kind of college left-hander, kind of in that same Keith Anderson boat, and even Liam Doyle, who we hadn't mentioned yet, but a guy who can move through a system very quickly.
Freshman year, his ERA was a Boeing, 7.77. Then he went 2.98, 2.98. 2 great years. He may move quickly. Mr. Skeens may have a locker mate here in the next couple of years. I like that pick. Florida State left-hander Jamie Arnold. So now at 7, it's the Marlins, and there's such an interesting history. Another darling was P.J. Morlando, last year selected. We have him all over our marketing campaign, and a wonderful athlete as well. He got selected in the first round. There's Yelich, there's the late Jose Fernandez. Those are all fun first-rounders to look back on for the Marlins. Much like a lot of these teams, you need to nail it for them. They need some help in the big leagues. So who do they go for?
The Marlins are going to go with another high schooler here. They're going to go with JoJo Parker out of Mississippi. Perfect game All-American. There's many who believe that JoJo is perhaps the best high school hitter in this draft class in terms of pure hit ability. You're talking every bit of a plus hit tool here with a guy who can play a premium position at shortstop. He's a good runner now. He's an above-average runner. He might slow down a little bit as he gets older and ages a litlittle bit, but we're not talking about that right now. He's a 17, 18-year-old. He's been really good this spring. He hit over 500 with 15-plus home runs in Mississippi. Him and his brother both did. He's absolutely a top 10 prospect right now, a top 10 candidate right now, and it looks like he's going to go.
So I got to go with this on that one. What a great pick. This may be for me, and maybe we're geeky about it because we're intimate with this process. This, to me, is the story of the draft. I mean, of all the players you've mentioned, with all due respect to the players you're about to mention, for me, this is the story. He came into last summer ranked around 300, like 275. By the time the summer ended, he was ranked 19th. I don't know how in the world you do that. He's now currently ranked 16th. Is this hyperbole, Vinny, when I tell you, for me, this is kind of the story of the draft? This guy may be the best story.
I think it's absolutely true, Darren. You mentioned it. He went to the national showcase, and he by every metric earned his invitation to the PG All-American game. He was ranked behind his brother, who is another very talented prospect who we might see later in the draft. But what JoJo's done in the last calendar year has been nothing short of fantastic, and he's absolutely earned every right to be a top 10 pick in this class.
Yeah, Bro Jacob is right now at that 35 spot in the PG rankings. He was the MLB Home Run Derby guy. He was the perfect game Home Run Challenge guy, whatever we call it year to year at our Home Run Challenge. But again, they're twin brothers. I buried the lead on that one. They're both out of Mississippi. Dad, an incredible story of perseverance, is paralyzed and is yet a very impactful attorney and now a judge. There's so much good there. Oh, that's the story of the draft for me. Unless you give me another one at 8. You may give me another great dude to talk about at 8. Trey Savage was last year, a pitcher out of East Carolina, and I think pitcher-wise, Roy Halladay may be their greatest number 1 or their greatest first-round pick. Toronto, the late Roy Halladay. I hate saying that, unfortunately. But I'll give you, north of the border, baseball's lone team, and please pick on behalf of the Blue Jays.
So the Blue Jays here will be going with Billy Carlson, shortstop out of California. High school teammates with Seth Hernandez, who went number 3 in this mock draft. Carlson is, by most evaluator standards, the best high school defender in this draft class, and he plays shortstop, which is a good position to play when you want to be a good defender. Every bit of a cannon for an arm. He also pitches up to 95, 96. He's going to be a position player moving forward with the pitching being kind of a back seat. But you're talking about a Gold Glove winner at shortstop in the future. Makes the tough plays, makes the easy plays, makes it all look very easy. There's power in the bat. The hit tool continues to progresses, but you're talking about a guy who could potentially be winning Gold Gloves at short and hit 20 homers in the big leagues.
We haven't even gotten to the commercial break, and you've picked 2 men off the same high school. Imagine that. 2 men off the same high school, Corona High School. For you casual fans, Tennessee commit, by the way, can throw 96 on the mound. He's just a freak athlete. Bobby Witt light, and I mean that with all due respect because he's a different kind of athlete, but the future may come fast for Billy Carlson. There's so much like about it. And if I may, as a preview, look later on in the summer because the Carlson family is going to be nice enough to allow us to go into his home on draft day, and we'll take you behind the scenes. So one of those left-handers is still remaining. Vinny kind of, I think, did this on purpose. Gave us a tease. Look out for these lefties. One of them's still out there. Where will he go? He's the passionate man out of Tennessee. We're going to take a quick break. The Reds are on the clock. Cincinnati, get ready. I'm watching very closely. The 2025 mock draft. Vinny and Darren, glad you're with us.
With the first pick, he's the number 1 pick in the draft.
Vinny and Darren getting you excited for the MLB Amateur Draft, but it's Vinny that's planning out the future of your team with this mock draft. And Vinny, let's go to the Reds. Last year was Chase Burns, former PG All-American. The Reds selected him with the first round. Rhett Lauder the year before has already touched the big leagues just a little bit. That makes it kind of fun. So, the Reds, Cincinnati, what do they do?
Well, you kind of alluded to it before we went to break, Darren, but the Reds are going to select Liam Doyle here. Kind of the last of that number one overall group of guys that are considered. You're talking about a guy who has potentially the best fastball in the draft. 94, 98, up to triple digits. Gets over 20 inches of induced vertical from a really unique arm slot. Also a guy who pitches with the fastball around 70% of the time. So a fastball dominant starter. Fiery competitor, has a slider, that's a pretty good pitch. Splitter can be plus at times, but it's a fastball heavy profile here. And a unique one in that he doesn't do it pretty sometimes. It doesn't always look like the most perfect delivery, but he gets swings and misses, he competes, and he gets a ton of strikeouts.
Oh my gosh, is he passionate too? I mean, that's kind of steal the headline. Like everybody knows the passion on the mound. I'm sure that'll dial back a little bit on a backfield somewhere playing in the minor leagues. But what a fun pick. I'm glad we grabbed him that early. Quick background, he's from New Hampshire. He was born in Boston. He's been to 3 colleges, Ole Miss, Coastal Carolina prior to that. But Vinny and the guys knew him. He was throwing 92 at Jupiter in 2021, so you guys knew about him then. You were watching his journey. Fun one. The Chicago White Sox, Hagen Smith was their selection last year out of Arkansas. Talented pitcher. And again, their most fun selection of all time back in the 80s is Frank Thomas. And that's really fun because we're now seeing Frank Thomas III at Perfect Games Junior National Showcase. All sorts of ties, but now the White Sox. Boy, the Rockies and White Sox. You've already picked for the Rockies. The White Sox really need you to get this one right, Vinny.
White Sox are going to go with Kyson Witherspoon here, right-handed pitcher from Oklahoma. Kind of track record galore here throughout the past calendar year. Pitched for USA, was very good for them. Awesome this year at Oklahoma. He has 5 pitches, likes to use all 5 of them pretty frequently. Fastball will be mostly 96, 98, and he'll kind of hold that velocity for the entirety of the start. Strike throwing is very good here. He's another guy, kind of like the previous college arms that we've discussed, a guy that can move very quickly throughout a system.
Yeah, he's a fun one because he's a JUCO bandit. Didn't really have a lot of places to go out of high school. Went to Doug Martin, coach Northwest Florida State. Brother Malachi went along with. Malachi's going to get drafted too at some point. He was in that OU rotation with him. But when he came out of high school, Vinny, you guys had him as a number 428 ranked shortstop in Florida. Talking about using college to develop. What a fun thing this is. I'm glad you called the name of Kyson Witherspoon as we shift to 11 in the A's. Sacramento now, Vegas down the road. Producer Jason calls them the Nomad A's. And again, they're busy, but they're still building a team, and they hope it's successful. As a matter of fact, they picked Nick Kurtz last year. Nick Kurtz already has, 9 home runs in the big leagues this year? And doing big things. So who do they select? And whoever they select, whether they develop a high schooler or a college guy, the A's are going to do big things in Vegas over the next couple of years. Go for it.
Yeah, well, the Nomad A's, as Jason likes to call them, will be taking Gavin Feen here with their selection. High schooler out of California again. Something we've talked about kind of in previous conversations. Very good year in California, specifically for the high school side. Gavin was arguably the best hitter on the summer circuit last year. Throughout his time at the 17U National, WWBA, area codes. A very, very polished hitter, has a good hit tool with sneaky power. There's really good athleticism here. Kind of could fit almost all over the diamond, whether it's shortstop, third base, center field, right field. Has the arm strength to play any position, but really, really good bat, and that's what you're buying here.
So, by the way, a couple of years ago, the A's, it was Jacob Wilson out of Grand Canyon. He's got 100 hits already. He's gone past the 100-hit mark in the big leagues. So they've done some really good work. San Diego show for Feen, that's a fun mention. I dare say keep an eye on our content. They've been kind enough to allow us to come into their home on draft day and really tell the behind-the-scenes stories. I'm glad you mentioned him. That's a fun one. I'm glad he got picked. We kind of like him here. So now we passed the buck to a team that picked Malcolm Moore out of Stanford, a catcher last year. A perfect game All-American, by the way, Malcolm Moore. The Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are going to go with Steele Hall here. Similar to Eli Willis, Steele Hall was a reclass. He reclassified after Jupiter last October. So scouts were able to get a good look at him at Jupiter. He's a high school shortstop out of Alabama, Hewitt-Trussville. Really, really dynamic athlete. And that's something the Rangers really, really like to target in the draft is not only athletes, but high school athletes. He's twitchy, run. He plays with fire. He's kind of a little bit of a powder keg type. Really, really good shortstop defensively. Could probably stick there, be an above average plus defender at the position. Has loads and loads of bat speed. A guy that's going to have to develop over the next couple of years, but you're talking about a really, really exciting bunch of tools and athleticism to build off.
I didn't have that one on my bingo card because 1 year ago last summer, he was ranked 161. So he did a lot of climbing. The Rangers, by the way, it's kind of fun. We talked about more. Their last 4 draft picks have been PG All-Americans. When you look down, you got Leiter, you got Rocker, and you got Wyatt Langford along with more. They've picked PG All-Americans. San Francisco Giants last year have already traded. They've already traded their first-round pick, Mr. Tibbs out of Florida State, Rafi Devers. Mr. Tibbs, part of that big package that goes the other way. James Tibbs is gone. So the San Francisco Giants, who do they select? They've got some fun momentum at the big league level. Who do they select?
The Giants are going to take Ike Irish out of Auburn here. One of the most complete college bats kind of on this side of the board here. Irish is a candidate to go much higher than this. He could absolutely be a top 10 pick. But when you talk about Irish, you're talking about a guy with a very, very polished bat. It's a plus hit tool with above average power. He hits balls extremely hard. The power in home run numbers finally showed up this year. There's real 25 homer potential in the bat. Plays all over the field. He played catcher for the first 2 years at Auburn. He had an injury to his back that kind of forced him off the position this spring, so he played mostly left and right field. He does have arm strength, so he can handle either of those positions well. But he may be a guy where, similar to like a Tyler Soderstrom in the past, where the bat is so good that maybe you don't want to put the stresses of catcher on him.
I like that name. We love him. He's a fun one. He played on that famous Orchard Lake St. Mary's prep. Our good friend Brian Sikowski, part of the coaching staff back then, helping out. Now with Virginia on the coaching staff there. They went 44-0. Brock Porter, who's in the Rangers organization, was on that team. Nolan Schubart, who's hit 59 career home runs at the college level with Oklahoma State. And Alex Mooney, who's in the Guardians organization. I like that pick. That's a famous high school team, and he did great at Auburn. This is a fun one. The Tampa Rays picked Theo Gillen last year, a perfect game All-American out of Austin, Texas. And by the way, at A-ball, he's paying off. He's already got like a 460 on base, give or take, to open the season. That was last year. This is this year. What are the Rays? Everyone listens closely and stops talking when the Rays make any sort of pick.
The Rays are going to go with Merrick Houston here, shortstop out of Wake Forest. Believed to be one of the best defenders on the college side of the draft this year. A slam dunk, no doubt, shortstop. You're talking about a plus glove there. A guy that could potentially win gold gloves. Really took a step forward this year in terms of the offensive profile. There's really good feel to hit. It's kind of a polished hit tool. It's not as much power as you would like, but when you're talking about a guy who could potentially win gold gloves at shortstop, the risk there isn't really too great. He can run, he can throw. He's viewed as kind of a safe college prospect at this point, but he's one that the Rays should be really excited about to get into their depth system.
Well, you scouts are hard to please. 15 homers, 19 stolen bases. I take that as enough power, but I get it. It's going to come on. He was an Ostingers guy back in the day. What a great program Jimmy Osting runs there. So that's a fun pick. I loved writing that one onto my board. Fun first-round picks for the Rays: Longoria, Price, and of course Josh Hamilton. Some fun names to look back through their history. The Boston Red Sox, Braden Montgomery. He's gone. He was traded for Garrett Crochet. He's on a different team now. He's a PG All-American as well out of Texas A&M. The Red Sox have been all kinds of busy and fun, all kinds of PG prospects coming to the big leagues this year. Who are they going to pick?
They're going to go with Kason Cunningham here, shortstop out of Texas. One of the better hit tools on the high school side of the draft this year, a guy that we've seen since he was 14. He's consistently ranked, has the bat speed, more juice than you would think out of a prospect his size. But the hit tool is very, very good. Might be a second baseman long term, not really a concern right now, but he can run too, and you're talking about a guy that is going to hit his way through the minors and reach the big leagues sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Cunningham, Peachy's number 5 ranked player right now. He was a perfect game owner. I think he was a Select Festival guy too. Jeremy Brown, the great scout and the man who handles the Select Festival, does so much of it. He was a Jackie Robinson Award winner, won that award at the All-American Classic last year. Fun mention there. Red Sox pick, because he's tied to travel ball so much now. I got to mention 1989, the Boston Red Sox first-round pick, Mo Vaughn, now travel ball guy. 300-plus home runs, now a big travel ball guy teaching the game, Mo Vaughn. Love mentioning that. Before we go to break, let's let the Twins go to work. It was Kalen Culpepper last year, the really athletic middle infielder out of Kansas State. Royce Lewis is one of our favorite picks of all time that the Twins made. So with that in mind, is it an athlete? Is it a slugger? Is it a pitcher? Who do the Twins pick?
The Twins are going to go with Jace Laviolette, outfielder from Texas A&M here. Potentially the hardest guy to kind of pin down when it comes to this sort of mock draft exercise, because he was the 1-1 candidate coming into the spring. Numbers kind of faded down the stretch. To me, you're talking about a guy still that could play center field with 30-plus homers, and is that kind of dynamic athlete to stick in center field. He's a leader. He kept that Texas A&M team together into the portal and back out of the portal back when they hired Michael Early as the head coach. It's been a tumultuous year in College Station, but I think Laviolette is still a prospect to really get excited about.
6'6", 235, huge power, 68 home runs in his career. That's a fun pick for the Minnesota Twins. That's not a twitchy athletic guy, nor is it a pitcher. That's a masher. Harmon Killebrew is coming to town in the form of Jace Laviolette. I'm fired up. We're going to take a break. When we come back, there's some great PG All-American dudes left. There's a couple of big arms left, one of whom did something spectacular. I don't know if he's climbed into this first round, though, at the Men's College World Series. Vinny and Darren, this is Perfect Game 2025 Mock Draft.
Welcome to the final workouts for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. Teams 9 through 12 starting with 60-yard dashes this afternoon at Chase Field. We are going to dive right in with David Ronsley, Mike Farron, and let's get going. Jeffrey Claycomb, number 5, Andrew Costello, number 6. There are a lot of top 100 prospects that we're going to see today.
Yeah, we're going to see some fun performances. I'm sure it won't just be the top 10, top 20 guys that are on these teams. It's going to be some guys we haven't really heard about. I mean, yesterday we had Gennaro Veras, who was ranked 500, son of a big leaguer, runs a 6'4" and throws 96. We'll have some of those today, too.
Yeah, pretty good run there with Dawson Hinson. We will get you up to date on times as soon as we have them. Each player will run 2 60-yard dashes. We'll do teams 9 and 10 first, twice, then teams 11 and 12. And we'll move on to the defensive portion of the day. Outfield throwing, infield work from shortstop, and catcher pop times before wrapping with batting practice.
We'll give some perspective to the 60 times when we start posting times. 6:11 is the top time so far from the first 2 groups by Jacob Lombard. Sterling Coxum was the top in the second group with a 6:15, and anything under 6'5" really gets your attention, and we've had maybe about 10 or so under 6'3", so...
Well, we just had a couple that timed in at just over 6'3". Wesley Roberson from Brunswick, Georgia, and Kyle Pena from Puerto Rico. Both had times of, for Roberson it was 6'3'4", and for Pena 6'3'2".
Both outstanding times.
And we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but 6'8" is considered major league average, so anything under that you're looking for. And this is obviously one of the things that you're always, as a scout, David, looking for athleticism, right? And this is kind of the first way. This is the old school way, right? Is if you can run fast, you're a good athlete.
I used to be, years ago, a little pessimistic about the 60, and because, you never run a 60 in baseball, blah, 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 despite the fact it goes all the way back to Branch Rickey in the 1930s. But the more and more I watched younger players, and see this as a real expression of athleticism, the more and more I've grown to appreciate it.
And Blake Bowen with a 6'4'3", which is not a double play, but at least in this iteration. Yes, cheesy jokes will be coming for you for the next 4 hours. On to the first couple of runners for Team Red.
We must have had a few purple runners not run, because that went fast.
Uriel Cayazo and Spencer Browning.
Spencer Browning's going to drop a 6'2" or a 6'3" on us here. I'm sure of that.
Excuse me, Browning is in the next group.
Okay, next group. Browning's run a 6'3" before, and under these, that's number 5 in the red. And under these ideal conditions inside at Chase Field on Major League turf, you see fast times.
Browning and have it carry on. Yeah, we had our best time of the day. Uriel Cayazo, number 1 in red, 6.24. And to your point on Browning, a 6'2'9".
Okay.
So the new top one is Cayazo at 6'2'4". There, you see it.
And of course, one of the things to consider here is positional. If you have a catcher who runs a 6'8" or a 6'7", a primary catcher, that's impressive. If you have a center fielder or a shortstop who runs a 6'8", 6'9", that can be a sign that, I hope he hits enough to be a corner guy.
Or he gets really good jumps in the outfield.
Yeah, and yes, there are plenty of big league shortstops who are not 7-flat runners right now, but they've developed their other skills, arm strength, positioning, footwork, to adapt for the relative lack of quickness and top end speed.
Bryant James, the Virginian, just ran a 6'2'6".
This group's flying.
Yeah, this is a good group here with this red team.
There are always exceptions, and the one that always comes to mind is Jim Edmonds, who won how many gold gloves as a center fielder and was on so many highlight reels. I doubt it he ran a 7.3 when he was in his 30s. But he seemed to catch everything.
Got it, everything. He was an excellent diver. There in the foreground, that's Brody Shoemaker, the son of Skip Shoemaker, the former National League Manager of the Year. And 18 there, Tyler Spangler, a guy that we're really looking forward to seeing, one of the top 5 prospects in this class. Schumacher ran a 6.48. More times here for the red team.
Keep in mind the low numbers on each team are going to be the guys running the 6.2s and 6.3s. The high numbers are going to be the guys hitting the bombs during BP because they're in a loose way size fitted.
Well, it would be really nice if some of the guys who had the high numbers ran 6.4s. That would be, then you really know you've got something.
Yeah, no, and if you have a number 2 or number 4 who's hitting bombs in BP, that's kind of nice too.
And that didn't look great for Dylan Blomker from Albuquerque. Excuse me, that was not Dylan Blomker. It was Jeffrey Claycomb, who looked like he was pulling up a little bit there, the Ohio State commit. That was one of our faster groups early, 2 sub-6.6 times. And how much does effort in running, like if it looks like they're running hard, does that matter to you, or can that be deceptive?
I think that can be deceptive. I mean, when Jacob Lombard ran at 6.11, he looked like he was hardly even trying to run hard, but that's Jacob Lombard as an athlete. Generally the people who are going to run the fastest are the ones who have the best running form. When you see somebody whose arms are flailing all around, no, that's not a positive when you're evaluating it, but you can still be a great athlete and not have great running form. So.
Kyle Pena, by the way, with another the sub 6.4 time, 6.36 that time. Excuse me for that.
19, we'll be watching Cole C.J. Weinstein carefully, one of the top hitters in Southern California, ranked 29th in the national rankings.
And he's running next to Brooks Zumwalt, who is the son of Kansas City Royals hitting coach Alex Zumwalt, their director of hitting.
I figured that because there can't be too many Zumwalts in baseball.
It's a pretty common name, especially ones that are located in suburban Kansas City, right? A.J. Curry on the right, one of the top players in San Diego.
Blake Bowen there on the left. Oregon State commit.
Bowenturn did a good time his first time. And a 6.49 for him. And just in case you're curious, the clock starts when the runner moves off the line. You get a slow start compared to the guy you're running against. It's not that big a deal in this. Piazzo, number 1, had one of the better times in the first go-round. He is your leader. He is flying. Let's see if we get his time. And now this was maybe the fastest duo we had. 6.28, by the way, that time for Piazza. So he backed it up with a pretty good time.
Yeah, both times Browning's got a slower start, and he's just trying to make up the jump, which brings out that little edge of competitiveness in you, perhaps.
6.37 that time for Browning. Bryant James had one of the better times in the near part of the screen, number 9. His first run was a 6.26, and that one a 6.34. Uriel Rivera Martinez on the left of your screen. And getting the jump there, Brock Rain.
Brock Rain looks a lot taller than his 6'3" that he's listed. That's why I was just looking at it. It's like, that's a tall young man.
Late growth spurt for him. And there you see Brody Schumacher again on the right. Sporting the back end Vogue mullet. I wonder if his dad Skip ever had one at Santa Barbara.
One thing you'll note is Tyler Spangler, number 18, readies for his second run. Is, of course, not many pitchers run the 60, and if you're a primary pitcher, a pitcher only, I think you're kind of discouraged from running because the worst thing that can happen is you pull a hammy or you twist an ankle, and if that keeps you from pitching or pitching to your best, you didn't accomplish anything by running anyway, so it's not worth the risk.
Jack Woodder there at number 21, one of the top players out of the state of Virginia, high school teammate with Bryant James, who ran he ran our second best time today at 6.26. The leader, Uriel Collazo, at 6.24 in this group. And the all-time record, as you may have seen earlier, Michael Gupton ran a 5.91.
But Michael Gupton was also the number 1 ranked in the 60 and the 16 under division in the United States at that point. So he was a track runner who baseball was his second sport. All right, we will now get the second 2 teams, the Royal team and the White team.
And number 1, a very familiar name to these last 3 now PG Nationals. That is the next in line in the Southocene brothers, Troy Southocene, who helped make Basic High School in Las Vegas a power. Jet Berry on the right, the younger brother of Jacob Berry, former first-round draft pick of the Marlins. And Jet Berry ran a 6.41.
Well, they didn't name him Jet for... Maybe that's a nickname.
I did see that, I love alliteration. Every broadcaster loves alliteration, Rons, and Jet Berry's dad's name is Perry. Perry Berry. That is well done.
Oh, for years, Darren and I had every year his favorite All-American, and it was always an alliteration. Every year, and until I figured out, it's like, I can do this in advance and just say, Darren, this is your favorite player.
Nicholas Reardon on the left. And the side of Eric Dunick, and I believe that is Gunnar Skelton on the near side. And there's Colin Bland on the left out of Memphis. And this is getting more into the power hitting group as there is some power on this Royal Blue team.
Ryan Harwood on the right, number 26, I know is a power hitting first baseman from here in Arizona.
Castile High School. Committed to A&M. Play for Mike Early. Hinkle Acevedo on the left. He's the son of former big league pitcher Juan Acevedo.
Okay, I'm wondering about the shorts there, but they're letting it go.
Well, those are his pants. I mean, they're just pulled up. He's done the Carlos Santana, but without the socks pulled all the way
That's
up.
Tanner Evans from Omaha, Nebraska.
We'll tell you more about his story a little bit later. We did get a 6.42, by the way, out of Valentino Pupo.
Yeah, the Tanner Evans family story is a rather fascinating one.
Yeah, the Soldier Sports, the tank bats that have become so popular are named after Tanner Evans. Braylon Montgomery on the right. Committed to Oklahoma on the left. Gavin Hoddle out of Orange Lutheran. He is uncommitted. That was a 6.35 for Braylon Montgomery.
At 6'5", 202. I took one look at him. I said, that looks like a 4 or 5 star wide receiver. And that with that speed and that size, that's exactly what he might be. You might have to look at his profile and learn a little more about Braylon Montgomery.
Good closing speed on the top there from Coleman Borthwick. It's going to be a pretty decent time, I think, for Isaiah Hearn, who was on the left there. It was 6.33 for Hearn.
I'm going to start calling you the stopwatch. You can sit up here 250, 300 feet away and say, that was a good time.
Well, I'm watching on the monitors.
Oh, okay.
Cheating. Got to see their names. I say it's not that good to be able to see the numbers from that far, even with the spectacles on.
I should try to stopwatch a few of these guys and see how close or how not close I can be from this distance.
Jet Berry, number 6 there, turned in a really good time his first time. Doesn't get a 6.47. Branson Crawford in the foreground there. Did not get a time from him the first time, but that was a 6.51. Jack Dugan ran a sub 6.4 time. His first time, a little bit slower this time at 7.03.
And of course, we take the faster of the two times, both for the 10 and the 60.
Yeah, we talked about that 10-second, that burst yesterday, which is super interesting. You can have some guys that are kind of short striders, quick, choppy,
or just the quick first step guys.
It can translate for outfielders, right? And those short little steps can also translate for middle infielders. So Getting down to the end of the second runs here for the Royal Blue team. And this is Hunter Harrington on the left, Stanford commit out of Cathedral Catholic. That might be his first run. Valentino Pupo put up a good time his first go-round. A 6.15 there from Hunter Harrington.
Oh, yes. That's not a surprise from Hunter, but 6.15 stands out.
It's the second fastest time we've had at this Perfect Game National. Valentino Pupo is going to look up and be very happy with his time when we get it. Yeah, 6.33 for Pupo. This should be Braylon Montgomery coming up again on the left. Remember, 6.35 the last time from him.
I just looked him up and with the idea for football, and he's a basketball standout, not a football standout.
Should be on the track team with that running form. That's pretty good.
Once he got online there, he got a little offline to start, but it looks like he's been trained how to run.
6.49 that time for him. That might be from that little bit offline.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's exactly what it was from.
I think we should get another run from Hunter Harrington, too, because we've only had one. Although, if this were like the high jump, I think you probably would say, that's good. We'll leave it at 6.15. I'm not sure that we need to run another.
And the
Hearn on the right of your screen ran a 6.33 his first time. That is a big man who is flying. And there's Harrington again on the right. Second run.
Before this, Harrington's top time was 6.47, but he did that 3 years ago, and this is the first time he's run a 60 at a PG event since then.
Waiting on the time for him on his second. 6.18, so just off it, but boy, that's pretty consistent, right? That gets your attention. He had the second fastest time of the 2025 Perfect Game National. And the fastest one today. There's Harrington. See yourself on the video board.
He's waiting for that time.
And there it is. 6.15. He wants to know what the record is. 6.15, second fastest here.
I'm sorry his twin brother, Alex, couldn't be down on the field. He's injured and missing this. And the Harrington twins have been highly ranked since they were in the 8th grade, and they're inseparable at events. You never see one without the other, but I said Alex had an injury late this spring, unable to play. And Hunter's going to pick up for him.
One of several twins, 3 sets of twins that were invited to Perfect Game National. And there you see Harrington at his second time there. 6.15, the tops. Outfield throwing is next. Day 3 workouts. 2025 Perfect Game National from Chase Field in Phoenix.
First, it was just a team. Now I can't imagine my life without them.
That coach changed our son, on the field and off.
Outfield throws coming up next. That velocity here, Brady Harris, the record, by the way, 102 yesterday. We saw the new infield record on throwing. Matt Bonatoski out of Archbishop Moeller High School in Cincinnati. 101 miles an hour across the infield, so watch these guys get loose and cut loose. There were strong arms in that group yesterday. There were a lot of guys who were registering over 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the thing you want to see is that happening generically, without the big crow hop into your throws in the infield. Outfield throws, they're all cutting loose. There's not, except for taking multiple extra steps. All the outfielders are going to be cutting it loose. In the infield, you really want to see those game actions.
Get a look here at the top velocities coming up in a second from the first 8. Let's see, Brady Harris, number 1. Ahmed Nasser had a very good defensive performance yesterday. Ethan DeJesus with a strong arm as well. And Sammy Kane from the outfield, who showed pretty well overall.
He came in at the end of the second game today and threw about 10, 12 pitches at the end of the game and was low 90s with a power sinker. Ponatoski at 95. He did a similar thing after all the primary pitchers were done, and based on what they'd done in the drills, and they were both secondary pitchers. It's like, yeah, give them a few to show off their arm further. We see the outfielders getting loose, getting ready. Going to go through the same order of teams. Start off with the purple team, on to red. All the Royal outfielders, and finish with the white. Each outfielder will get 5 throws. 2 to third base to start, 3 to home to finish.
There you see the infield throw from yesterday. That is the perfect game record at 101.
I don't anticipate that being broken today. You never know, I guess. But
never know.
And we've mentioned already, there's some talented athletes here.
What about from the outfield? Is there somebody that you're looking forward to seeing throw here?
I really haven't looked at it in that context, really. It's likely to be a surprise. I mean, yeah, I guess we could have figured Brady Harris was going to be. He's the 4th-ranked player in the country. But you look at some of those other players who were upper 90s, those were surprises. And some of them are secondary outfielders. Kane is a shortstop.
Right.
Ethan DeJesus, who threw 98, is a primary pitcher. One of the 3 players who have co-hold the record at 102 from the outfield is a pitcher and one's a catcher.
Right.
So you have guys that are blessed with very strong arms anyway. And maybe never, to be honest, I think some of the people who go out in the outfield have never played outfield before. I mean, Cade Arambidi threw 102, and I bet you there's no other record of Cade Arambidi playing outfield anywhere.
You can see where we are right now on the outfield throw, and then we'll go through infield, first base, catcher, and the batting practice getting started coming up in about an hour and a half. So,
and we, after every player's done, we will post their best throw time. But of course, when you're evaluating a player, so much more goes into it than that radar gun reading. So much more. In fact, the radar gun reading is, I'm not going to say it's not relevant, but it's certainly not the most important thing that a scout is looking at.
All right, so take us through what you want to see. I know you already mentioned, hey, listen, don't be winding up too much and taking 3 crow hops to get off the throw, but what are you looking for in form, and how are you assessing accuracy? I mean, it's easy to see, right? If it's near home plate or near third base, it's pretty accurate, but how many of those throws do you want to see on the money?
I would as many as possible. They all should be like that. I mean, that's an ideal throw. You know, the first thing you're looking at is athleticism, how you approach the ball, and then how you are in your transition from fielding the ball to throwing. You also want to field the ball in proper position. That's more fundamental as we get 90 on the first throw there. You know, you want to see people who field the ball out front, cleanly out front, because if you're fielding to the side, A, you're more likely to let it go past you for a multi-base error, but also B, that slows down your release. And I think a lot of these kids who may not have as sound a fundamental grounding, it seems like outfield fundamentals are the last things taught in high school, is that exchange, shortening the release, because the shorter the release, just like with any position, the more of a chance you have to throw somebody out with that throw. And somebody who gets rid of the ball right away, makes accurate throws, who throws 85, is going to throw out more runners than somebody who throws 95, takes 2 seconds and 5 steps to get rid of the ball, and then scatters it around the backstop. You know, it just goes to foul, and that's the same with every position. And it's, you know, very true with outfielders. It always frustrates me when you're watching in a game, you'll see a kid in the outfield, you know, wind up and throw as hard as he can trying to get a runner, and it will miss the home or miss third base by 20, 30 feet. And it's like, what's he trying to do there?
Jordan Walzakowski throwing now, uncommitted outfielder from California. We've seen just about everybody take that extra shuffle step that you wouldn't necessarily want to see in a game. But again, trying to show off raw arm strength as well.
Yeah, it is saying when you see your average, you know, we see so many young players at showcases around the country. I just briefly mentioned before that the footwork and the proper release seem to be the last thing. You can see shortstops and catchers and pitchers with their deliveries, hitters who have good, well-rounded mechanics, fundamentals. You call them. At outfield always seems to be last, unless you play at one of those high schools that you just know is so well coached and so fundamentally sound. You know, it's rare to see especially a freshman or a sophomore with that good footwork. You know, you want to see somebody throw from a high 3/4 over the top angle, because if you throw from that low 3/4 slot, the ball's going to tail. You're on the side of the ball, you're going to create tail, and that's going to create inconsistency and wildness.
Now you can see Bowen only using one. Before that throw had really only been one crow hop into it. It was maybe an extra step to gather, but overall, I think his top throw is going to be pretty good. Yeah, 96. I think that was his second throw to third base, if I had to guess.
You know, you always want to see the low throws, that you throwing through the cutoff man. And yeah, sometimes you get your oohs and ahs from, you know, the throw from deep right field that gets the catcher in the air. Well, that's not a good throw. If it's right on the bag and it's a bang play, you know, yeah, that's what was called for in a game situation. But a throw like that would have a chance to be cut off is just a open invitation in a game situation for runners to advance.
A.J. Curry, the top first baseman in this class.
Number 28, Jackson.
And Curry's throws, will be interested to watch him throw from first to third. 91, not bad for a first baseman. This is Jackson Matthews from Davidson, North Carolina. That is some arm strength.
That's also about 5 rows deep if there wasn't a screen there in the stands.
He's now tied for the lead. That is a strong arm. That, to your point, just needs a little more refinement, but the raw tools are there. And you're going to see here, 96, one of the hardest of the day. On to the red group. Carrazzo. Miazzo had good run times. The Carlos Beltran Baseball Academy, and his first throw was 99 miles an hour.
And that second one might have been better.
100 on the nose.
What was his? Do you recall his 60 time? I'm thinking 6.24.
It was in the 6.15 was his best. No, I'm sorry. It was. Let me just go back and double check. I have them in front of me here, so just give me one.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for the tools. If you're going to combine a 100-mile-an-hour arm with a 6.2 run, 6.2, 6.3 runner in the.
That's right.
That jumps out.
6.24 his first time, 6.28 his second, and a 100-mile-an-hour throw. So keep an eye on him. I'm excited to watch him hit later.
Yeah, and ranked, what was it, 239th or something, and that's, if you want to bring some attention to yourself real early, that's the way to do it.
Sebastian Lugo is the younger brother of Angels outfielder Matthew Lugo. And he got behind that one a little too much.
That's a new high for the distance so far. He got much better second throw. They're a little up the line, but more low and on target.
So there's a track and field coach here saying, if the baseball thing doesn't work out, maybe we could do javelin.
We had a javelin thrower, a 12-time state age group champion javelin thrower, Jack Richardson in the first group.
Really?
And I've never heard that either, because so few states permit javelin in school, especially in younger age groups. And Jack Richardson is a two-way football baseball, and who's also a very accomplished javelin thrower.
I take it he's a quarterback in football, too.
He's a defensive end tight end.
Come on. With that kind of arm? Somebody's made a mistake. .96, the top for D'Amico. Committed to Wake Forest. Known more for their arm strength on the mound than they have been arm strength in the outfield. Although, as small as the couch is, he might have been able to throw it from the left field fence to home plate. 98 on his top throw. That may have been the last one. That was a pretty good one right to home plate. Here's Bryant James, another one of the top runners. Bishop O'Connell. Suburban D.C.
The primary shortstop. And oftentimes you can recognize the primary infielders who are thrown out of position real easily by their arm stroke, and that's the case with Bryant James.
A little shorter in the back.
Number 9, Chase Hacker.
Interested to watch Bryant James, 95 in the outfield.
That did not look like 95, but it obviously was.
Chase Kiker from
a strong-armed right-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some big numbers here.
Sporting the purple glove.
Oh, I like the purple glove. He's just playing catch with the third baseman and catcher there. Long toss drill almost.
Number 12, Lorenzo Moore.
94 on his top one.
It'll probably be that off the mound as well.
Lorenzo Laurel from Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida. One of the top 100 players in this class, one of the top 20 outfielders.
Stoneman Douglas always notable because those top high school teams, year to year are filled with private schools and academies. And when you see a public school, a true public school like Stoneman Douglas, it just gives you a different level of respect for the program they've developed over the years.
They've had a lot of big leaguers out of there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Rizzo, right? And all right, Jesus Luzardo, was he Stoneman Douglas, too?
He could have been. He might have been American Heritage. I'm not sure. But, yes, it's there's a long list of perfect game All-Americans I know from Stoneman Douglas. It seems like a yearly occurrence, too.
Roman Anthony, the latest.
Roman Anthony.
Yep, Luzardo.
Luzardo was. Good call.
Colton Welker.
A little big league time with the Rockies.
Mike Caruso, who was part of one of the most infamous trades in baseball history, the white flag deal. 84, the top throw. Or 94, excuse me, the top throw there.
Roman Anthony, after a slow start, is slowly posting some really good numbers with the Red Sox.
It looks like they're going to have him play left field every day now. At least that's what it sounded like from Alex Cora yesterday. Start moving Jaron Duran around a little bit. Rivera Martinez had pretty good run times, especially when you could look at. He's listed at 5'11", 186, but there's some projection left in that body.
There's some muscle in those thighs and hips, too.
He had sub 6'5" run times. 89 on the outfield throw there. Carlos Sanchez. First throw was 97. They've been up the line both, but let's see if it gets a little bit better angle to home plate.
You will often see a complete difference. You didn't see it on that one in the accuracy and comfort from throwing to third base to home. Maybe it's caused by just repetition because players will throw home more. You get your feet aligned better for whatever reason coming home. That's been my observation.
I wonder how much of that, too, is that just it is a long throw to third base, right? So there's that perception that you have to amp up a little bit more. Let's see the top throw for him.
That's 97.
Here's Troy Southacene. Another Ty in the Cubs system. Tate, perfect game All-American last year, too, just like Ty was. Could hear his name called on day one of the draft. Troy committed to USC to go play for the great Andy Stankiewicz. Congratulations to the Trojans on getting back to the postseason for the first time in a decade this year. All it took was moving to the Big Ten. Another really proud program. Stanky's going to do a great job there. They should have their field back here soon, too. Dato Field going through massive renovations.
Number 6, Jet Berry.
92, the top one. Chet Berry throwing now. Berry had, let's say, impressive run times. I mentioned his brother Jacob earlier, the former top 10 pick of the Marlins. Arizona and then LSU, but I don't think Jacob was really known for his wheels.
No, he definitely wasn't. He was a bat.
Switch hitter.
Different body types, obviously, too.
That's a real nice throw there. .93, the top one.
They figure out real quickly that they're going to see what we're seeing on the monitor here. They can see on the huge scoreboard in center field. Instant gratification.
Branson Crawford, 94 on his first throw.
Primary catcher.
That one was 95. That's an athletic catcher. That's the Garrett Stubbs starter kit right there, right? The former USC, talking USC All-American. He's committed to Indiana. Seen a big number of Indiana commits here.
Stubbs is still 4A with somebody, isn't he?
Yeah, he was in the big leagues of the Phillies for a long time, yeah, and then was optioned this year. They were, I think, out of options on Rafael Marchand, who's a very good defensive catcher, switch hitter. Leo Marrero, another catcher, going to show off the arm strength here. Catchers working in the outfield, I'm sure, influenced by Kate Arambidi last year.
I can do that. Not with all due respect, no, you can't, but you can give it a try.
Arambidi holds a share of the outfield record for velocity and also the fastest pop time ever. And he is probably going to be the everyday catcher this coming year at LSU. 91, nicely done.
Yeah, the question with Cole has always been what he's going to do at the plate. Mm-hmm. And, of course, when you have that kind of defensive potential, that's not quite as important. But when you heard scouts talk and about Arambidi in the draft last year, that was always the concern is basically we want to see him hit at the next level first.
Michael Ramsey's first throw was 97.
Stranger thing, I don't think I ever saw record of Arambidi pitching anywhere. I don't think he had any interest in pitching. If someone tried to talk him into it, which undoubtedly did happen, he resisted it.
Well, he went to a good place to learn how to hit at LSU. Jay Johnson's an excellent hitting coach. Eric Stunek. Two really good throws home for him, right on the money.
Quick release, accurate throws, a little bit of tail, but he's controlling the tail and one hopping it right in there.
Boy, that was a really impressive couple of throws. Now, you mentioned really good high school programs. He's out of Orange Lutheran.
Yeah, so. Well, and you know what? Thank you for bringing it up because that shows Orange Lutheran, one of the elite programs in the country. And obviously very well coached, and that was a very sound fundamental round.
Matthew Kelly, high school teammate of Troy Southsea at Basic High School in Nevada. .98 on one of his throws from Kelly.
Okay.
And that one was 100. So that ties the high here. Let's see if he's got one more big one in him.
A little extra hop, but
100. He's going to be real excited when he sees that go up on the board. There it is. And not much of a reaction
No.
from him. That was, I expected that.
Let me go to my real position next.
Yeah, if I had thrown 100 from the outfield, I think I'd probably be running around high-fiving everybody. Probably running through the stands, too. So, good composure. Local kid, Ryan Harwood. First throw was 95 miles an hour from him, as Ron's mentioned.
Okay.
Out of Castile High School here.
You know, the first thing when you have a primary first baseman and I'm sure the college coaches go through this extensively. The scouts do, although they don't really look at many high school first basemen, is could he play the outfield?
Well,
is he athletic enough? Does he have the arm to play the outfield? And Harwood, is a very well-known player, has been since he was a freshman, but you put him out there in right field, he's throwing 95. That's a chance to get another bat in the lineup at first base for coaches.
He certainly moved like a guy who had played the outfield before. You see some guys who are first basemen primarily who go out there, or catchers, right? We've seen that today. Guys who have good arms, but the footwork's a little choppy. It's a little stiffer going after the ball. That did not look like it was the case with Harwood at all.
And that just opens up a whole new defensive part of the spectrum for him. Or we have 6'4", 250-pound Caden Powell. There's a big athlete.
One thing Kentucky hasn't had a lot of in their lineup, maybe outside of last year when they went to Omaha, is power. He certainly looks like he would fit the mold.
94.
And here's Henkel Acevedo. Juan Acevedo, the former big league pitcher. It's his son.
His son looks like a pitcher as well with those long arms, 6'4".
Juan Acevedo's YouTube page is filled with videos of Henkel hitting from age 12 on. Out of P27 Academy. I was trying to think, was that, we were talking yesterday about Alfonso Rosario and how he had that, he had big league bloodlines, right, related to Alfonso Soriano, or to, was it Alfonso Soriano? No, I'm sorry, Tom Marte and to A.G. Rosario, and how he kind of exploded here at PG All-American in 22. And I was was he at P27, or was he at one of the South Carolina baseball
He would have
academies?
probably been at P27.
So I was thinking about that when I was looking at some of Acevedo. Valentino Pupo ran very well.
Did we get a throw time for
I did not see one.
We
May have
missed
come
that.
up on the screen. Oh, I'm sorry, it did. It was 90.
Okay.
90 was it. So
Pupo,
did come up.
another primary shortstop.
Number 5, Joel Arroyo.
88 for the top throw there. Joel Arroyo is next. Joey committed to Sanjak. One of the great junior college programs. That's pretty true.
Yeah, that's...
We've got to get these kids to understand hat size when they're growing the flowing lettuce, Runs.
Well, the first thing you see go in the outfield is the hat. And if they're wearing glasses for whatever reason, it's happened a few times, the glasses go too. And it's like, no.
I see 95 is the top throw there from Arroyo. And here was our top runner, Hunter Harrington.
Okay, Hunter, let's develop a little more momentum into your throw here. See, he's stopping there to field the ball, and there's no way you're going to be able to show your true arm strength without working through the ball with more momentum.
It's almost like the ball is getting at him quicker than he's anticipating. Maybe he'll really run through this one. Throws have been accurate for the most part.
That's better.
Number 13, catcher Hopkins.
90 on his top throw. I'm going to let you guess what position catcher Hopkins plays.
Did you see the acrobatics in that throw, too?
98 on that first one.
He stuck the landing.
Momentum going forward on it.
Is catcher his given name?
It is his given name. He is catcher Hopkins. It is a good thing that he loves catching. He loves playing catcher.
What if he grew up and was 6'3", 150 pounds or something, and was a great swimmer?
Well, it depends on how you catch the water, I think, as you...
The optimism of parents.
He was literally born to catch. 98 on his top throw. That was on the one that included the acrobatics. Braylon Montgomery. This will be a little bit longer arm stroke, I think, here. See, that was pretty compact. That was a good throw.
Oh, do you remember years ago, maybe a decade ago, maybe a little longer, there's a pretty highly ranked player out of Louisiana, was a regular at Perfect Game events, loved to play, play at the junior national team trials and everything, named Beautiful Mons.
I believe that he was Beautiful Mons related to Wonderful Terrific Mons, who was also an outfielder in the Braves system at one point, I believe.
No, I don't think they're related, but maybe there's some connection. I was thinking Wonderful Mons, but no, this was Beautiful, because I already remember his coach and Carey coach him and say, "Hey, good looking, good play," or something like that. And I'm like, you just didn't say that, coach.
Carson Sheffer, top 10 catcher in this class. Play for Josh Holliday at Oklahoma State. That last throw, 95 home.
I must have missed it. Is there a requirement the catchers throw from the outfield at this event?
No, I'm telling you, Kate Arambidi made everybody want to throw from out there.
Because
they're like, well, I'm a catcher. I got a good arm.
If you took away the catchers and the shortstops, we'd already be done without. We would have been done 5-10 minutes ago.
Well, you got to cut it loose. For those shortstops, you want that. It's like long toss, right?
See, that's a phenomenon you usually see at a 13U or a 14U showcase where they still play every position. So you open the field out for them to work out, and they'll work out at all four positions. And then you have to write it in the report, and it's an inconvenience at best. And we're getting some of the same thing right here with this group.
Maybe they just don't want to be pigeonholed. I mean, catcher Hopkins has it rough. We already know he's got to play, right?
He got a catcher's glove for his first birthday and shin guards for his second.
Everybody wrote about wanting to be an astronaut or a firefighter, and he said, "Is what I'd really like when I grow up is for guys to have better fastball command." That was what he wrote. He was ahead of his time. 3 more to throw. Isaiah Hearn put up good run times. The Oregon commit.
Looks like he's throwing curveball sliders in there. Instead of it tailing, he's coming around the ball. And there's almost perceptible curve on those.
Number 28, CJ Simpson.
85 on the top throw. Sampson is a pitcher by trade. He's actually a teammate of catcher Hopkins in Tomball, Texas. And his last throw on the money. Sampson's top at 92, and Noah Everly out of St. John Bosco Prep in California. That's the fourth Bosco Prep player we've seen in the last 2 days.
Everly, the 98th ranked player in the class. Big-bodied shortstop. The final throw of the outfield drills.
91 for the final. So we did tie the high here. There's your man who had the top throw. Riel Collazo. Tied for the top throw with Matthew Kelly. Brady Harris all reaching 100 miles an hour in this event. Now we'll be on to the first baseman in just a couple moments. Excuse me, the infielders first and then the first baseman. You see some of the top throwers here from this round of the outfield throws. That is a high 90s stuff from the outfield. There's Kelly. And Collazo. There. Infield throws next. And we start with our infield throwing. As you can see, the first throws coming from Dawson Hinson, Friendswood High School in Texas.
Very active, quick feet, winding up to throw, however. You can see that footwork and those quick feet really working in games. There we go with the game action, showing us he can lower his slot.
Oh, don't clutch there, but Hinson's top throw 94. Deacon Nelson out of the University School in Twinsburg, Ohio, committed to Virginia. Or, excuse me, was committed to Virginia. He flipped to Auburn after the coaching change. Seen a few more guys winding up to throw today than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was played a little bit more under control.
But they've clued in right away that if you can take the right angle to the ball up the middle, that's the one to load up on. Or actually, none of them are the one to load up on, in my opinion. But nice backhand glove work there.
94 on the first throw from Pena, but throw off the bag a bit. That was a good one there. Quick release, too. There's your wind up and throw. '94 ties him for the lead. We had the record setter yesterday at 101. Wesley Roberson.
We may have already had more wild throws than all of the, certainly the first day.
I think all of yesterday, too. It was a pretty accurate throwing group. So he chose not to use that one to.
It's a primary, Wesley Roberson, a primary outfielder who looks pretty comfortable in the infield, to tell you the truth.
Miller Sheets. From Monroe, Louisiana. And one more for Sheets. He lost the handle on it.
Let's see what polished middle infield actions look. Southern California middle infield actions look like here.
It's out of Orange Lutheran as well. That one he didn't really wind up on. It was just got under that throw a little bit. That one,
same thing.
Offline too, yeah.
Quick release.
And that'll do it for C.J. Weinstein. See him pound his glove there a little frustrated.
Christian Serrano here from North Carolina, a Pro 5 Baseball Academy player.
The younger brother of Eli Serrano III, the former NC State star, who's now in the Mets organization.
Also former PG All-American, Eli Serrano.
94 on the top throw from Christian Serrano. Here's Bo Peterson. You brought up Bo Peterson earlier as a guy that's worth watching.
I don't remember his running the 60.
I don't think he did.
Yeah. But Peterson, a young man who can play anywhere on the field, pitch, catch, but what he does is hit. He always performs. He's always a 400 to 500 hitter in high school and PG play during the summers.
Those are third baseman actions all the way, too.
Well, he's what, 6'3", 210.
Well, that's undersized for a shortstop these days.
That's certainly not the exception.
94, the top throw for Peterson. That's been our best in the rounds through the purple team. And here's Spencer Browning. He was one of the better runners in the 60 times from Texarkana, Texas.
Number 6.
All right. Yeah, he's a young man who I've noticed in the past always plays better on the move. If you get him stationary on the one right at you, his footwork gets a little choppy, his stride gets short, but you put him on the move and it just, everything happens much more naturally, which is how you really want it in a shortstop, of course.
Well, so many guys now play everything on the run. I mean, Troy Tulowitzki really changed the way that guys play shortstop, in my opinion. And I think, and Tulo's talked a lot about that. There was a great story about him working with Mookie Betts this winter on it. Betts has turned into a pretty good defender at short. But I think it's just the athleticism, right? You think about your feet are always moving towards first base. You're able to get more accuracy on your throws. Logan D'Amico.
Well, I tell the story frequently. I may have told it yesterday because I like telling it. But one of my favorite interviews that Darren has ever done was at the All-Star game stage when we would do the selection shows, and Darren would interview some of the players, and he was interviewing Xavier Edwards, 17-year-old Xavier Edwards. And Darren asked him, what do you work on defense? You're known as one of the best defenders in this class. What are your priorities? What do you work on? And he said, the only thing I even worry about is my feet. Only thing I practice is my footwork. If my feet are in the right place, everything else is going to be fine. And he's turned out to be a pretty impressive big league middle infielder.
Kahaku Harrison from Hawaii. He is the younger brother of former Oregon State star KJ Harrison. He was a third-round pick of the Brewers once upon a time. It's a really good baseball-playing family. His dad played in Japan.
Number 9, Bryant James.
And here's Bryant James.
He threw 95 from the outfield, and it didn't look like it. So let's see how that arm works in the infield.
A pretty good plant and throw there, but
yeah, it's a very abbreviated arm action and back.
Sailed that one, trying to get a little too much on it. Yeah, maybe trying a little too much to show off the arm strength here. Best throw from him, 94 miles an hour. Or I should say best velocity on the throw.
Well, you might remember from yesterday, even with Ponitowski throwing 101, the best round yesterday was by Aiden Ruiz, who threw 85. So from an evaluating point of view, that's kind of shows you in a nutshell what we're looking at is completely different than what the kids are looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Or most of the kids are looking at.
Well, that's what kind of you talked about with Spencer Browning, right? Browning was in the mid-80s with his fastest throw, but everything was right around the bag.
Number 14, Brock Rain.
Brock Rain. Fayetteville, Georgia. Just outside the top 100 coming into this event. Now, you said Bo Peterson, 6'3", 205, third baseman. Brock Rain is 6'3", 190, and listed at short.
I think that height and weight is a little on the shy side.
94, the tops for Rain.
I'd give him 6'4", 205, just eyeballing him from 200 feet away.
I guess you're going to see some pro actions here from Brody Schumacher. Committed to TCU to go play for Kirk Saarloos.
Number 18.
And Schumacher finishes strong there.
I know I'm not the only scout who at some point in his life has been sitting somewhere, and for me it was in airports with time to kill, where I would guess people's height and weight just as they walked by randomly.
See, that's your retirement gig. You can go work at the carnival.
I've actually pulled that trick in a few situations where everybody might have had a drink or two, but that's kind of a carnival atmosphere.
I mean, you could just make sure that somebody wins the stuffed toy. See, Spangler, one of the top 5 prospects of this class, 91 on his top throw. Michael Teasley from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Committed to go to Tennessee just down the road.
Other top 50 player, ranked 45th in the country.
First throw was 93 from him. And that'll do it for Teasley. 93 should be the high, and it is.
I'm going to start watching for a player and then recognize him afterwards who makes 5 accurate throws for outs.
That's a good idea.
Grable is actually 3 for 3 right now. I could have called the game and the first person wins it. It's
the younger brother of Indiana pitcher Ben Grable. Ben Grable started his career at Northwestern. You can see Will Grable, a Duke commit. Shout him out.
Just went 5 for 5. I don't know how many people can claim that. And see, he throws 85 and has a very effective infield, and maybe we'll see some more.
Troy Southasine.
It won't be with Troy. He has that same type of footwork his brothers do. Just very quick, very active, works around the ball.
Showing off the arm strength on that one.
Number 6, Chad Harris.
87 for the top throw. Chet Berry. Really good ball playing family. Sister played at Stanford. She's a softball star there on their last Women's College World Series team. And that'll do it for Barry's round. Jake Dugan was one of the top players in the Nashville area this year. Taking a little extra time on some of those throws, but they're accurate so far.
The arm works.
Money. Yep.
Very, very clean arm action.
Number 12.
First 4 throws were right on from Dugan.
Our only representative of the state of Alaska at this showcase. Ryland Nicolai.
Gatorade Player of the Year in Alaska.
I do a series of high school previews early in the year, February and such, for 10 different regions around the country, and the last one to go is the Northwest region. And I always celebrate when I'm able to put a Alaskan player on that, or a player from Idaho. I've never yet put a player from Montana. I don't. Oh no, I think I put Dax Whitney, the great
Dax
pitcher
Whitney, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's from.
Is he Montana? I think he was in Idaho.
Is he?
He was in Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah. He and first round pick Rockies a couple years ago out of Gonzaga. He was an Idaho player too. Gabe Hughes.
Yeah,
those were Idaho guys. Now there's Wyoming is one of the. Montana just added, I think it was last year, high school baseball again. So
I think I saw something like that.
So Wyoming, I believe, is the only state that does not play high school baseball. Of course, there's a big leaguer from Wyoming right now, Brandon Nimmo.
And he was such an exception that he became much better known because of it in the amateur baseball community, because it's like, we have a top prospect from where? And when I believe it was the Mets who picked, was it the Mets?
Yep,
who
that's
picked him
right.
in the
Middle of the first round.
That was even, everybody knew he was that level of talent, but it was like, is anybody going to pick him with his Wyoming background in the first round where his talent warrants? And the Mets did, and have been very, very handsomely rewarded.
Pretty accurate throwing, by the way, there from as we had a good run. I want to make sure that we shouting out the top throwers. That was Nick Reardon.
Reardon, yeah.
Got our Skelton here.
And then the next rare state coming down, I don't have his name because he's an underclassman. I believe it's class of 27. We have a arm from Vermont.
Oh,
has a chance to be a real impact PG All-American type of arm, already up to 94. And said I don't have that name in front of me. I apologize, but yeah, that's something to look forward to potentially as a draftee, a potential All-American type arm from Vermont.
Well, this is Matthew Kelly, who threw 100 from the outfield and has touched 95 here already.
His arm works awfully smooth on the infield, too.
Well, he wound up and threw that one, but he's been accurate, too, with his first 4 throws. 98 on that throw.
That even wasn't real egregious for that, but even just the slow roller, that was so athletic. And he actually, that was probably a low 80s throw on the slow roller, which is rare.
Valentino Pupo. A little trouble on the backhand with that one. You make such a big deal out of the throws, but scouts also want to just see how you field the ball, right? How your footwork is.
The Xavier Edwards rule, we'll call it. We'll watch. The first thing I do for both catchers and infielders is watch their feet. Because if the feet are in good position, the glove is going to be in good position. It's like footwork behind the plate. It's going to be hard to block the ball or make accurate throws if your feet aren't properly positioned.
Tanner Evans from Millard North High School.
Hold those pants down a little bit.
Well, the socks went up. That's what.
That's okay. No, I think it's a compromise. They met in the middle. No, you might be right on second thought.
That's the style now. There's a number of players that are wearing, at the big leagues, are wearing the pants rolled up like that with the socks high.
I guess I don't. You watch probably 100 times as much big league baseball as I do. I hadn't noticed.
Oh yeah. The most egregious one is Carlos Santana with the Guardians.
Okay. Well,
but he's got to show off his good. I mean, he's 40. He's got to show off that he's still got it, right?
I was going to say he's earned the right to pretty much do whatever he wants to.
All-time great teammates. Terrific player. Great career he's had. 3rd tour of duty with Cleveland now. Joey Arroyo next from Homestead, Florida. We were talking about guys in the outfield that looked a little like infielders. He is an outfielder on the infield that looks like an outfielder with his footwork, the way he gets to the ball.
Yeah, and the longer arm action, the over-the-top release.
Connor Como from Austin, Texas.
One of the most interesting young power hitters in the class. He has put up some power numbers at PG events.
Stayed with that one. That kind of ate him up. Nice job to stay with it.
Yeah, he's probably gained 20 or so pounds in the last year. He was weighing in about 160 and just dropping bombs all over the place on the circuit.
It looks like he's got plenty of room to fill out still.
Number 13, Catcher Hopkins.
There's Catcher Hopkins.
After playing the outfield, going to give his glove and arm a shot in the infield. Those are a broad set of shoulders Catcher has, I'll tell you that.
Excited to see him during the catching drills.
He's having fun.
Time, yeah.
He's having fun, that's for sure. He juggled that last one about 6 times. He still came up with it.
I don't get to play infield a whole lot. Top throw today, 98. Not from Gavin Hoddle. Let me make that clear. Just overall, Gavin Hoddle make just his second throw here.
Our first basemen are going to be too tired to take their round at first base with all the gymnastics they've done trying to catch throws over at first.
Hoddle's top throw will be 97 today. Last handful of infielders. Carson Ray from Atlanta. He's out here in February as part of MLB's Dream Series.
I do want to note 23 Royal Colin Bland there at first base. He's playing first base now. Has made some really slick catches and picks over there. And that's something we do watch when we're at scouting in a showcase environment, is how the first baseman pick or do not pick during this part of the round. So, you know, if it happens, we're looking at it, and that's something we try very hard to look at and evaluate.
James Tronstein from Southern California, Harvard Westlake High School. Pretty decent baseball program there.
I was going to say, it's like, and you're the expert on the Trinity League and the top teams in LA, but it's like, how would you rank Orange Lutheran and Harvard Westlake and J. Sarah and Huntington Beach? And you could just keep going because they all have their own niche in baseball history. They're ex-big leaguers, they're state championships. And
yeah, I mean, there's a ton around LA, some great programs as you get closer to San Diego too, and
Cathedral Catholic, Rancho Bernardo, and
Chatsworth has had some great players. Notre Dame, a lot of great high school programs in Southern California. Northern California, too. There's a lot of great high school baseball in California. They have a weather advantage.
Yes. And really a culture advantage, because baseball is pretty much the sport. In the, not to say there isn't a football presence or a basketball presence, because there is, but you know, if you are self-identifying as an athlete in Florida, you know, Texas certainly, you're liable to say, I want to be a football player. Whereas if you live in Orange County specifically, it's going to be, I'm going to be a baseball player. You know, I used to get into ranking states and which ones are the best in, you know, baseball. And, you know, the top big three were for a long time, you know, the three most populous southern states in Texas, Florida, and California. And, you know, a number of years ago, I pretty much, you know, proclaimed wherever I could that I felt like Georgia had passed Texas for number 3 on that list. But I think there's no mistaking that California is still first, and there's no reason to believe that's going to change.
Matthew Kelly is checking out the board for a moment. 98. He had the top throw.
He's going to have a sore neck just from looking up at the board at all his throw times.
Let's look at some of the infield work for the first baseman, get their opportunity to show off the arms. And there's your top throw. Matthew Kelly. And now it's time for the first baseman to get their glory.
First baseman take 2 throws back over to third base, and that's to show the arm strength. Then they get 2 balls they throw to second, which enables us to evaluate how they turn their hips, how they drop their slot, accurate throws.
Brooks Zumwalt.
And then finally a 5th ground ball, a slow whirler to go back to third base.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, this is not a throw that you will see used in games very often. This one you will.
Yeah. That, and especially coming off the bag, of course, whether it's on a pickoff where the runner left early or on a ground ball, and that's really the key throw there, because you're moving your feet, you got to get your hips turned, and you've got to get out of the baseline. Zumwalt did it very well there.
DJ Curry's one of the top first basemen in the country, the top one in this class.
Some pretty slick glove work there. Confident glove work.
Boy, that's a good quick release, too.
Looks like Dom Smith playing first base over there.
Dom Smith, still a terrific defensive first baseman with a great arm.
Well, he was up to 93 on the mound in high school. Although my favorite Dom Smith defensive story was when he caught in Jupiter. And
the left-handed catcher.
And between innings, we said, Dom, we're going to all do pop times, okay? Let's show us what you got. And he threw a 187.
Colin Bland impressed you with his glove work during the infield throwing drills.
Number 28, Caden Powell.
Caden Powell with his. Now we were talking a little bit about Powell during the outfield drills, right? He looks much more comfortable at first base.
The arm still plays, I believe. He threw 94 from the outfield. He might have cracked the 90 barrier at first base there too. He's got a good arm, but you know, you can't help but look at that and see first base.
The footwork's pretty good though, too, as first baseman. I mean, he's nimble. 88, pretty close to 90. That was maybe the best throw we've seen. Dax Hardcastle. 95 across the diamond.
Okay. I believe that's only one off the PG record, which is kind of a reverse example of somebody playing a position that they should. With Noah Franco, who combination outfielder pitcher who played some first base. It wasn't like he had a first baseman's glove in his bag. I believe Franco played almost exclusively outfield for TCU this year.
Yeah, had a very good freshman year.
Might have thrown 15 innings, so he has a chance to further develop as a two-way guy.
And there's Dax Hardcastle, and you're right, one off the record of Noah Franco. Catcher pop times are next. Again, we talked about this yesterday, David, the desire to not see guys cheat to get to it, right?
Yeah, that's certainly important because, the key thing to evaluate in catcher, and it's something you can do in games. Obviously, you can do it much better in games, is you're evaluating lower half quickness, lower half life, how you come out of your crouch, what your footwork's like into your throws. And if somebody's standing early or creeping up on the plate, that puts that out of play. And of course, you have good footwork and you have good fundamentals, you're going to make accurate throws.
Jeffrey Claycomb is your first thrower.
Claycomb doing a good job so far replicating game action, staying low, keeping the knee down, not creeping up into the batter's box area. Of course, nowadays, catcher's interference is almost like an accepted call. They must be on pace for record for catcher interferences this year.
Yeah, that's your best overall pop time here.
Yeah, that was very clean. That was very clean. It was game actions. Just like if you're on the mound and you're trying to throw your hardest fastball, it's never going to be your hardest fastball. If you are getting out of your envelope and cheating in one way or another, that's not what you've trained to do. That's not what you've been coached to do, and you're getting out of your envelope. So seeing Claycomb post that kind of pop time with clean game actions is not surprising.
Andrew Costello, one of the top catchers in this class.
Very accurate throws. I like seeing that. I appreciate it. That's going to result in a good pop time as well. 1-8-2.
And tying Claycomb, so they are the top here at this tournament.
Yeah, both very throw. It's so much easier to get an accurate pop time on an accurate throw, too. Trust me.
Brady Murrieta,
one of the top catchers in the country, ranked 68th overall, the 5th ranked catcher nationally. He's been on a number of USA national age group teams.
Also an Orange Lutheran product.
Number 20, Greg Sumwalt, 20 purple.
190 for the pop time there. Rick Sumwalt. Sumwalt's second throw right on the money. Other top 10 catchers. We get some good catchers in this group. These are guys that are not hustling to get out of their crouch, too. They are treating it the way you want.
Now, Zumwalt, the first thing you got to think is 6'6", 180, and that pretty much looks like it. How long is he going to be able to catch, especially when he fills out and weighs 210 or something? Because, Joe Mauer, to the contrary, you don't find that many 6'5" catchers. And Mauer was an exception because he was a world-class athlete.
Tatum Reeves. Yeah, I'm trying to think the list there. Matt Wieters was maybe 6'4", right? Yeah. He was just under that.
Alomar was probably every bit of 6'5".
Think about Mark Parent was 6'6". He was never a regular, but he caught for a long time. Carlton Fisk was pretty big.
Especially for that generation. Yeah, but it's a short list, and there's a lot of, Carlton Fisk, Joe Mauer types that are, Matt Wieters, who are just exceptional athletes.
It does feel a little bit like teams are searching for those kind of 5'9", 5'10" catchers because of the athleticism, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Catchers come in all shapes and sizes when you go from Pudge Rodriguez to Yadier Molina to...
Think about a guy who was a middle infielder that converted, who was a small guy but a very good receiver, Tony Wolters, who had a decent big league career.
Tony Wolters was a great a PG All-American infielder before he converted to catching.
Austin Nola, another good example of that. Aaron Nola's older brother. Out of Baton Rouge Catholic. Diego Juan Rivera here. That one cut on him just a little bit. And that's a really nice throw. Perfect.
Number 28, Will Holden. 28 red.
We have catchers coming out of the woodwork. We've had 4 and 5 catchers a team here.
Oh, we had a lot on that purple team. There were a number of the top 10 catchers in the class. So, Will Holden's a top 20. Wake with a couple of catchers, future catchers in this group, Costello and Holden.
Holden slipped twice because he takes a long stride into those throws. I was going to guess 197 because the actions were a little long. Arm strength was good. Here's a quick release, a smaller catcher with a quick release. Branson, we noticed Branson when he was in the outfield. 5'9", 170, very athletic actions in the outfield. Let's see how they translate, because he's quick. That's a tag throw.
Ran 60 times, just over 6'5", too. So pretty good athlete.
He's going to be in the 1/8s. I'd be very surprised if he isn't.
189.
Hey, I got it by 100th of a second, but I got it.
A win's a win. Leo Marrero. And that'll be it for Marrero.
13 points.
Let's see, Darren Sutton locked in as always on the catcher pop times. It's his favorite thing is catchers. Taping something for PGTV right now. He loves talking catchers. Christian Olivares.
We mentioned the Naylor brothers earlier when we at Mississauga. I still remember his sessions down in Jupiter with Bo Naylor and talking about catching and breaking down the mechanics. And I'm going to have to give him a stopwatch just so he can have a stopwatch in his hand while it's 184 for.
There you go. Christian Olivares, impressive. I swear Sut is explaining something. He's not offering words of encouragement to catcher Hopkins. And under that throw a bit. All right, let's keep an eye on the man named catcher.
There's a nice throw there.
Rid of it quickly.
Darren didn't come out of his crouch very well on that.
You got to cut him some slack.
Number 20.
And we'll get a look at catcher Hopkins' time, 184. That's a look. The all-white catcher gear for Scheffner over the white uniform. It looks like a stormtrooper.
I was trying to think of the appropriate comparison there, and you beat me to it.
Either that or he's in fencing. That's a Scheffler with one of the top 10 catchers in this class in California. Didn't look thrilled at his performance, but it was a sub 1.9. This is Adam Swanson from Ottawa, Illinois. I think Ottawa is just far enough from Chicago you would call it the exurbs. Swanson, the final throw for the catchers today. 186, his top pop. So we had a tie for the event leaders at 182, and now we head to batting practice.
Take a minute or two to get the screens in the right place and everything organized.
Our first two throwers, you see Andrew Costello, the Wake Forest commit, kid from Pennsylvania, and Cathedral Prep. One of the two, along with Jeffrey Claken from Plano, Texas. And we are getting ready for BP now. Batting practice, the final event when it comes to workouts here for the 2025 Perfect Game National Showcase. As we will see the best hitters in the country for the 2026 draft, including 4 of the top 8 prospects, get their swings off here. And we are just about set to go. Going to move quickly here.
Got that turned around.
Nobody wants to mess around at this point, Rons. It's day 3 of the 5-day event, so.
It's not day 7?
When's the last time you saw the sun not going through?
Oh, and we're in Phoenix, Mike. I don't want to see the sun in Phoenix.
I was talking this morning about going out for a walk at 10 a.m., which is what I normally do. I had a text from somebody in the front office who said, "Hey, my mom is listening to you and she thinks you're nuts." I said, "Take water, it's fine." I went outside, I got about 2 blocks, and I texted her and said, "Tell your mom she was right." It was too hot today. It was.
That walk, it's a 4-block walk from the hotel to the park.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, it's okay. At 8 o'clock at night, like last night when we left here, it's okay. Any other option? Not okay.
Yeah, no, it's no, not in the middle of the day. And the problem is, so you're here at a good time. In another month, you will be over it because it'll still be 99 degrees at that time, and you're just like, I want this to go away. It's like winter, where we're from. You know what I mean? Like you lived in Omaha for a long time, right? Lived in Chicago. Yeah.
Never again. No offense to Omaha, but
love Omaha, love Chicago, love my hometown, but I prefer to spend winters in a more temperate climate, let's say.
Well, you're welcome to visit Charleston anytime in the off season you would like.
You know, my wife is from Charleston.
She is?
To some degree, yeah. I mean, she was an Army brat, but she went to grade school in Charleston.
Okay.
It's been a long time since we've been there, but it's a great city.
I don't recall you ever mentioning that to me.
Yeah, she was, she grew up in some cool places. She grew up in Hawaii a little bit, Schofield Barracks, and was in Charleston, and then moved there from there. Right when she went to high school, and she went to Roanoke, Virginia.
Okay.
Cave Springs High School, which is a massive high school.
I have heard
big football power. That's where the Barber twins went. And J.J. Reddick, I believe, went to Cave Springs as well. I don't think that they're known for their baseball. Jeffrey Claycomb, who had one of the top hop times, the Ohio State commit, set to get going. He chose Ohio State in part because of one of their great assistants, Joe Holcomb, who had been at NC State with Patrick Bailey. So Patrick Bailey starring as a defender for the Giants. I don't know if you saw this. He had a walk-off 3-run inside the park home run last night.
Oh, yeah. As you know, Jason Jacques, who's one of the Be Live leader and helps coordinate these broadcasts, lives in Philadelphia and is a passionate Phillies fan.
Oh, I'm sure he was thrilled about that last night.
When I saw him the first thing this morning, I said, Jason, you can't be happy with that game last night. And he just stared bullets through me. It hit him hard.
First catcher to hit a walk-off home run, inside the park home run since 1926. Benny Tate for the Washington Senators. It was his only home run of the year.
Did that ball hit like a springboard or something?
Well, it's concrete at the top of the fence there in San Francisco, and it bounced off that. And I think Bailey said, when I saw it hit the wall and bounce away, all I thought was, don't pass out.
Don't trip over third base quick and you're tired.
I was doing the Sunday night game in San Diego the other night, and Martin Maldonado tried to score from first on a double into the left field corner. He's one of the slower players in baseball, and the last 20 feet home were a real struggle. It looked like he had it, and then all of a sudden it seemed like he was in stop motion. Jeffrey Claycomb. Get you exit velocities. We have some up on the board for you. Obviously, home runs are an obvious thing, right? So something that we'll be looking at, as you can see it on our screen now. But what are some of the things that you talked about this yesterday, but that you like to see in the batting practice session?
Consistency, because that speaks so much to mechanics. If you have simple, repeatable mechanics so that you're timed up from the first swing, meaning I don't want to see, you're hitting you're on the screws for the last 4 swings, but you really struggled the first 6 swings because your timing mechanism, that's not game-like. You don't get 6 pitches to time up in a game. You might get 1 pitch. So you want consistent mechanics. You can see that visually watching, but you can also see it by repeated barrels, by hitting the ball where you want. Some people approach batting practice, start off going oppo gap, middle, and then open up your swing the last few swings. It works different ways. And of course, we get to see exit velos here, which is a great thing for here, but it's very rare at showcase.
Yeah.
But you watch, a couple thousand batting practice or a couple 100,000 batting practices, and you can pretty much guess, exit velocity, or certainly a range.
Claycomb had a bunch in the high 90s and did find the seats once. Andrew Costello hits now.
Yeah, anything over 100, we're definitely gonna note, because those are more rare than you would think.
And remember, this is with a wood bat, right? So 95 miles an hour off the bat is considered hard hit at the major league level.
And that's off a 90 to 100 mile an hour fastball generally.
And usually you're looking for, in the big leagues, a launch angle, which you'll see on the screen, between 10 and 25 degrees. And we did have a 105 off the bat internally here from Costello. That was the one that he hit really well, but a 105 is impressive.
Yes.
There's another one over 100. And finds the seats there. That one, 107.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness.
That's one of the hardest hit balls we've had. I think 108 was the high on day one of workouts.
That really jumps out. I don't know whether the ball wasn't carrying or coming off the barrel yesterday, but we didn't have anything approaching that really yesterday. We had some, 102s, 103s and such, but we certainly didn't see that yesterday.
Dawson Hinson, the Baylor commit. .5'10" shortstop. Got into that one a little bit.
Opened up his swing in the last couple.
And jammed himself there a bit.
That's can happen late. You're trying to open up your swing and do what he did on the pitch before, and the first thing that's likely to do is mistime your swing. And when you see in batting practice the right-handed hitter hit the pop-up down the right field line or even in the seats, that's because he's late. Usually because he doesn't get his foot down. When you don't get your foot down, you're going to be late, and you're going to do that.
Griffin Miller's one of his big goals is to be a scratch golfer.
Well, living in Jupiter, Florida, that's a heck of a place to give yourself an opportunity to do that. It's not like he lives in, North Dakota and he wants to become a scratch golfer.
Are you saying that he should have a loftier expectation than being a scratch golfer? That
I'm saying that pretty much half the PGA Tour lives in Jupiter.
That one just over 100 as well.
I was going to say he went out there to the 313 sign before that, and that's into the left field seats. Ball's traveling different today or something.
I think these guys are getting barreled up a little bit better. We just did not see a whole lot of pull side drives. It is a little hotter too, and remember that in this ballpark for major league games they use a humidor, which has really balanced it out. It went from being one of the most extreme offensive environments to a pretty neutral one, at least for home runs. Still a good ballpark for doubles and triples, but these balls are not being stored in the humidor. I'm going to go out on a limb.
They're being stored in the hallway behind the dugout.
So you are hitting with Titleists today, which is fitting because Griffin Miller wants to be a scratch golfer.
Diamondbacks are despite their 500 record, are third in the majors in runs scored.
That's right. They've had a really good offense the last 2 years. Best two that I've seen in the 10 years I've been out here. But that's not really ballpark driven. That's talent driven. Yeah. When you have Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte in your lineup, you're going to score some runs.
You're saying when Josh Naylor is your fifth or sixth most productive hitter,
that's probably a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Brady Murrieta with a couple of real drives over 100.
101.7 on that shot into the left field corner.
104 is his high.
Yeeks.
That one says 100.6 on our screen there.
These have been impressive enough that usually just as reflex action, I'm looking at mechanics. I'm breaking down swings and everything. And right now I'm looking up at that exit velocity on the board more than I'm looking at the monitor to, do some basic evaluations that's so hardwired into me.
I do think that this is a little bit more physical group in some ways than what we had yesterday. And there are a number of top 200 players that we have, whereas yesterday it was more guys that were trying to establish themselves, right? So there was a little bit more variety in terms of the offensive ability, but a number of these guys that we're seeing, you can see with the PG rankings that these are well-known prospects that have played a lot of perfect game events.
There seem to be a lot of California and Florida prospects here.
Mm-hmm. And Texans. It's the big states are covered. And one from Alaska.
And we can't forget Alaska.
Now batting number 15, Kyle Pena.
Kyle Pena showed good run times. Puerto Rican-born right-handed hitter. Just hasn't quite found the barrel yet. There we go. Some line drives to the middle of the field. That one, pretty good one to center.
96, 95.
Some good swings from Pena.
Now batting number 16, Wesley Robertson.
Is this our first left-handed hitter? Because we have two shaggers in right field and 47 in left field, and I'm like, we may have to balance this out.
That's a pretty good one there from Roberson. We have not seen Grady Emerson in this group. We were expecting him to be as part of this team.
That's a good point. I hadn't noticed that, but obviously he didn't take infield, or we would have certainly noted that.
He's the top-rated prep player in this class.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask about what's the story there.
Nice round for Roberson.
Now batting purple number 17, Miller Sheets.
Miller Sheets is next. He's hitting. I have a feeling he's going to hit some low line drives. That one 107 off the bat. The first swing he had was 96, but he hit it into the ground. That one he got into a little bit.
There's some definite barrel whip right there.
Wow, that's a pretty good poke to right center field.
Yeah, you're right. That's more of a line drive plane right now.
Well, that one is deep, and that one's going to get way out of here. A couple of big swings from Miller Sheets to end his round. Pretty impressive.
Now batting number 18, Jordan Walzakowski.
Jordan Walzakowski hits now. You did say that there was some good power in this group today.
These weren't the players I was expecting, though. This is from right off the bat. We even haven't got up to the big numbers yet. The big boys.
Walzakowski with a drive on one hop over the fence. It's making us stand up at attention here. Well, Zukowski finishes his round with ball 95 off the bat. C.J. Weinstein hits here, committed to LSU. I got into that one a little bit. Die shy of the track. That's the best bolt he's hit so far. .99, the best so far from him. And the Canes national performer. I think with a couple better swings. And that'll do it for him.
Now batting number 20, Brooks Zumwalt.
Here is Brooks Zumwalt committed to Pitt. Go play for Mike Bell.
Let's see what kind of leverage the 6'6" Zumwalt can create in his swing.
Son of a big league hitting coach going to play at Pitt, where Devin Mesoraco works with their catchers, the former big leaguer. The pride of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Mez a great guy. Really loves college coaching, too. Zumwalt robbed of a home run. That one nearly out.
That has to be an 8-foot fence at best.
I think that's right. I'm going to guess 8. I think 8 is right.
It might not even be 8.
7'10", you think?
Oh.
I think it's 8. Look at how the players are walking. Like that yellow line's.
I guess top of the yellow line is 8.
Christian Serrano bats. NC State commit. That one out 100 miles an hour off the bat. That one really driven well. Really only seen the last 2 games, or 2 days, I want to say. E.J. Booth was the one who got into, 3-4 consecutive swings that he hit out.
Yeah, and today in the game, he was more of an opposite field sort of guy. Because, if you remember his stance, he held his hands way out, which is not really a power position. But he's so strong that any swing becomes a power swing at some point.
Blake Bowen bats now. Plays for the great Brett Kay at J. Sarah High School. Brett worked a lot of perfect game events. Terrific guy. He has 2 sons, the godfathers for 2 sons. Do you know them?
No, I probably
PG
do.
All-Americans, Austin Hedges and Royce Lewis.
Royce Lewis, I could have guessed, because one of my fondest memories of Royce is literally a week after the All-American game. We held a showcase at J. Sarah, And about halfway through the day.
That was 115 off the bat, by the way.
Oh, my goodness. Is that a.
That's got to be the high. I mean, 108 was it was a line drive to shortstop. Wait, hit that one.
We must be using different baseballs today. No respect. Lack of respect to Blake Bowen, who's crushing some balls to the middle of the field. But 115?
Again, it is
some of our other
a lot
numbers?
Hotter and drier today, too. Yeah. So the ball will carry here when it's dry. The humidor has a greater effect here than it does at Coors Field because the relative humidity is lower in Phoenix.
Anyway, I was saying about Royce Lewis. He showed up in the middle of the day on Sunday, greeted everybody, talked to him and everything, and then started cleaning the dugouts in the field. And here's a guy who literally played on national TV like 6 days before, is sitting in there, and it was his day to clean the field and empty the garbage cans and do all that. And he showed up with a smile on his face, did his job. We had fun with him. And
AJ Curry, see the top ranked first baseman in this class. And that's some real juice in that bat. He's about one adjustment to his load away from being a guy who's going to hit the ball through the back of this stadium. That's a strong young man.
Yeah, and he's just beginning to get those big, strong hips into it and turn them hard. And the bat's lagging just a bit, but the lower half seems to be there.
Alex Hoffman, and a Charlotte Catholic. Second team All Charlotte Observer performer this year. Head to the Hokies. He's more a pitcher than a hitter. He looks like he's just focused on contact here.
Quick update on Grady Emerson, the number one player in the class who is on this purple team. I asked the powers that be, what's the story? And the answer was canceled flight. He'll be in first thing tomorrow.
Oh, good. So we'll get to see him play in games.
Yeah, so that's good news for all of us. Get to see Grady Emerson play. Probably was a stressful day for the Emersons, canceled flights and everything. That's
number 28, Jackson Matthews.
Jackson Matthews.
You remember Matthews from the outfield? You commented, he threw 96 or something. He was given his whole arm. My experience with Matthews is the bat's the same way. He has the strength and the bat speed to hit it anywhere in here, but he's going to be going for it.
You can see he's trying to get into a power position right away.
Yeah.
He plays at Hove High School in Charlotte, and in the city title game, they beat Hopewell 17-12. First pitch at the bottom of the first, he hit out of the ballpark.
Okay, he's sort of recollecting himself. .104 on that last one, more line drive cut.
Now batting number 30, Bo Peterson.
Here's Bo Peterson.
Hopefully we'll see some fireworks here.
Shawnee, Kansas product, Mill Valley High School. Plays for Canes National. We also have a lot of Canes National performers, a great travel ball program. It gets big in a hurry out in center field, doesn't it? He turned on that one pretty good. A little top spin on it.
107. Very game swings right now from Peterson. He's not trying to do too much.
That one at 102 off the bat to finish his round, and on to the red team. Cliazzo.
Now batting for the red team. Number 1, Uriel Toyato.
David Ronsley's going to step out. Steve Doherty's going to join us for the next 3. Here is Cliazzo, who really was impressive both running and defensively. Very curious to see his bat. Let's see, he's listed as an outfielder, but he looked pretty crisp at shortstop. Feels like it's going to be a line drive approach through the middle of the field for the most part. Turned on that one pretty well. .97 the other way. Junior National a year ago, it was a lot about how he used the middle of the field. That's definitely what we've seen here. This guy feels like a top of the order hitter. One more swing here. Cliazzo, and that'll do it for his round there as Steve Doherty joins us. Great to have you here.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
What do you think so far tonight?
Well, I just got into the stadium after being in Goodyear with the WWBA.
Yeah, how are things out there?
Hot, Mike. 115, Mike, and it's no one's playing around out there, man. It's this heat is no joke. I'll tell you that much. I can live with this 72 degrees all day in here.
It's definitely nice when you walk in and you're like, oh, there's the air conditioning inside here. That's great. Sebastian Lugo batting, the younger brother of Angels outfielder Matthew Lugo. We've got some guys here at the top of the order in this red team that are more table setters, would you say, with Lugo and Browning?
Yeah, bat the ball guys. Yeah, for sure. I level bat the ball guys. Not necessarily looking for these guys to pump the ball to the ballpark, but put the ball in play. In this kind of setting, I'm sure they're amped up and they can run into a couple.
You've seen both Lugo and Cliazzo ahead of him. Going to turn that barrel over a little bit. That's more of a line drive stroke, low line drives. And that'll do it for Lugo. It'll be Spencer Browning. Browning, 26th ranked prospect in this class. He can really fly.
Off to Arkansas?
He is. He actually, he comes from the Texas side of Texarkana. You've got a 1 in 3 chance of guessing which state he's from, right? If you see Texarkana.
That's right. Mike, I really admire these kids, how they could just step in there, no turtle on the field and all wide open. It's not easy out there.
No, it adds a little bit of pressure, right? In that this isn't batting practice, right? All eyes are on you now.
Yeah. And I guess the question is, how do you stay within yourself and not get out of character too much here, and do what you're good at.
Yeah, what do you like to see in these batting practice rounds? Everybody's a little bit different. We talked, David Ronsley a lot about that the last 2 days. That one was really smoked. It's the best bolt so far from Browning. But what do you want to see if you're evaluating these guys?
Intent all the time. An intent is it's a mindset and it's an attitude, and so I think that really kind of you could really get a good idea of what these guys are about if that intent is there. The moment is not too big for them, and hopefully, they put on some kind of a show.
Give them a couple swings to kind of get the feel for it, and then after that, you really want to see them start to drive the ball as best they can.
Yeah, I think that like you watch a professional or a big leaguer, take batting practice. They're working the backside of the field first and calibrating themselves, and then getting into their power swings, if you will. So, and that's not easy to do in this setting. 17-year-old kids trying to, go the other way to calibrate themselves for their, last 7 swings out of 10. So, there's a couple guys obviously that stood out. One was Ebel yesterday.
Yeah,
what a professional type of batting practice he took. And like I said, no turtle on the field, and it's just a different kind of a setting out there, but.
Yeah, a lot of 90-mile-an-hour exit velocities from not the biggest guy, but yeah, that was a good round.
Yeah.
Carrion is listed as a switch hitter, or at least was at one point. It looks like he's only going to hit right-handed. He's got a little juice, though. That one off the middle of the wall. Now he is going to turn around. Bat left-handed. No. The right-handed swing is pretty good. Move the entire staff around. That's not a bad left-handed swing either, nice. Right off the bat, is it?
Yeah, really good. Balanced, under control.
Uses the lower half well. It's so rare to see a switch hitter at this age where it's tough to decide which is the better swing, right?
Yeah, you'd like to see them mirror the swing from both sides, but, and that's work. And that's work in the cages, and that's them putting in the work that's going to really, pay off that way. And most of the time for switch hitters, one side is, you have a little bit more power than the other.
Certainly looks like he's had more power from the left side. That one 100 miles an hour off the bat. And you may hear us you see the TrackMan on the monitor. You may hear us give an exit velocity that's a little bit different. The data just a little different in the ballpark. And so TrackMan just a little behind on what we have on the screen, but they're going to be very close, within about a mile an hour. So if you hear one of us say it's 102 and you see 100 on the screen, just know that it's the tracking device. We've got a general idea of how things are. You have the StatCast information in these ballparks, too, in the Major League Parks. Logan D'Amico hitting.
Hit it off to Wake Forest. Demon Deacons.
Now, see, I think that ball's gone at the couch. One of the better hitting environments at any level of the sport, I think, is the couch in Winston-Salem.
Never been.
It is cozy, let's say.
Very hitter-friendly.
One of the greatest tricks that they ever pulled off was leading the nation in ERA 2 years ago in that ballpark.
They had some dudes. They always have dudes.
Yeah. Interesting to see how things change. Corey Muscara leaving to go to Duke. One more swing coming for D'Amico. He made it a good one, too, as that one's going to find the seats. Just into the second row. Good swing for Logan D'Amico to finish on. Here's Gaaku Harrison. This is a great baseball-playing family, the Harrisons. Mentioned earlier, his brother KJ was a big star at Oregon State.
Their Hawaii product, man, they're doing such a great job over there in Hawaii. Churning out players left and right, and it just seems the last handful of years, it just keeps getting better and better.
We're going to see 2 Hawaiian-born players go in the first round. It would appear this year.
Yeah.
Iva Arquette of Oregon State and Vahiva Aloy from Arkansas. But you're right. I mean, you go through the minor leagues, and Kalai Rosario with the Twins, a big power hitter. It really is a renaissance of Hawaiian baseball right now.
Yeah, just 2 phenomenal players to model your game after. Play the game the right way. Both started at schools and ended up somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arquette was at Washington before transferring to Oregon State this year, and Aloy started at Sacramento State, and his brother, Kuia Aloy, started at BYU before transferring to Arkansas this year. One more swing for Harrison. Pretty good take there. Actually, he's got 2 more, I think. I lost count. The mental Rolodex is counting to 10 repeatedly. You would think it's easy. It's like repeating a delivery, right?
Right.
Never. You feel like it should be easy to do, but
yeah, it's not easy out there. Now, how do you get into a groove? The whole key is how do you get into a groove early on with just 10 swings, and if you don't get in that groove within the first couple, hopefully you're just not fighting your way back just to get some good swings off.
That's why I always like the guys who take a little bit of time if they don't feel like they have reached that point, right, that they readjust the batting glove, right? You just need to reset a little bit. Brian James from Bishop O'Connell and suburban D.C., one of 2 players from that high school that are on this red squad. He's going to go to Virginia now. Just last night, flipped his commitment from Duke to Virginia. Announced it on Twitter, following Chris Pollard there.
And Brian Sikowski, who is on the staff.
Brian Sikowski,
One of our former colleagues here. Sack, hope you're doing well.
Had a lot of broadcasts with him at PG events over the years. And I still talk to him.
He's the best.
Don't say that. It's going to go to his head. I'm very curious to see how he handles Virginia wine country, if that'll be like, it'll be a nice Cabernet that he's walking around with.
Red number 11, Case Keicher.
I like to really see is kind of get a good idea about, these kids spacing in the box. Gives a good tell of, their self-awareness in the box. What I see a lot of amateurs do is kind of get up real tight on that on that line by the plate and all the way back. I prefer more of a, in the middle of the box, give your hands a chance to play, get that barrel on the plate.
Kiker is predominantly a pitcher, has had some good swings here. Metrolina Christian Academy, Indian Trail, North Carolina. You can see he's one of the top right-handed pitchers in this class.
He's got some good rhythm in the box there.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good timing. Maybe jammed himself a little bit there on that last one, but I'm always curious about those guys who are two-way players, and we talk so much about timing in a delivery or timing in a swing, and whether or not that athletic rhythm in the box translates to what they do on the mound.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, athletes are athletes, and they're able to make those adjustments, whether it's on the mound or in the plate. And I love to see those two-way guys. I mean, do it as long as you can. I know the professional scouting communities is the same way. Even though the guy may be a PO, and that's kind of how they're identifying him. Let's see how he kind of moves in the box and how he can be an athlete out there. I mean, ultimately, that's what we're looking for for athletes.
Fewer and fewer guys who are multi-sport athletes, as Lorenzo Laurel is committed to Florida, and that's just, I think, kind of the nature of youth sports. I mean, I think we get so baseball focused, but it's the case with basketball, it's the case with football too, is that the sport specialization has happened earlier. So if you can do multiple things in a sport like baseball, that's your modern day multi-sport athlete, right?
Sure.
Is being able to be a two-way player.
Yeah, you took the word out of my mouth, and you got to think also that different parts of the country have different types of weather. All the way over on the East Coast or even Canada, you can't play in the wintertime. And so picking up another sport, basketball, football, hockey, just makes those movement patterns work for you a lot better. But personally, myself, growing up in Canada, I only played 30 baseball games a year. I played football, basketball, baseball, hockey. I did it all, but no burnout there. 30 games a year. These kids are playing 100 games a year.
Well,
specializing.
And those team sports are so different. Like the things you learn about being a teammate and how to play to win are so different in each, but it all translates across all of this. And I do think that sometimes when we get over specialized, and again, like I realize that that's the nature of things. Tatum Reeves got into that one pretty good.
Swing on the ball there, California kid.
Listen, that's the nature of it, right? Is that it's evolved. It's something that you have to deal with. Is that there's that sports specialization, right? So how do you make that so that you are able to do some of the things that you did in other sports, even if you're going to just focus on the one or only have time to focus on the one?
Yeah. You have to be a good planner. You have to have a good team behind you. As they say, it takes a village, and I guess your parents are part of that, and how to manage the workload in each particular sport. Good round by Menity there.
Yeah. Tatum Reeves from Vista Murrieta High School. Wrapping up. Now here's Brock Rain. Top 40 shortstop in this class, just outside the top 100. That line drive swing at 111 off the bat. That's one of the hardest hit we've seen. Second hardest hit we've seen here. That one 107. And that's to right center at 104. And that one almost into the pool area. And that one's going to get way out of here. A long home run.
Halfway up the bleachers.
406 feet on that blast. Well, if he keeps hitting it like that, the trees are going to be well fed in Athens. Wow.
Good round.
A really impressive round from Brock Ray. And you see that the 6'3", 190-pound shortstop as he's listed. He might be bigger than that. Very impressive. Uriel Rivera Martinez still looking for his college commitment. I think it's pretty exciting to have so many Puerto Rican-born players here this year at PG National. That's really a spot that I think there are a lot of colleges that are going to start recruiting in because there's opportunities. Players love the game, a chance for you to get a chance to play right away and maybe continue a career because the only avenue really for years and years has been the draft, unless you went to high school in the States.
Just amazing player. I mean, we got a global game here, and it's always been a global game. But we're having these guys, international players, just elevates our game. And then if they start, filtering into the college ranks, it's only going to get better. And Jared Goodwin, Vinny Servino, and a couple other guys went down to the PR this year. They do a great job identifying the guys out there. Got to get me on one of those trips one day. They also did a Hawaii trip, too. I was jealous.
You need a better agent. What you need to be able to get you on those. Another one of those uncommitted Puerto Rican players, Ricardo Sanchez.
There you go.
Yeah, that's his best swing so far.
Yeah, and just like we alluded to earlier, on knowing who you are, stepping into a format like this, and you want to get big sometimes, and you want to kind of maintain who you are. He's probably a high-level bat-to-ball guy. Run into a few balls here and there, but if you can stay in character, it's going to serve you well.
Yeah, the reports coming out of Puerto Rico from the showcase there that he performed at was it was a tension-free swing, and you can see that, right? There's a little bit of whip at the end, right?
Yep. That's all part of the development process, Mike. I mean, these guys are all going to be bigger, stronger, faster as they age and as they mature, and that's what you can expect. That's how you project.
Brody Schumacher is next.
One of my favorite players in the 26 class, coming from California. Obviously, we all know the bloodlines. Dad. With Dad.
Very good big leaguer. Former manager of the year in the National League.
Yep. I mean, two words come to mind when I see Brody here, and that's baseball player. He could do a lot of things on a baseball field. And we're excited in California to really see how he progresses and he matures.
Committed to TCU. That TCU staff has a real West Coast feel to it with Kirk Sarlos and the great Dave Lawn and Bill Mosiello back there. He'll fit a Bill Mosiello offense pretty well.
Great staff over there.
His dad was a star at Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Good baseball family. Goes to a great high school in Santa Margarita Catholic. In the Trinity League. And he's just been doing his thing there ever since he was a freshman, fit right in. He's going to be the leader on this team next year.
Yeah, just a very professional round of batting practice. I don't know that he missed a barrel maybe but once in those 10 swings. And, it doesn't have necessarily the power. I mean, his dad wasn't a power hitter either, but knows how to use the middle of the field clearly. All right, this is the guy that I was really excited to see. Tyler Spangler, you're a California guy. What do you get on Spangler?
Yeah, I mean, great frame, excellent defensively. He can really put the bat on the ball. He can drive it. I think the power's going to come, obviously. But what you're going to see here is a guy that's going to square it up. I don't think the moment is too big for him here. He's just peppering balls professionally into the other way here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the swing before that one, he showed pretty good bat speed on, too.
Yeah. Don't get up to Northern California too much, but we do cover. And remember last year he came down south. Got to look at him. Stanford's getting a good one here.
Top 5 player in this class and another professional BP. A lot of balls off the bat at 95 miles an hour. Didn't miss hit really anything.
Now batting number 20, Michael Easley.
And now he'll stop with Darren Sutton to get his glamour shot. You can see Sutton in the background there interviewing Spangler. Michael Teasley, committed to Tennessee. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which I believe is right outside Knoxville. He'll stay at home and play for Tony Vitello.
You can see he's right up there, right at the top of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Keep that ball fair.
That's his best swing so far. That went 101 off the bat. Well, he really got into that one, too. Tell once that gets synced up just a little bit more, he's got that little bit of drag with his foot when he gets into his load.
Yeah.
That front foot comes off the ground.
Yep.
Once that timing gets there, it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I was drifting a little bit, but you could tell he's a contact guy.
Jack Woda.
I always like to see these guys take the first pitch just to kind of calibrate themselves. Now, you got to tell the guy who's throwing BP, you got to tell Lloyd you're taking it. I mean, he's out there throwing 1,000 baseballs today, but I always like to see those guys have a take, get yourself calibrated. Kind of, it's an indicator that, hey, you know what, they're under control and they're trying to do their thing.
I just like the idea of them not being, trying to tell Lloyd that they're not intimidated by him, by his extreme strike throwing,
I mean, he's the best in the business.
Oh, gosh. I don't know that there's any. We were talking about this yesterday. Rodsley told the story that they had a track man on his throwing once I think in Georgia, and it was something like 750 pitches and 749 were strikes.
It's unbelievable. I was talking to him down there before he got out there, and I mean, hey, how you doing, bud? It just seems like the guy's in midseason form all the time.
Well,
pretty cool.
He had like a year where he couldn't throw either, coming off arm surgery. So it was, that had to get at him just a little bit. Former minor league infielder and
Atlanta native.
Yep. Great travel ball coach. Yeah, I got to get here a little earlier tomorrow just so I can go down and see Lloyd, because any time I can spend with Lloyd Thompson is good time spent.
Now batting for 22, Diego Rivera.
Diego Rivera is the hitter.
The Puerto Rico product.
Catcher.
Big swing here.
There you have
That was the best ball he's hit so far. He is not looking to flay the ball the other way.
Long line of Puerto Rican catchers in the big league. Some Hall of Famers. Ivan Rodriguez, Yadier Molina, Jorge Posada. He's got some good ones to look up to. Sandy Alomar Jr., Benji Molina,
Jose Molina.
They're
making a movie out of them about the Molina brothers.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch.
I hope it covers Benji's cycle. Still one of the most unlikely cycles in Major League history.
The triple might have been the hardest one to
Might be
get.
the hardest triple ever to get, yeah. Benji was not known for his wheels. Diego Rivera is done.
Will Grable, another California product here. Initially Duke. And I don't know. Is he staying or is he following the boys to Virginia?
As of right now, it looks like he is still committed there. But
if Will gets into a groove here, you can see some fireworks. 6'3", 215. Big over the fence power potential here.
Grable, son of a former Stanford football player. Brother pitched this year in Indiana after transferring in from Northwestern. I could see Ben early in the season. He looked pretty good.
He's having a little trouble squaring it up here.
That's a pretty good one there. Got the barrel of that one in center field. That's his best pull. Good one to finish on for Will Grable. Here's Will Holden.
Little scissor action with the lower half.
Holden, the son of a college tennis player and cheerleader. His parents went to UNC Charlotte. A good defensive round behind the plate. Committed to Wake Forest. Just in the line drives over the shortstop. Well, not that one. That one is a bit more than a line drive as it's going to find the seats and left. Boy, you can see as he adds a little bit more strength, those line drives are going to turn into home runs really easily.
Yeah.
There's a good drive to left. And it lands in the first row of seats. A couple of home runs for Will Holden. As the red team finishes up their round, and we are halfway through this batting practice group on the final day of workouts. 4 games tomorrow, 2 games on Friday here for Perfect Game National. These two are teams, or these 4 teams, excuse me, from this evening will be playing tomorrow late afternoon and evening. In fact, there's our schedule. So green and navy in the morning, maroon and orange, and then we get purple and red, royal blue and white later tomorrow. All times Eastern there, even though we are in Mountain Standard Time. Here's Troy Southacene to get things started.
New guy in the bump. We got Rico Billups out there. Another good one.
Rico will work quickly.
Yes, he does. We all know about the Southacene clan.
Is there one more Southacene brother? I feel like there were 4 brothers separated by 4 years in school.
I only know of 3. Please tell me if there's a 4th.
I thought there was a 4th. I could be wrong.
Maybe they're hiding them somewhere. Well, Mike, no one's hiding these days with so much exposure. No one's hiding anymore. You're not driving down a country road and seeing some kid thrown between 2 barns on a rainy day.
Certainly not at basic high school, you're not.
No.
Really working the off-field here. Oh, it was 98 to the other field. Second to last swing goes to center, hit it to the warning track at 101. He's not a big body. They turned the barrel on that one a little bit.
Just a good round, real comfortable in there.
Yeah, I love the difference in personalities between his 2 older brothers. Ty is like a guy that you just want to go to battle with, and Tate is just so smooth and cool. Tate will probably hear his name on day 1 of the draft.
Yeah.
Pretty early on, I would think. Ty was a 4th rounder of the Cubs. Jet Berry, speaking of good bloodlines. From Queen Creek here in Arizona. And just like his older brother Jacob, he is a switch hitter. From both sides of the plate, just using the middle of the field well. He turned on one a little bit. That was his hardest hit ball at 102.
Good round.
Colton Christman will hit next. Another Vegas kid. He's committed to LSU. It's one of those things that's been so interesting to watch over the last 5 or 6 years, how many West Coast players are going to the SEC now.
Yeah. Seems to be the plan. The $20 million stadiums help out a little bit too, and playing in front of 15 to 20,000 every night.
Well, and every game on TV, and
it's pretty attractive.
I really think SEC Network and now ACC Network has helped to drive those 2 conferences being at the top. I'm talking to you, Big Ten. Get a better TV package together. I want to make sure that everybody knows that those are not the views of Perfect Game. Those are the views of me. Just want to be able to watch Big Ten baseball more frequently, so. My guess is that any Big Ten coach that's watching right now is like, yeah, we agree. Colton Crispin's round is done. And here's Branson Crawford, athletic catcher. He is a Big Ten commit to Indiana. He didn't waste any time putting a charge into one to center.
Real wide open stance here. And I think a lot of guys do that, Mike, just to kind of get a better visual on the pitcher instead of being squared up, maybe just looking at it with that left eye. You open up a little bit, you can see a lot better with 2. Dives into the pitch a little bit. for.
Be a little careful jamming yourself, which has happened a couple times. We're going to do that. Well, that time he did not. Barrel to it quicker.
If you're wide open like that and come back to square, you know your hands can work, but just like you said, if you step across that line a little bit, get crossed up, you can jam yourself, and that comes back to your spacing in the box.
Jack Dugan is the next hitter. Lipscomb Academy in Tennessee. He is the grandson of the late Lipscomb coach Ken Dugan. He's a top 130 prospect.
You can see the bat speed.
Mm-hmm.
Nice piece right there.
97 back through the middle. That's a pretty good poke there at 89 miles an hour. Gap in right center.
Now that's number 11, Leo Marrero.
Leo Marrero, the next hitter. Committed to South Florida. That's kind of what you want to see, right? He's worked all the way back through the middle of the field. Pretty good swings to the middle. That 198 off the bat. It's a hard hit ball there. And that one to 97. Pretty nice round from Marrero. Didn't really turn and burn on one, but used the off-field well and a couple of that right center field gap.
Nikolai coming from the great state of Alaska.
Home of the Midnight Sun game. Would have just had that a couple weeks ago. A couple of good players that have come out of Alaska. Kurt Schilling went to high school down here, but was Alaskan born. I'm trying to think of who was there's a pitcher with Cleveland who never made the big leagues. There's a really good prospect. That one is crushed to left center. Brian Baker, maybe? I remember seeing him in the minor leagues. He had great stuff, but injuries derailed his career. Nice round from Nikolai. Lots of good line drives in the mid-90s.
Royal number 13, Christian Olivares.
Christian Olivares, one of the Olivares brothers from Tomball, Texas.
I was wondering what those guys in Alaska do in the wintertime for baseball. Obviously, hopefully got some indoor facilities to work. I'm sure they do. Spent some time in Alaska one summer for the Gold Panners.
Oh,
pretty fun experience.
Yeah.
Home of the Midnight Sun game.
You had to play in that?
I certainly did.
And?
Amazing. Started the game, no lights at 11 p.m. There's no experience like it, honestly. It's just a beautiful state in the summertime. The Chena River.
How was visibility for that game? Was it good all the way throughout?
Fantastic,
Or was
yeah.
it a little bit dusky?
It was a little bit dusky, but I think they turned the lights on in maybe the third inning, or maybe even after the first. I can't recall. It was in the olden days, back in 1996. So, started the game no lights, and then they ended up flicking them on, but it was okay.
Jack Petroff, the new hitter.
Advantage pitchers for sure.
First of all, 101 off the bat from Petroff.
Little home cooking here for Jack Petroff, Phoenix native.
Yeah, gonna go to New Mexico State.
The Aggies.
Petroff from Sunny Slope High School, north side of Phoenix. Yeah, that's a pretty good one to left center field and off the wall. I would think that as a Phoenix kid, he would dream of hitting a home run in this ballpark.
Could have did it.
May
right
have
there.
just done it, right? Getting that out of here to left.
Way out of here.
Almost on cue. 393 the distance on that.
It's a story for his kids one day.
I'm sure he would like to hit one in this ballpark in a big league game, too. Jack Petroff off to New Mexico State.
Now batting number 15, Michael Frank.
That's, if you're a hitter, New Mexico State is one of the places I think you would want to go. That's a great hitting environment.
It's that thin air.
Oh.
It's like hitting in Vegas or Utah, or I remember playing at UNR.
Yeah.
The ball just absolutely flies there. I remember the year after I left Long Beach State, which was the 1998 season, the year that they made it to College World Series. They had a series at Nevada Reno, and I believe one of the 3-game sets was like a 30-run game. These guys were hitting pop flies to shortstop, and they were going out of the yard. It's because of the wind, the air, all the elements put together. Just made it one of those days.
Bats were still a little hotter in 1998 too.
Oh, certainly with the minus fives or drop fives, as these kids call them these days. Yeah, there was some explosive bats. That's for sure.
Michael Ramsey was one of our better athletes defensively and throwing. He's listed primarily as a pitcher. Very good arm strength in both the infield and in the outfield. Hardest thrower on the infield, hardest thrower on the outfield today. And here's Nicholas Reardon. He had a really good round of infield. I mean, just very under control. And that went pretty good to the backside.
I'd love those left-hand hitting shortstops.
Go to Missouri State. But that one pretty good to center. Ooh, he got that one really well. Into right and gone. Rattling into the seats at 106 miles an hour off the bat.
Now batting number 17, Gio Rojas.
Gio Rojas hits. Stoneman Douglas. We've not seen him yet today. Primarily a left-handed pitcher, which makes him a wrong-way hitter. I hit that one pretty good.
It's a healthy cut.
Yeah. Let's get some pretty good carry on it. That was a 106 off the bat, that previous one.
You can just see the bat speed here.
Mm-hmm. You don't see a whole lot of lefty throwers, righty hitters. Made some really good swings. One of the top pitchers in this class, showing off the power.
Now batting number 18, Gunnar Skelton.
Gunnar Skelton is next. Columbia, Tennessee.
With the Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that one pretty good to center. Well, it's some pretty loud contact from him. This is sounding as good as anybody. A 99. I don't think he's had a mishit yet.
It's a good indicator. If you can hear it all the way up here in the booth, you know he's impacting the baseball.
Wow, 103 there. Yeah, he really is. .107 almost. And that one he got into deep to left. And that one is off the very top of the wall. And they followed it up with a swing and miss. So that's the first time that he's really not barreled anything. I mean, every swing that he had was barreled except for the one he missed. That was as impressive a round of hard contact as we've seen this year.
Strong kid, and to do that for 10 swings in a row is tough. I think, what presents a problem sometimes, Mike, is guys are trying, maybe think they're in a home run derby and they get out of character and out of themselves a little bit, get too big. But that last round was pretty impressive.
Eric Stunek from Irvine.
Believe he's going to Orange Lutheran next year. Yes, he is.
Very good high school program.
Shout out to RJ Farrell over there. He took over the program from Eric Borba. They got Zudnik, and they got CJ Weinstein coming from Huntington Beach High School over to Olu this year. Some instant offense there.
Pretty good place to go. And that's his final swing.
Now batting number 20, Matthew Kelly.
And here's Matthew Kelly. He's been a standout performer so far. Arm strength.
I think he was at 99 from the outfield and 95 from the infield. Or did he hit that?
Got 100. He got 100 from the outfield. Yeah, 98 from the infield, I think. It's a really good arm, and you can see he's a loose athlete. It's a really loose swing. I mean, you could see it a couple before the one he hit to right center.
Yeah.
It really kind of dropped the hands and drove through it. Really impressive.
Really whippy bat.
Yep.
And that's another thing. Guys have that, bat speed in a setting like this.
Mm-hmm.
They can get a little spinny at times to try and really, really pull the ball and stay into the big part of the field like that.
It is big out there. That is another pretty healthy poke. It's a little bit of, I'll drop this one on you. There's a little bit of Seaver King to him.
That's a good comp.
Last year's first round draft pick from the Nationals out of Wake Forest. He just that kind of looseness.
Yep.
I'm really interested to watch his at bats, see how selective he is at the plate, because there's clearly power there. Bland. We got the updated metrics from today running down on the bottom in our crawl there. You can see the top 10 outfield throws, as these are the last few hitters for the workouts here at PG National for 2025. It's all game action after tonight. Colin Bland with that liner at 108 off the bat. That one was smoked into the pool area. Wow, what a shot.
You could see how strong this kid's lower half is.
2 big blasts.
Little grin right there.
398 on the last one. The one before that was well over 400. That one is crushed into the pool area.
Splashdown.
413.
Wow. This kid's got some juice.
Real juice. Impressive. Bland did a bunch of little things today. Ronsley was all over his work at first base during infield drills, just the way he caught and scooped balls. Showed good actions there on the throwing. That's a guy to watch tomorrow as well. Giovanni Guariglia. He is committed to TCU. Vegas kid from Silverado High School. Mostly a pitcher. Well, my guess is he hits cleanup on that team at Silverado, too.
He's putting some good swings on the ball here.
And in on him just a little bit, and he still managed to muscle it out to deep center. There's Ryan Harwood.
Ryan Harwood.
Harwood, local kid, Castile High School. They went 107 off the bat.
In that case where he's getting a little bit spinny here.
Well, that one he didn't on, and he drove it way out to right center field and onto the warning track. That one he drove even deeper. That one back to the fence and gone. 399 on that home run.
Gets in that good power position. Really, when this swing is connected, I mean, you can see the power.
It's good to see him make that adjustment, though, too. You talked about him getting a little bit spinny, and then the next 2 swings were right to the middle of the field, even that long foul, and it was right back to right center with it.
Yeah, good indicator that, you know, he's able to make those adjustments on the fly. I mean, that's what baseball is all about. And so, and that, you know, they have in game pitch to pitch.
Caden Powell, the hitter, committed to Kentucky.
Big, strong kid, 6'4", 250.
Pretty good footwork defensively at first. Powell got that one pretty good. And that'll end up on the warning track for his final swing. Just a couple more hitters to go for the Royal Blue team.
Now batting for 32, Caleb Trugman.
Caleb Trugman is primarily a pitcher.
California kid. Obviously, he's going to be hitting for his high school, but he's going to be hanging his hat on his arm. And I think it's a real special arm. I'm hoping for a big year from him. Special arm talent. Running up into the mid-90s. Looking forward to him seeing pitch this week.
Gonna go play at Santa Barbara.
Andrew Checket's over there. Great West Coast program. Real proud of the West Coast programs this year. UCLA, UCI, UCSB. They put their best foot forward.
How about the year Fullerton had, too? That kind of came out of nowhere, that they put together an above 500 record in Big West play. Good work, Jason Dietrich's group.
Yep. Josh Blofsky's over there.
Yep.
You had a good crew. Now, I can't talk about the Titans too much as I'm a dirtbag.
Right.
Over
No,
here,
I know
so
you
it's,
can't. Well,
sacrilege over there, Mike. Be careful.
Former dirtbag TJ Bruce back there.
Yes, we're excited to have TJ back.
The last hitter will be Henkel Acevedo. I have a feeling he's going to get into a couple. Remember Juan Acevedo? This is his son.
Oh, yeah.
That's long-limbed. Ooh, yeah, there he got into one. He got into one and got all of it. Wow. Impressive swings from Acevedo.
And has that hovering leg and just puts everything into it. That's a big league fly ball there.
Oh, wow. That one got out. I didn't think it was going to, but
105 off the bat.
380 on that home run. He had a couple out and another one to the fence, so Acevedo showing off the power there. It's raw, but you can tell that there's some skill there, and with a big league dad. Feel like that could come about. Keep an eye on him. On to our final group, Team White tonight. George Billups going to finish it out.
Now batting for the white team, number 1, Valentino Pupo.
Valentino Pupo will be the first hitter. Two pitches, two good swings to the middle of the field. Under that one a little. It doesn't look like Pupo's trying to really launch it, but using the middle end of the pull side on the line.
You know, I just think he's staying in character. That's kind of who he is. Self-aware guy and knows what he's about.
5'10", 170. A little off balance in the box, it looked like. But if he can clean that up, there was enough barrel control there that I think that could be really interesting. Tanner Evans from Omaha.
Spread out stance, hands already cocked back in that load position.
Some pretty good contact there. And Evans' round is through.
Now batting number 5.
And here's Joey Arroyo. Committed to Sanjak. First couple of swings were on time. Now trying to find it again here. Joey Arroyo's round is done. And here's Connor Como.
Now batting number 7, Connor Como.
I believe Ronsley said there's some power here. I would say that there's some power there. Wow, off the center field fence. Remember, it's 407 to dead center. I mean, that ball didn't get out, but it was 419 according to the internal data here. That last ball was 106.
6'4", 180 pounds, real projectable. You can imagine he's going to pack on 20, 25 pounds. Big-bodied shortstop with some athleticism, some juice in the bat here.
That liner was 104. That was 90, and he just kind of eased up on it. I mean, maybe the most impressive blast. Hitting the center field fence on the fly here for a high school student, a guy who's going to be a senior in high school with a wood bat. That's, I don't know that I've seen that in the last 3 years in this ballpark. Speedy Hunter Harrington.
One half of the Harrington brothers. Shout out to Alex, who I believe's not here this week.
Battling an injury.
Get well soon, Alex. Hunter's quite the football player, wide out for Cathedral Catholic.
Cathedral Catholic have good sports?
Yeah, they do.
It's one of the really great San Diego places for just about everything, right? Even basketball is good to see.
Oh, yeah.
Cathedral Catholic. That one, towards the corner and off the fence, right in front of the bullpen.
He's got that little hip hitch. I don't know if you want to call it. Kind of looks like to set himself up.
Yeah, it turns in there. It's almost like to load the hips or something. Yeah, that's interesting.
Now that's white number 13, Catcher Hopkins.
Catcher Hopkins.
Maybe make the all-name team this week. It's a good one, man. Catcher Hopkins. And guess what? He's a catcher, folks.
I was reading a little bit on him and the Tomball team that they had that played for the state title this year, and he said, man, I just love catching. And that's a good thing, because if your name is Catcher Hopkins, you'd better. He took infield with about as much joy as I've ever seen anybody take infield. He didn't handle every ball cleanly, but he was laughing and having a great time.
There's something about, players that are have a big smile on their face and having a good time. I don't know what it is, but just the looseness to their game. Pretty cool.
Turning around and taking 6 right-handed now. He's going to get at least one more here. And that'll be it for Hopkins. One of the better, harder hit ones that he had today at 97.
Brings up Gavin Hoddle, another California kid, Orange Lutheran product. Formerly committed to TCU. Now his commitment is open. Big arm across the diamond.
He showed that earlier during the infield drills. Just a well put together athlete. .6'3", 200 feels about standard size for elite prep shortstop at this point. Isn't that crazy?
It's amazing. One of my favorite shortstops, Cal Ripken, 6'4", 200 plus, obviously. But just a great guy to emulate.
There weren't a whole lot of shortstops his size that did what he did before he was there, and it took maybe another generation to get caught up. But now we're there.
Yep. A-Rod was another one of those big shortstops, 6'3", 205. Athletic as all get up.
Well, this next generation of shortstops, I mean, we were talking earlier about Ivar Arquette. I mean, he's 6'5", and he's no doubt a shortstop. And
yeah, and we got Quentin Young.
Yeah,
in California, 6'6", 220.
And he handles the position pretty well.
Absolutely. Got to see him a few times this year, obviously being in California.
Well, if he can clean up just a little bit of the swing and miss, he's got a chance to be really impactful because the power is so loud with Young. I loved him last summer.
I don't think he's getting out of the first round. He's.
I think it's going to be like right in that end of the first the comp round range. Like that's going to be where he ends up going.
Yeah.
There are teams that are concerned about the contact, right, and the swing decisions.
Sure.
A little bit of chase and some end zone, but
yep.
The fact that he can stay in the dirt is going to help him.
I think there's one point he had 12 home runs and 16 hits and 12 home runs at one point, and he turned it on. I mean, it's a special athlete. Shout out to Quentin out there. Good luck on Sunday.
He's certainly got a couple of good mentors too on how to hit.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to build a shortstop or an athlete from dust, that's exactly what they look like, or you'd want them to look like.
Well, Montgomery hitting that last one, 105. He's had some impressive moments today. That went to the warning track in center. Yeah, some good tools there from Braylon Montgomery. Carson Ray, Atlanta kid. Showing off those Bolt batting gloves. Man, a good line drive stroke back through the middle. Again, this kid takes two swings and you're like, yeah, he can hit. Trying to get a little bit too much juice on it there. 102 off the bat. That one had a little bit more pop to it. To the warning track. Some good looking swings from Carson Ray. Carson Ray, we see you.
Great round.
This one at 100 miles an hour off the bat.
Alluding to Quentin Young, Carson Sheffer, teammate of Quentin at Oaks Christian. High-level bat-to-ball guy, really fine-looking player here. I mean, this kid just hits all the time. You know what they say, Mike? Hitters hit, and they're always going to hit.
I hear. I have a colleague who likes to say that he can't just hit, he can hit. Looked like from watching him, too, in the pop time drills, he can catch.
Yeah, he can do it. He can do it all, right? Your modern-day baseball player, get him in the outfield, put him at third base. Played a lot of third base at Oaks Christian, and he can catch.
Boy, he got into that one pretty good. It always amazes me as these guys get bigger and stronger. They're going to be seniors in high school. They're rocketing baseballs all over a big league stadium. Adam Swanson, the hitter. Ottawa, Illinois. Plays for John Cangelosi's Cangelosi Sparks travel team. That last one clanked off the knee of our catcher, and everybody's having a good laugh about it. He just whiffed on it. Good finish for Swanson. Another SoCal kid, James Trounstein, Harvard Westlake.
Shout out to Jared Halpert over there, head coach. Does a fine job. Gets some amazing players coming through there. Bryce Rayner, first rounder last year.
Had a lot of big leaguers. Even got a big league coach with Ethan Katz that's come out of Harvard Westlake.
Yeah, amazing. He just keeps churning out talent year after year. PCA.
Yep.
How about that?
Boy, what a season he's putting.
Amazing.
Cubs.
It was special to watch in high school, too. And the list of names goes on and on at Harvard Westlake. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, he had, Giolito, Freed, and Flaherty all together at the same time. It's kind of what Corona is now, right?
Yep. Good round here by James. It's another one of those baseball players. Can do a lot of things.
Yes, good. Last two swings in particular, 104 and 103 off the bat. Dax Hardcastle from Stockton, California, St. Mary's High School. On to our final four hitters here for the White Squad. .97 off the bat for Hardcastle. That's a good one from him. Near the warning track. Follows it up with a nice line drive to right center. He had a 100-mile-an-hour drive to the warning track in right center field. Good finish for Hardcastle in his last three swings. Here's Isaiah Hearn. He showed really good athleticism and a good run time. For a guy is 6'4", 215 for Chaminade. And Tarzana.
Kind of has those low hands set up in the back, cocked back there, ready to launch.
Yeah, just a little there. Be our highest launch angle of the day at 88 degrees. That one is well hit to right center field. And one hop against the fence. Now he's starting to find that power you talked about, Steve. Off the wall in right center. A couple of really good swings there from him. That one is his best, maybe. That to the deepest part of right center field. That one a hook foul, but
over the foul pole.
Wow. That one's the real blast. Look at that one go. Wow. Halfway up the grandstand in right center field. 423 for Isaiah Hearn. What a shot on his last swing.
107 off the bat. Pretty impressive.
Man, that was something else. C.J. Sampson from Tomball, Texas. Ace of their pitching staff this year. Boy, that ball that Hearn hit, there's not a whole lot of balls that end up at 423 in that spot in this ballpark. Wow.
If they say anything hit that far should have a stewardess on it. That's for sure. Holy smokes.
I held it like an egg. Ooh, that's a pretty good one from C.J. Sampson that's going to find the seats in right. Homer for him at 378. And that finishes the round for Sampson.
Last hitter of the day, Mike.
This is it. Noah Everly from St. John Bosco in Pasadena. One of 4 players we've seen the last 2 days from. They were the Trinity League champions this year, right?
Certainly were. Beat Corona in the semifinal game. Noah had a good game.
So the Clark twins yesterday from there.
Yep.
And James was Trinity League MVP, right?
Yep. Shout out to Andy Rojo. Did a phenomenal job with the Braves this year. Another state champion. Just what he's done there in the 2 short years he's been there has just been phenomenal. And they came up and surprised some people at Bosco.
Yeah, I think
known for its football program, as you well know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's one of those spots where beating Corona by itself is just an incredible feat.
Not only that, they beat Seth Hernandez.
Seth Hernandez.
That's tough to do.
Seth Hernandez might be my favorite prep pitcher over the last 15 years.
He is my
incredible.
Favorite prep pitcher. And you know what? A lot of people don't think he potentially could go 1-1, even though those high school, right-handers don't often go 1-1. No. He might have a shot. It just depends on how Washington feels.
I don't know that he's going to, but I'll tell you, my argument for him is he's as polished as those college pitchers that we hear at the top of the draft, and his stuff is better.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to move fast.
He's got a major league ready fastball. Obviously, we've seen the velocity, but the changeup is just devastating. It's a big league pitch right now.
If he stays healthy, he is going to go to All-Star games. He is fully convicted in that. Steve, it's been fun. Appreciate you coming up, getting us away from Ronsley stories for a while. No.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Pressure working with a pro's pro. Thanks so much.
I don't know where you found that, but that's not the case. So, we appreciate it. That'll do it for our coverage here today for day 3 of the 2025 Perfect Game on National Showcase. Here's what's happening tomorrow. 4 games, green and navy, and then maroon and orange. Danny Wexman will be here for that. He'll be back tomorrow evening for these 4 teams you saw tonight. and their first game action of the tournament. Now for our entire crew at Chase Field in Phoenix, we thank you for joining us here on Perfect Game TV for day 3 of the Perfect Game National Showcase.